King of Queens, an Ed Maddux thriller, Book 1, written by R.J. Patterson, read for you by John Perhala. Espionage, for the most part, involves finding a person who knows something, or has something that you can induce them secretly to give you. That almost always involves a betrayal of trust. Aldrich Ames, Convicted Traitor. Chapter 1, March 1964, New York City. Clutching a pair of oars, Ed Maddux stopped before he exited his Brooklyn apartment and stooped down to inspect the envelope someone had slipped beneath his door. He stared at his name scrawled across the front. Setting down his oars, he picked up the note and worked his index finger between the envelope and the flap to open it. Before he finished, he glanced at his watch, then stopped abruptly. He was already late for his time slot at the Harlem River Rowing Club, giving him reason to pause and slide the mysterious letter into his back pocket. Maddux hustled downstairs and threw the oars in the back seat before climbing into his car. He gripped the steering wheel and gave it a squeeze before turning the key in the ignition. The car roared to life, echoing throughout the parking deck. He let the engine idle for a moment before shifting into reverse and pulling out of his spot. In times like these, he wished he could talk to his father and brainstorm about a way to escape the doldrums of life. Despite all his professional success, Maddux had grown bored of the mundane. His father had mastered the art of taking a dull routine and transforming it into a new adventure. When Maddux was in the 3rd grade and bored with math, his father began setting a time limit and urging his son to solve the problems quickly, before the clock expired and Martians descended to the Earth to remove all intelligent life. The suggestion worked, and Maddux saw math homework as his opportunity to save mankind rather than a rote chore. As Maddux drove, he tapped to the beat of the Tams' hit song, "What Kind of Fool Do You Think I Am?" The tune was one he could relate to. 20 minutes later, he pulled into the parking lot of the Harlem River Rowing Club. When Maddux enrolled at Columbia, he sought a sport that could quiet his mind. He enjoyed playing football before the war, but the violence he witnessed on the battlefield made him uneasy about clashing with others. He needed a team environment, but one that focused on goals rather than scoring points. The Columbia crew team emerged as the perfect fit. The sense of camaraderie attracted Maddux initially, but the fitness kept him there. His broad shoulders and strong back made him a perfect candidate to serve as member of one of the sculling teams. Rowing at Columbia was full of fond memories, save one. He put his Impala in park and snatched the oars from the back seat. "Meeting anyone here today?" asked the man in the rental shop. "Just a single, as always," Maddux answered. "We have an opening on one of the teams," the man said. Maddux shook his head. "Thanks, but I'm not interested." Maddux forked over his deposit and took a receipt from the man. "The dockhand will guide you to your boat," he said. "Happy rowing." Maddux walked outside and drew in a deep breath. The smell of the water electrified him, sending endorphins coursing through his veins. Scanning the river, he barely detected a breeze as the sun climbed overhead in the cool March morning. A perfect day to be on the water. Maddux gave his receipt to the dockhand, who led Maddux to the nearest single-oar scull. He set his oars down and eased into the vessel. The man waited until Maddux was situated before passing the oars to him. Once Maddux gave a subtle nod, the dockhand untied the scull and shoved it gently with his foot. Slipping his oars into the water, he propelled himself into the main channel. An hour later, Maddux returned to the dock and tied off the boat. He collected his oars and noticed a woman smiling at him. He gave her a friendly wave, but not a second look. After Elizabeth divorced him, Maddux determined to never put himself in a position that could lead to heartache, his or someone else's. He'd been successful in maintaining his resolution, though he recognized that his avoidance of women was a major factor in doing so. Maddux tossed his oars into the back of his car and paused for a moment, feeling the letter in his back pocket. His curiosity continued to gnaw at him, and he couldn't wait any longer to read the note. Mr. Maddux, I'd be honored if you would join me at 7 o'clock for dinner this evening at Gallagher's. We have some pressing issues to discuss. Your country requires your service. Sincerely, Charles Pritchett. Charles Pritchett? Who is Charles Pritchett? That single question consumed Maddox's drive home. He'd immediately accepted the idea that he would be eating dinner at Gallagher's. Their fine steaks were too good to pass up. At least that's what Maddux had heard. The restaurant was the kind of place that was just beyond his budget, and he wasn't one to splurge on himself. But if this Charles Pritchett fellow was buying, Maddux was there. He just wished he could remember if he'd ever met the man. At 7 o'clock, Maddux strode through the doors of Gallagher's, sporting a gray suit and a black fedora. He spoke with the hostess about his dinner reservation before she guided him to an empty booth in the back. "Is a Mr. Pritchett here yet?" he asked, assuming the hostess knew who he was. She stared at him for a moment, her doe eyes lingering. Then she shrugged. "There's no one sitting alone waiting for anyone. But if he doesn't show up, maybe I'll join you," she said, before cracking a faint smile. Maddux sighed and placed his hat on the seat next to him. He studied the menu for the next 10 minutes as he waited for Mr. Pritchett. The waiter stopped by to take Maddox's drink order. He considered a glass of wine, but ultimately settled for water in an attempt to avoid appearing presumptuous. Another 10 minutes passed before the waiter paused at the table again to inquire if Maddux was ready to place his order. Maddux glanced at the prices and then scanned the restaurant again. Maddux held up his hand. "Not at the moment," he said. "I don't want to be rude and order before my friend." "Maybe your friend shouldn't be so rude to keep you waiting," the server said, before dashing off to another table. What am I doing here? This is probably someone's idea of a prank. Probably Harold Fulton from Columbia Crew. Maddux picked up his hat and slid it toward the edge of the table as he prepared to stand up, but before he could, a silver hook smashed his fedora, pinning it down. Maddux looked up to see an elderly gentleman dressed in a pinstripe suit. With his left eye, he studied Maddux intently, while his right eye remained covered with a black patch. "Going somewhere, Mr. Maddux?" the man asked. Maddux eased back into his seat and waited for the man to release the fedora. The man picked up his hook slightly, and Maddux snatched his hat back. "You can have it, but don't be so hasty to leave," the man said. "We have much to discuss." "Who are you?" Maddux asked. "I'm Charles Pritchett, of course," the man said, holding out his prosthetic hook for Maddux to shake. Maddux stared at it for a moment, unsure of what to do. "Well, go ahead," Pritchett said. "Give it a shake. It won't bite, but I won't make any promises that it won't hurt you either." Maddux reached across the table and shook the hook. "Now that you've passed the first test," Pritchett began, "let's place our orders before I determine if you're really suited to serve your country in the way that she requires." Chapter 2. Maddux watched Pritchett drag his water across the table with his hook. Pritchett's appearance made Maddux wonder if he really was the victim of a prank. With the theft of Handsome Dan, Yale's iconic mascot, just before a football game with the Bulldogs, Harold Fulton established himself at the top of Columbia's practical joke food chain. While Fulton eventually leveraged his business degree to turn a magic street act into a raging success, even this seemed to go a bit too far just to get a good laugh. At the same time, Maddux wouldn't bat an eye if at any minute the man calling himself Charles Pritchett jumped up on his chair and burst into a chorus of Dead Man's Chest. "I know what you're thinking," Pritchett said. "You're wondering if I'm legitimate or not. How could Blackbeard work for the CIA, and can he even prove who his employer is? And those are valid questions. I know my appearance is better suited for high-seas adventures of the 17th century, but I got this way because I'm a spy. operating squarely in the middle of the 20th century. A waiter approached the table cautiously and asked if the two gentlemen were ready to place their orders. Pritchett ordered first, and Maddux requested the same as his host. "Not much originality there, Maddux," Pritchett said. "That's a little concerning." "Not nearly as concerning as it would be for me to try a meal sight unseen without a single recommendation." The waiter scurried silently back to the kitchen. "As I was saying," Pritchett said as he hunched over the table and leaned toward Maddux, "working as a spy these days is a serious health hazard. I lost my hand while escaping from a Russian prison in the dead of winter." "Frostbite?" Maddux asked. Pritchett nodded. "I'm lucky I didn't lose my entire arm." "And the patch?" Maddux asked, barely gesturing toward Pritchett's face. "Let's not spoil all the fun now. Enough about me. Let's talk about you." Maddux leaned back in his seat and stroked his chin resolutely. "You probably know everything about me already, don't you?" Pritchett shrugged. "Maybe not everything." "Unbelievable. So you've been watching me for a while?" "A long while," Pritchett corrected. "But it's nothing out of the ordinary. Don't flatter yourself too much. To entrust a man with secrets of the state, we must know which currency he deals in. Are you a man willing to sell your country out for a few $1,000, or are you a man who'd prefer to die before making any such transaction?" "Leading with the possibility of death," Maddux said. "Not exactly the keenest marketing strategy." "I'm not here to persuade you by regaling you with tales of adventure and mystique. If there's ever a time for honesty between two men, it's now. I want you to enter into this arrangement with your eyes wide open, all while understanding that this job could cost you more than an eye or a hand. Compared to many of my brethren, I'm the lucky one." Maddux clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on the table. He took a deep breath and stared pensively at the black and white photo hanging on the wall just behind Pritchett. "Well, go on," Pritchett said after a long period of silence. "Don't be shy. Ask whatever you like." "I don't have questions," Maddux said as he gathered his hat for the second time. "I'm honored that you would even consider me, but I'll save you some time by telling you up front that I'm not interested." "But our food hasn't even arrived. At least stay and enjoy a nice meal that you can't afford on that meager salary General Motors pays you." Maddux wasn't swayed by the comment. He slid out of the booth and stood up. "For a man who's supposedly been following me for a long time, you apparently don't understand what motivates me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way." Maddux spun and headed toward the door. He hadn't taken more than 3 steps before Pritchett disproved Maddux's assumption. "You're exactly how I thought you'd be," Pritchett said. "But I had to make sure I'd judged correctly." Maddux turned back to the table, stopping just short before speaking. "I don't know if this is your idea of a sick joke, but I don't find it funny," Maddux said in a hushed tone. "This is no joke, Mr. Maddux," Pritchett said, gesturing toward the seat across the table. "Now, please, sit down and let me at least tell you why you're not only uniquely qualified for this assignment, but also for this line of work. It's the kind of request someone whose blood bleeds red, white, and blue would never dismiss so quickly." Maddux eased back into his seat and set his hat down. "I'm listening." "Everything I'm about to tell you is highly classified, and I would strongly discourage you breathing a word of this to anyone," Pritchett said. "If you do, it's possible that thousands of innocent lives could be lost. However, I would have never received the okay to approach you if everyone at the agency didn't believe you were the right guy for the job." "I'm not easily flattered, Mr. Pritchett. Please, get to your point." Pritchett clenched his fist and took a deep breath. For the past year, we've intercepted numerous communiques between a member of the Russian consulate and a friend of yours, Nicholas Dunn. It appears the boisterous councilman from Queens doesn't share your principles and sold his country out. Why? Just because he spoke to someone from the Russian consulate? That's hardly a crime. He's one of the most influential people in the city because of the power he wields. Everyone wants his ear, all the time. It's hardly shocking. This wasn't just any guy from the consulate, Pritchett said as he leaned forward, speaking softly. This was Grigory Romanov, a known KGB operative. Maddux furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. I find this difficult to believe, Maddux said. I've known Nick for ages. He was a senior when I was a freshman at Columbia, and took me under his wing when I made the crew team. He's about as patriotic as it gets. If there's one thing that I've learned after working at the agency for as long as I have, it's that everybody has secrets. Sometimes the secrets are benign, like you might drive an Impala made by GM, but secretly want a Ford Mustang. Or you sing soul music, but only listen to old Patsy Cline records when you're by yourself. Other times they are as dark as a moonless night in the forest. Trust me when I say this, Dunn's secret falls under the latter. Hypothetically, if I were to accept your offer, what would you want me to do? We'd want you to help provide surveillance on him, maybe even report back with his off-hour movements and conversations. We've exhausted all efforts, including having several operatives pose as businessmen seeking deals to get close to him. And nothing? Zilch. Dunn wouldn't bite on anything. Therefore, we see you as someone who can help us get close to him and confirm whatever kind of attack he's coordinating with the Russians. And you're certain he's involved? Certain enough that I'm having a conversation with you. So you don't know for sure, then? I've learned never to get too confident about anything. The minute you think you've figured out someone's motives or plans, they change, and you can get blindsided. In this case, we can't afford to get blindsided. We need to know. And you're the man who can help us do just that. The waiter delivered their food, and the two men promptly dug into their steaks. As they ate, the conversation shifted toward more small talk. The Yankees, the city's growing traffic problems, the recent cold snap, and the upcoming World's Fair. Once they finished their meal, Pritchett pushed his plate to the side and leaned forward. So, what's it gonna be, Mr. Maddux? Are you in? Pritchett asked. Maddux sighed. I'm honored that you even asked me, but I'm afraid I must decline your offer. I can't spy on my friend like that. Guess I was wrong about you, Pritchett said. I would have bet my pension you would have said yes. I know it'd make your father proud if you agreed. Maddux dabbed the corners of his mouth with his napkin. Make? Did he say I'd make my father proud? Pritchett's comment was a subtle one, but Maddux caught it, a rock in Maddox's shoe as he strode away from the table. Maddux hoped he would never have to speak to Pritchett again. The prosthetic hook for an arm and the black eye patch were foreboding, but not nearly as much as the revelation that the CIA had been spying on Maddux for about a year. Maddux tried to put it out of his mind as he exited the restaurant and headed home. He was certain they were wrong. Glancing down at his watch, Maddux increased his pace. If he didn't hurry, he'd be late meeting up with Dunn for drinks. Maddux removed his hat as he entered the Sparrow nightclub on the corner of 73rd and 188th Streets in Queens. A thick haze of smoke hovered over the patrons, though no one seemed to notice. He pulled out a cigarette and fired it up, eager to make his contribution to the collective cloud. He was also looking forward to getting his first glass of scotch after the meeting with Pritchett, whose parting words grated on Maddux. I'd make my father proud? Or I would have made my father proud. Maddux concluded that he must have misheard Pritchett. Regardless, Maddux remained firm in his belief that Nick Dunn would never betray his country, especially in such a malicious manner. Weaving through the crowd, Maddux found an open spot at the bar and fought for several minutes to get the busy bartender's attention. Once Maddux succeeded, he placed his drink order and nearly finished his glass before his money was in the cash register. "I'll have another," Maddux said, holding up his tumbler and shaking it at the bartender. A firm slap on the back jolted Maddux. He looked over his shoulder to see the grinning face of Nick Dunn. "Nick," Maddux said, "how the hell are you?" "Better than I deserve," Dunn said, slipping his arm around Maddux and tugging him away from the bar. "Come join us at my private table." "But my drink." "Forget about it," Dunn said. "We'll get one of the girls upstairs to bring you another one." Dunn nodded at the man standing guard at the foot of the stairs, who promptly shuffled aside to let them pass. Maddux and Dunn both climbed a flight of steps that led to a balcony overlooking the bar floor. "Isn't this great up here?" Dunn said, as he surveyed the rest of the patrons from above. Maddux shrugged. "It's definitely not as crowded." Dunn raised an eyebrow. "That's all you have to say about this? It's where the creme de la creme of New York hang out." Dunn steered Maddux toward the private booths nestled against the wall on the second floor. With a drink in one hand, Dunn freed an index finger and pointed at various booths as he talked. "See that woman over there?" Dunn asked, not waiting for an answer. "That's Bridget Bardot, of And God Created Woman. And you see the guy in that corner? That's Roger Maris, from the Yankees, of course. Then against the far wall is Bob Dylan." Maddux forced a smile. Fame never appealed to him personally, resulting in his disdain for the celebrity worship of the day. He reserved his reverence for people who were actually helping others, people like Dunn. "They're just talented people who are famous, Nick," Maddux said, patting Dunn on the chest. "They're probably all looking at you and wishing they could have the kind of influence you do on an entire city. You are the one actually making everybody's lives better." "You bite your tongue. Those people are the ones who really matter in this world. Look at them. They're happy, beautiful, and rich. What more could someone ask for in life?" "Do you really want me to answer that for you?" Dunn huffed a soft laugh through his nose. "Ha, of course not, because I know what you'll say. You're a noble man, Ed Maddux. I'm just a slave for the people, but even more so for the dollar." Maddux waved him off. "That's nonsense, and you know it. You're giving the people in Queens what they always hoped for, not to mention the upcoming World's Fair. The work you've put into that is going to have a lasting impact on this city, and it's because of you, not because of Dylan's latest song or Roger Maris's home runs he'll hit this season. You, Nick Dunn. You're the reason." Dunn snapped his fingers, signaling for a waitress. In a matter of seconds, one rushed over to him. "Miss, get this man a double of whatever he wants," Dunn said. "I'm afraid he's not drunk enough." The waitress gave a guarded smile and turned to Maddux. "What will you be drinking, sir?" she asked. "Whatever he's having," Maddux said. "And don't make it a double. I have enough of a hard time keeping him in check when I'm sober." She nodded and then flounced toward the bar. "When are you going to get back in the game again and find you a woman?" Dunn asked. "Do I need to set you up again like I did back when we were on crew?" Maddux shook his head. "I'm not interested in playing with another woman's emotions. I gave Elizabeth enough heartbreak for a dozen women." "Come on, Ed. Surely you're not throwing in the towel so soon, are you? I can find you a good woman. Probably the kind who wouldn't care if your work was your mistress, or if you even had a real one on the side. You know that's not me. But it could be, and you know it." "Thanks, but no thanks," Maddux said. The waitress arrived, offering a tray with his drink on it. "Thank you, ma'am," Maddux said. She sashayed away, glancing back over her shoulder and winking at Maddux. "Would you look at that?" Dunn asked, gawking at the waitress. "Man, she's like a brunette version of Marilyn Monroe." "I'll pass," Maddux said. "I really need to get you out more. Stir up that appetite again. Women want you, and you just shrug." A faint smile appeared on Maddox's face. "That's how I get them to like me. I just act like I'm not interested." "The only problem is you're not acting." "But they don't know that, and I only have to tell them when they get bold enough to send a friend over." Before Dunn had a chance to respond, a robust man approached. "Excuse me," the man said in a thick Russian accent, looking at Maddux. Maddux studied Dunn's interaction with the man. They were obviously acquaintances, maybe even more than that. After a minute, the Russian man placed his arm around Dunn and led him away from Maddux. They remained in the corner and talked for several minutes before Dunn returned. "Is everything all right?" Maddux asked. Dunn nodded but didn't say anything. He tipped back the remainder of his drink and snapped his fingers to get the attention of the waitress. Maddux persisted. "Are you sure? Who was that guy?" "I'm fine," Dunn snapped. "And he was just a business associate, someone I've been working with at City Council. He needed my help with something, but it's nothing to worry about now." "The look on your face tells a different story." "The only face you need to be looking at tonight is that woman's over there," Dunn said, changing the subject. "She's been eyeing you all night. I think an introduction is in order." Maddux sighed. "I don't know, Nick. I'm really tired. I was out sculling on the Harlem River today, and it's getting late." "Suit yourself," Dunn said. "I played understudy to you in college quite often, even though I was older. I'm sure I can still pull it off." "Just act disinterested," Maddux reminded him. "But let's do this again, maybe on a night where I'm not so worn out from rowing." Dunn smiled and nodded. "Agreed. I'll call you tomorrow. Now, go get your beauty rest, old man. It's time for me to play." Maddux watched Dunn saunter over to the woman and strike up a conversation. Her gaze bounced between Dunn and Maddux. After throwing back the rest of his drink, Maddux gave her a coy wink and descended the steps. Outside, he hailed a cab and piled into the first one available. Once he returned home, Maddux sat by a window and stared out from his 20th floor view. In the distance, the lights of New York blinked and flickered. It was indeed the city that was too busy to sleep, and on this night, Maddux considered joining in. Despite all the alcohol he'd consumed, he couldn't sleep. All he could think about were the haunting words of Charles Pritchett regarding Maddox's father and the interaction between Dunn and the mysterious Russian. Maddox's mind oscillated between the two subjects like a mental game of ping-pong. Is my father still alive? And if so, Pritchett must know where he is. Those thoughts would prevail until a new set would dominate Maddox's thinking for a half hour. Who was that Russian man? And was Dunn lying to me? Was that the same man Pritchett said was in contact with Dunn? All night long, the questions rolled around in Maddox's head. By 7 a.m., he couldn't wait anymore. He pulled out Pritchett's card and dialed the number printed on it. "Pritchett," the agent said as he answered the phone. "Sorry to call so early on a Sunday morning," Maddux began, "but I just couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I'm in. On one condition." "And what condition is that?" "That you tell me everything." Pritchett grunted. "I'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow at noon. Be outside your office building then. He'll find you." Maddux hung up and exhaled slowly. He figured he might not sleep the next night, either. Chapter 3. Maddux stumbled out of the bed at 5:30 a.m. on Monday and proceeded to take a shower. He toweled off and looked at himself in the mirror, studying his hair. It hadn't grown much, but he decided the length was long enough that he could justify paying a visit to Elmer Sellers' barbershop before work. At 7 a.m., Maddux strode through the door mere seconds after Sellers flipped around the sign announcing that he was open for business. A bell clanked against the door as Maddux flung it open. Sellers spun around, and a smile spread across his face.
"Eddie Maddux," Sellers said. "What brings you in here so early? And so soon?"
Maddux took off his fedora and ran his fingers through his hair. "Oh, I thought I might want to get a jump on this month's haircut. I've got some big work projects coming up that are going to eat into my free time in the coming weeks." Sellers chuckled and swiped a deck of cards off the table. He shuffled them while eyeing Maddux.
"Want to learn a trick?"
Sellers asked. Maddux nodded and sat down at the table across from Sellers, who was already laying out several cards on the table.
"Bet you can't find the card I give you when I reshuffle it with 2 other cards."
"Deal," Maddux said as he leaned forward. Sellers fanned the cards out, face up.
"Pick a card, any card."
Maddux pointed at the Queen of Hearts.
"You pick it up and keep it,"
Sellers said. He then selected 2 other cards before setting the deck aside.
"May I?"
Sellers asked, reaching for Maddux's card. Maddux handed it to him and watched the barber turn 3 cards face up.
"Remember your card, okay?"
"Got it," Maddux said. Sellers flipped the cards over and shuffled them slowly for several seconds.
"Think you know where it is?"
he asked. Maddux nodded and pointed at the card.
"You sure?"
Maddux took a deep breath and squinted. "I think so," he said. Sellers shrugged and flipped the card over. Ace of spades.
"Try again," he said, turning the cards face up again. "Keep your eyes on the card. Ready?"
"Ready." Sellers displayed his trick several more times before Maddux realized what was happening. He slammed his palm on top of the card when Sellers was in the middle of shuffling.
"What are you doing?"
Sellers asked. "I know what you're doing."
"So, where's your card?"
Maddux pointed at the card on top of the deck Sellers had set aside. "You pull the Queen of Hearts out every time, just before you start to shuffle, and replace it when you flip the cards over." Sellers broke into a big smile.
"Sleight of hand, Eddie. It's one of the most important skills for any magician."
"Teach it to me," Maddux said.
"A good magician never—"
"It's not a secret anymore. I already figured it out," Maddux said, halting Sellers' attempts to avoid sharing the trick. "You just need to show me the skill so I can execute it." Sellers huffed.
"If you were anybody else, Eddie, I'd throw you out on the street like a bum. But since you're like family to me, I guess I can show you."
He hustled over to the window and pulled the shades, flipping the sign around to closed.
"Wouldn't want anyone to walk in on me revealing how to perform this trick," Sellers said as he sat down and started teaching the moves to Maddux. "Now you try," Sellers said after a few minutes.
Maddux went through the trick and executed it flawlessly.
"Congratulations, Mr. Maddux. Looks like you've got something to impress the guests with at your next dinner party."
"You're a great teacher," Maddux said. Sellers smiled.
"If only your father could have seen the man you've grown up to be. He'd be so proud."
He walked back toward the window when Maddux attempted to stop him. "Can you wait before you open the shop back up? I've got a serious matter I need to discuss with you." Sellers walked back slowly and sat down again at the table. He clasped his hands together and leaned forward.
"What is it, Eddie?"
"What would you do if you thought someone you knew was keeping a big secret from you?"
"And you're not talking about magic, are you?"
Maddux shook his head. "Real-life question."
"Is this why you came down here so early this morning?"
"Yeah. I know I don't need a trim, but I do need some help in figuring out what to do about this problem I have."
"Your father must have walked me through a dozen problems like this in my life, especially during the Great War. If he was around today—"
"Well, he's not, but I've got you, and I really need your help."
"What kind of secret are we talking about?"
"The kind that could get people killed." Sellers leaned back and let out a long whistle.
"I know what your father would do. He'd do whatever he could to find out that secret. and stop it. He was a real hero, Eddie.
And what would you do?
I'd do the same thing.
No matter the cost? Sellers narrowed his eyes.
You're a patriot, aren't you?
Maddux nodded. Red, white, and blue, all the way through.
Patriots always consider the cost, but never let that influence their decision. What's right is right, and you must always do what is right, even if it hurts someone that you might love or care about.
Do you think I'm talking about a woman? Maddux said. Sellers smiled.
I was just making a general statement, but I'm sure this still applies in your case, doesn't it?
It's like you're reading my mind. Sellers broke into a hearty laugh.
There are a few tricks I haven't shown you yet.
Maddux stood up. Those will have to wait. I've got to get to work. But thanks for the talk, Mr. Sellers.
Eddie, you can call me Elmer. Mr. Sellers sounds so old to me, especially coming from you.
You are old, Mr. Sellers, Maddux said with a wink before flipping the sign around and exiting the barber shop. At 5 minutes till noon, Maddux stood on the corner of Broadway and 58th, awaiting the agency's car Pritchett promised. Frank Lintz from accounting stood next to him, scanning the street for an available cab.
"Would you like a Marlboro?"
Lintz asked, offering his pack of cigarettes to Maddux. Maddux held up his hand. No thanks. I still think of those cigarettes as ones made for women. You remember, mild as May?
Geez, Ed, that was 20 years ago.
Can't help it. Guess my dad drummed that into us as kids. Besides, just because they stick a cowboy hat on Paul Birch and cram a cigarette in his mouth doesn't change a thing in my mind about the product. Lintz laughed softly and lit his cigarette.
You'd think a guy in marketing could appreciate such genius. I mean, hey, it worked on me.
Success in marketing doesn't necessarily mean it's good marketing. Anyway, I'm trying to quit because of cancer and all. Lintz craned his neck and stared at Maddux's chest.
So what's that pack of Lucky Strikes doing in your shirt pocket?
You never know when a lady will need a light.
In that case, according to you, they might prefer Marlboros.
Maddux chuckled before glancing at his watch. At the stroke of noon, a black Pontiac Catalina rolled to a stop along the sidewalk in front of Maddux. A pair of brows protruded over the car's vertical headlights, giving the vehicle an aggressive appearance. A man in the back seat signaled for Maddux to come over.
Fancy,
Lintz said.
I didn't know you had a driver, Ed. I'm going to have to double-check payroll and see if someone is slipping you some extra cash.
Just a new client I'm working with, Maddux said as he strode toward the car. Maddux climbed into the back seat on the passenger side and closed the door before turning to the man. The man already had his hand out.
Special Agent Jim Dyson. I work with Charles Pritchett.
Maddux shook his hand. Ed Maddux.
I'm assuming you're aware of the nature of this meeting and understand that it's classified?
Dyson said. Maddux nodded. Dyson grabbed a clipboard that was on the seat in between them and handed it to Maddux.
Before anything else is said, I need you to sign this document. It basically says that if you discuss the details of this meeting with anyone, you can be prosecuted and spend up to 5 years in federal prison.
Maddux's eyes widened. 5 years?
For each statute broken, Dyson said, nodding slowly. It's not something to play around with. The agency takes these things very seriously.
Maddux took a deep breath before he scrawled his signature at the bottom of the page and handed the clipboard back to Dyson. They rode in silence for a dozen blocks until the car took a sharp right turn into a parking garage. Descending several levels, the car came to a stop at the bottom floor. Without another vehicle in sight, it appeared abandoned. As Maddux glanced around, uneasiness settled in. He remained in the car, but he gripped the side handle, whitening his knuckles.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Maddux, Dyson said. This is for security purposes only. You can never be too careful these days. Someone could be listening or watching.
A minute passed, and everyone remained in the car while the engine continued running. Then the door opened, and a man dressed in a navy suit leaned inside and gestured for them to exit. "Let's go," Dyson said as he opened his door. Maddux followed the man and walked around the front of the car to join Dyson and go into the building together. The driver remained in the car and roared away seconds later. "It won't hurt," Dyson said. "I promise. It's just a meeting." Maddux drank in the foreign surroundings as he followed Dyson down the hall. Sterile white floors and walls dominated the decor, interrupted by gray doors and an occasional picture window that allowed a glimpse into various rooms. A mixture of suits and lab coats served as the primary dress code for most employees, save the occasional maintenance man shuffling along in a pair of work overalls. As Maddux slowed down, craning his neck to peek through one of the windows, he felt a firm hand grasp his arm, followed by a sharp tug. "Don't be a looky-loo," Dyson said. "Stay with me." Maddox's eyes darted back and forth at the hive of activity swirling about him in the hallway, activity that increased the farther they walked. Along the corridor, workers pushed carts that contained a wide variety of objects, everything from transistor radios to weapons to vials full of liquid. Eventually, they entered a large room in the interior of the building. There were no windows, just rows and rows of desks in the middle, with several offices positioned against the outer walls. Dyson marched them toward an office in the far corner where Charles Pritchett sat. Pritchett stood as the pair entered. He offered his hook to Maddux. "I'm glad you had a change of heart," Pritchett began. Maddux shook Pritchett's hook and sat down. Pritchett eased into the chair behind his desk. "May I ask what made you decide to assist the agency?" Maddux shrugged. "I had some time to think about it. What you said made sense, so I wanted to see how I could assist you." "That was it?" Pritchett said. "I don't like to be pressured. Give me time, and I'll figure it out." "Unfortunately, time is often in short supply around here," Pritchett said. "Time to expose a plot or an espionage ring isn't a luxury anyone has while working at the agency. If you feel like this assignment is too much, you can still renege right now and walk out the door. I promise not to hold it against you." Maddux crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat. "No, I want to hear more and see how I can help." "Excellent," Pritchett said as he scooted his chair closer to his desk. Dyson handed Pritchett the clipboard with Maddox's signed papers before retreating back to the corner of the room. Pritchett studied the page for a moment, then set it aside. "Since it appears that all the paperwork is in order, let's get down to business, shall we?" He pulled out a file folder and opened it, sifting through several documents. He pushed a small stack across the desk toward Maddux. "What's this?" "This is a light dossier on Nick Dunn," Pritchett said. "I want you to know a little bit more about him, perhaps more than you already know." Maddux scanned the page. Birth date, birthplace, height, weight, photograph, education history, work history, arrest record. It was all there, though none of it was new information to Maddux. He had been friends with Dunn long enough to know all of his dirty secrets, and then some. According to the file, Dunn had been arrested 3 times, but Maddux knew the report wasn't complete. If it was missing his classmate's most infamous incident with law enforcement after helping deconstruct and then reconstruct Professor Hill's car in the water fountain in the middle of Columbia's campus. He was arrested for the stunt, but later had it expunged from his record when his father called a prominent judge. Maddux never realized just how powerful the judge was until looking at the paper and realizing that even the CIA hadn't been able to learn about the event. "Tell me something I don't already know," Maddux said as he slid the stack back toward Pritchett. "Well, like I mentioned to you 2 days ago, we know that Dunn has been meeting with Grigory Romanov, a known KGB operative," Pritchett said, holding up a picture of Romanov. "We've been able to listen in on a few of their calls, but they speak in a coded language." Maddux cocked his head to the side. "So, What you're telling me is at this point all you have on him are benign recorded conversations with a Russian man who you claim is a KGB operative? Romanov nearly killed 3 of our men last month during an operation. He's very dangerous, and if you care about your friend and your country, you won't shrug this off. What else do you know?
That I can tell you? Nothing, Pritchett said. But we do require your assistance to provide surveillance. That's why you're here, I presume.
I'll help, but I want to know more as you find it out. Pritchett took a deep breath.
In time. I'm working on getting you a higher-level security clearance beyond this one meeting. In the meantime, you need to get acquainted with how to plant bugs. Dyson?
Dyson stepped forward and from his pocket produced a half-dozen circular electronic devices that appeared no bigger than a woman's earring and as thin as a dime. He held out his hand so Maddux could see them. "This is what you're going to be working with," Dyson said. "These small bugs need to be planted out of sight, but not hidden so well that they can't pick up voices. In other words, you need to have them somewhat exposed." "What kind of location would you recommend?" Maddux asked. "A potted plant, preferably one that's hanging. Underneath a couch. The bottom of a telephone would be great, but KGB operatives are trained to look there before speaking when they enter a room, so don't even consider it. If you can get one in the bathroom, too, potentially on top of a medicine cabinet, that would be helpful. Turning the water on to drown out prying ears doesn't work if there's a bug in the room. Think you can handle it?" Maddux nodded. "Seems simple enough. When do you need this completed?"
Pritchett shifted in his seat. "As soon as possible. But we understand the limitations if you are to carry on as normal in your friendship with Dunn."
"I'm sure I'll be able to do this before the end of the week."
"That's good news," Pritchett said. "Time is of the essence. We feel whatever Romanov is planning with Dunn's help is going to happen very soon."
Maddux stood and offered his hand to Pritchett. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve my country, sir."
"Are you sure all it took was time in order to change your mind?" Pritchett asked, standing and moving to shake Maddux's hand.
"I don't make any decision lightly, especially one of this magnitude."
"Whatever motivated you, I'm just glad you came around," Pritchett said.
"So, would it be possible to take a look around?" Maddux asked. "I'm really curious as to what all goes on here." Pritchett resolutely shook his head.
"Sorry, but we don't offer tours. This is a working facility, and barely anyone knows it exists."
"Well, it's in the bottom of a parking garage."
"If you want to think that, I'm not going to stop you," Pritchett said.
Maddux's eyebrows shot upward.
"We're not?" "Good day, Mr. Maddux," Pritchett said, gesturing toward the door. "The agency appreciates your willingness to help."
Dyson entered through the door and ushered Maddux back through the open room and toward the hallway. When they reached it, Maddux asked if he could use the restroom before they returned to General Motors' New York offices. "You'll find one down the hallway to your left," Dyson said. "I'll take you there myself if you like." No, Maddux said. "I can manage." Glancing over his shoulder once, Maddux walked briskly toward the men's restroom. Dyson bent down to inspect his shoes. He licked his thumb and tried to buff out a scuff. Maddux opened the restroom door and rushed over to a stall to take care of his business. All he could think about was getting a glimpse into the room just around the corner, marked Scientific Research. Once Maddux finished, he eased the door open and poked his head into the hallway to see where Dyson was. Maddux's escort was still kneeling down, vigorously scrubbing his shoe. Maddux decided to make a dash around the corner of the hall to see if he could peer into the room. As he turned the corner, Maddux noticed a sign that read, "Authorized personnel only," just above the lock. He was about to turn back toward Dyson when the door swung open, and a young man in a lab coat barreled into the hallway. With his head buried in a stack of papers, he didn't even seem to notice Maddux. Acting quickly, Maddux slid his foot against the door, keeping it from latching shut. He could see a team of people wearing lab coats scuttling around the room, though what exactly they were doing was indiscernible from this point of view. He needed to get closer. Just as Maddux leaned in for a better look, he heard heavy footfalls. Releasing the door with his foot, Maddux spun around and took 2 steps back in the direction of Dyson before coming face to face with him. "Is everything all right, Mr. Maddux?" Dyson asked. "What in the devil's name are you doing down this hall?" "I must have gotten turned around," Maddux said. He glanced at Dyson's shoes. "Those are a good-looking pair of Oxfords." Dyson furrowed his brow. "Thanks. Now come along. We can't keep the driver waiting any longer." Maddux fell in lockstep behind Dyson, but the newly christened civilian assistant was still far behind, wondering what it was that he just saw in the research room. Chapter 4. Maddux didn't have to wait long to get his opportunity to plant the bugs in Nick Dunn's guarded penthouse suite. With an invitation extended to Dunn's infamous Wednesday night poker games a few days prior, Maddux was ready. He honed his card-playing skills while serving during the war. Winning more often than not enabled him to save up enough money for a car upon his return. Out of that first stash, he bought a 1948 Hudson Commodore, and Maddux's love for the automobile industry ignited. He never dreamed his ability to hold his own at a poker table might also launch a new burgeoning passion: espionage. After work, Maddux rushed home to get a quick bite to eat before heading over to Dunn's place. Upon arriving, Maddux nodded at the guard, who dutifully asked if Maddux was carrying any weapons. "Should I be?" Maddux asked. The guard smiled. "I take it this is your first time playing at one of Mr. Dunn's games." "I haven't played with him since our days at Columbia, so it's been a while." "They can get tense at times. Just don't cheat or accuse someone else, and you should escape unscathed." Maddux forced a smile. "I'll remember that. Thanks for the tip." The guard opened the door and gestured for Maddux to enter. Inside, a small crowd had gathered around Dunn's large color television to watch an episode of The Virginian. One of the ladies serving drinks stopped near the men gawking at the technology. "As I live and breathe," the woman said. "James Drury, in color." One of the men cast a sideways glance at her and shook his head slowly. "I bet James Drury couldn't shoot his way out of a bar if he got into a real fight," he said. "And you could?" He tapped his belt. "You bet I could. I'd have a whole chamber full of bullets in him before he could even draw his weapon." Before the man could say anything else, one of the guards rushed over to the man and seized his gun.
"You can have this back after the game," the guard said. "Mr. Dunn wishes for you to watch The Virginian, not reenact it." The man bristled at the comment but relented with his protest. Maddux, who'd been taking in the whole scene about 10 feet away, felt a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Dunn. "I see you've got your first introduction to Arnold Goretti," Dunn said, with a wide grin. "He sure keeps things interesting." "Hopefully he won't spoil the night for the rest of us," Dunn chuckled. "As long as he keeps letting me take his money and doesn't kill anybody, I'll keep inviting him." "So is that why you wanted me to come?" Maddux asked, easing into a wry smile. "You needed some more chumps whose money you could take?" Dunn threw his hands in the air. "Guilty as charged." "Do you remember what happened on our final crew poker night your senior year?" "How could I forget?" Dunn said. "I'm going to get revenge tonight. Mark my word." Dunn strode to the center of the room, clapped his hands a couple of times to get everyone's attention, and then directed his guests toward the parlor room that contained 3 poker tables. The room was packed with a veritable who's who list of New York's power brokers. Along with Dunn and the mayor, Chief Art Tully from the New York Police Department, President of the New York Stock Exchange, James Bell, and Gordon Tillman from the city's zoning commission were among the attendees. As Maddux surveyed the rest of the crowd and recognized a handful of others, he wondered if a gathering of this many influential people in the city had ever congregated without the New York Times dispatching a reporter to cover the event. Once everyone settled into their seats, Dunn stood in the center of the room and went over the rules. After 1 hour, the player with the most chips at each table would advance to the finals, to be held later in the evening.
The remaining players would be reshuffled, and the top 2 players from the second hour would also be awarded a seat in the finals, creating a single table in the third hour between 5 men. Winner take all. Maddux was assigned the table next to Dunn's. Maddux reached in his pocket and felt the chips he'd been handed, careful not to pull out one of the bugs and place it in the center. He stacked some of his chips and signaled for the waitress to bring him a glass of scotch. Once the cards were dealt, he started to make quick work of his table mates, which included Chief Tully. By the time the end of the hour rolled around, Maddux had raked in all the chips and was celebrating his advancement to the finals table. He walked back toward the kitchen and requested another drink, fully aware that his window of opportunity to plant the bugs would soon be closed. He attached one on the top of the refrigerator, well out of Dunn's line of sight. Sauntering into the main living area, he found an inconspicuous spot on Dunn's bookshelf and placed a bug there. Once down to his last bug, Maddux glanced around before sneaking into Dunn's office. Maddux studied the desk for a few seconds before identifying a place where he could wedge the bug. Jamming it into place, he sighed as he stood. "Is everything all right here?" Dunn asked. With his back to the door, Maddux looked at the ground, his eyes widening with each passing second. Maddux nodded. "Just fine and dandy." Dunn furrowed his brow. "What were you doing on the floor?" "I dropped my keys, but I have them now," Maddux said, hoping he could pull off the fabrication. "Perhaps the better question is, what are you doing in my office?" Dunn asked, his tone biting and caustic. "I was looking for a book to read," Maddux said. "You know, I've never found watching poker to be all that enjoyable." "Oh, I remember," Dunn said. "You never could sit still after you always blasted through your first round of opponents. I figured by now you would have come up with a new format. There's no need to tinker with a well-oiled machine now, is there?" Maddux shook his head. "If it works." Dunn patted his pants pockets, the sound of poker chips crunching together. "Oh, it works better than anyone knows." Maddux pointed at Dunn's bulging pockets. "Don't get too comfortable there. I'd hate to see a grown man cry after he loses a game of poker." Dunn smiled. "While you're waiting, I suggest you check out Breakfast at Tiffany's by Truman Capote on the top shelf in the back corner there. It's the latest book I've read, and it's fantastic. I think that guy is going to be a well-known author one day." "Sounds like just the book I need to read," Maddux said. "Trust me, you need it more than you know. Go grab it off the shelf, then come on out here and read," Dunn said. "I'd hate for anyone to accuse me of having favorites, even though you are." Dunn added a wink for emphasis. Maddux laughed. "I've known that I was your favorite freshman for years. No need to address those complaints. I still remember what you did to Robert Bentley when he accused you of partiality toward me." Dunn held up his index finger and tapped it gently to his lips before speaking. "Shh. That's our little secret, okay?" With a smile, Maddux picked up the recommended book. He surprised himself at how calm he'd remained and how his heartbeat barely elevated. It wasn't at all how he expected to respond in a situation like this. "Maybe I've discovered a new career." He joined Dunn in the living room and started to read the book. The time transpired quickly, and once Maddux reached the 4th chapter, Dunn was announcing the players for the final table. Dunn and Maddux would be joined by Corey Brightman, a UN official who won his table, and Chief Tully and Goretti, who both collected the most chips in their second chance game. Much to Maddux's surprise, everyone remained in the room. Maddux leaned toward Dunn. "You know, I would have been home by now if I'd lost," Maddux said in a hushed tone. Dunn smiled. "So, now instead of going home early with empty pockets, you'll go home late with empty pockets." "You wish," Maddux said. The opening hand commenced, and from the first ante, Maddux could tell everyone at the table was playing for keeps. The laughing and joking that had been interspersed throughout the initial hour vanished as the atmosphere morphed into the palpable tension evident in the waiting room of a dentist's office. Through the first few hands, everything remained even with the exception of Chief Tully, who was nearly out of chips. But the game didn't really get interesting until Dunn noticed Goretti fidgeting with his sleeve. "Goretti, let me see your sleeve," Dunn said, sucking all the wind out of the room. Goretti stood. "What exactly are you suggesting? I hope it's not what I think it is." "Calm down," Dunn said. "This isn't a six-shooter saloon in Carson City. Now, unbutton your sleeve so we can get on with this game." "Like hell I will. You'll have to come over here and make me." Dunn leapt out of his seat and stormed around the table. Nervous laughter and moans of warning erupted from the onlookers, but Dunn wasn't fazed by the tension. He walked up to Goretti, who'd swung his chair around to face Dunn, and grabbed him by the collar. "Don't make me ask again," Dunn said, shaking Goretti. "You never asked in the first place," Goretti shot back. "Now take your hands off me before I throw you across the room." Maddux stood and placed his hands on the chest of each man, forcing them apart. "Gentlemen," Maddux interrupted. "Can I call you that? Because you certainly aren't acting like any gentleman I know. Please, no one is cheating here, but for the sake of curiosity, would you please roll up your sleeve, Mr. Goretti? I'm sure Mr. Dunn will drop this whole thing once you show everyone you aren't cheating." Maddux released the two men with a slight shove, pushing them farther apart. "Fine," Goretti said. "I'll roll up my sleeve and show you once and for all that no such nonsense is taking place. I take serious offense to anyone who would dare question my character." "We all do, Mr. Goretti," Maddux said, growing more comfortable in his role as the room's referee. Goretti deliberately worked his sleeve upward, folding it over on itself several times. He moved up past the elbow before Maddux held up his hand. "That's plenty, Mr. Goretti. Thank you for indulging Mr. Dunn," Maddux said before turning to the host. "Mr. Dunn, do you have anything you'd like to say?" Dunn continued to glare at Goretti. "I'm going to take every last dime you have tonight." Maddux shrugged. "Well, that's not exactly what I was going for, but since no one has thrown any punches, we might as well continue." "Yet," Goretti said. "Excuse me?" Dunn said as he sat back down. "No one has thrown any punches yet," Goretti clarified. Without saying a word, Dunn responded by shoving a large pile of chips into the center of the table. "I call." Goretti won the hand, but failed to win the game. Maddux eventually walked away with the entire pot, which ended up being several $1,000s. He refused to gloat, instead promising to donate the money to St. Anne's Orphanage in Queens. Maddux waited while Dunn shook his hands at the door with each man who came, even Goretti. Once they left, Dunn turned to Maddux and shrugged. "They'll be back next week. Even Goretti," Dunn said. "He must have a short memory." "Shorter than his fuse, believe it or not," Maddux chuckled. "Thanks for the invite. In fact, this felt eerily like old times. Even the fighting, or threat of it, anyway. And the fact that you won, too." "I wasn't going to mention it." Dunn slapped Maddux on the back. "Thanks for stepping in tonight. You know how I get sometimes. Probably more so than anyone else who was here. Just don't be so quick to accuse someone else of cheating. It's poker, after all. So much of the success in this game is predicated upon luck, and tonight wasn't your night. You can say that again." Maddux said goodnight and took the elevator down to the first floor. When he reached the street, he began his short trek home. It was 15 blocks to his apartment, but he didn't mind. Walking gave him time to think, along with a chance to sober up if he'd overindulged, which wasn't the case on this particular evening. As his wingtips clipped against the sidewalk, he wondered about Dunn. Does the CIA really know the truth? Is Dunn even capable of such betrayal? While Maddux's relationship with Dunn varied between drought and monsoon, Maddux never believed his friend to be deviant to the point of evil. Was Dunn arrogant? Undoubtedly. Could he be obnoxious? At times. Was he the best kind of guy you'd want to go to war with? The list of men Maddux would have chosen to be with in a foxhole likely wouldn't have included Dunn. But did that make Dunn a traitor in Maddox's mind? It was a question that nagged Maddux ever since he watched Dunn disappear with the Russian at the Sparrow nightclub on Saturday night. For all Maddux knew, his curiosity wouldn't be satiated quickly. According to Pritchett, such investigations can take time. Maddux believed it. After learning the agency spent about a year looking into Dunn's actions just to get to this point, Maddux was convinced it would be a long time before he learned more about his old friend. However, as intriguing as Dunn's situation was, it was a distant second to the prevailing thought on Maddox's mind for the past 15 years. Was his father still alive? And if so, where was he? And what was he doing? Maddux stopped abruptly, taking a moment to put his ear to the wind and listen. Despite internal musings dominating his thoughts, Maddux had been mulling over the evening's events and conversations to the faint beat of footsteps before he realized they weren't his own. Someone was following him. Maddux stopped. The clip-clop behind him ceased as well. Maddux spun and peered down the dimly lit street to see if he could make out the outline of another person. The street appeared clear. Am I just being paranoid, or am I losing my mind? Maddux hesitated and then resumed his walk home. There it is again. The familiar clip-clop behind him echoed through the desolate street. He was certain someone was following him. Maddux quickened his pace in an attempt to test out his theory. The speed of the person behind him increased as well. Without thinking it through, Maddux broke into a sprint. When he reached an area that wasn't lit, Maddux eased into the shadows and stood still, flat against the wall. The man who'd been following continued past. Maddux breathed a heavy sigh of relief before peeling off his most direct route and taking a different way home. No, this isn't a game at all. Chapter 5. Monday morning, Maddux took a smoke break, but decided to go for a walk in the park instead. Spring was the time of year Maddux enjoyed the scant wildlife in the city the most. Watching ducks and their ducklings struggle to keep up was an easy way to get his mind off the rigors of life in the city. He'd never lived in the country, but often wondered what it would be like. While he couldn't be sure, he was certain there weren't nefarious mobs attempting to take over the city, like New York had experienced in recent times. He meandered over to the cart vendor and ordered a hot dog, everything on it. When he exchanged money for the food, he wasn't sure just how many napkins would be enough. Glancing at the hot dog, Maddux knew it'd be messy, and he couldn't wait to dig in. He opened his mouth wide and drew the hot dog to his mouth. "Heck of a spring day, isn't it?" a man said. The sudden voice startled Maddux, but he recognized its owner, Charles Pritchett. "So, this is how it works? I take a break and you randomly show up on a park bench behind me?" Maddux asked. "Something like that. I can't exactly waltz through the doors of your office and request a meeting now, can I?" "Telephone calls also work." Pritchett sighed. "You really don't understand just how serious this situation is, do you?" "Apparently not. There are some things you're leaving me in the dark about." "I'm working on getting you a higher clearance, but these things take time." Maddux took a deep breath and exhaled. "You need to hurry these things up. I need to know more before I'm out. I caught a guy following me the other night when I left Dunn's." "Did you get a look at his face?" "I had to slip into the shadows of an alleyway to lose him, but I know he was tailing me." Pritchett chuckled. "Ha! Look at you, slipping a tail. You're more cut out for this work than you know. You've got some natural instincts." "When I agreed to help, you failed to inform me about the possibility of this type of danger." "My story about losing my hand didn't make that point strong enough, I guess," Pritchett said. "In the meantime, I need your help." "Again? Are the devices I planted not working?" "They're working just fine, but Dunn has gone silent." Maddux scowled. "Have you ever considered the fact that you're mistaken about him? Perhaps he's just friends with the Russian consulate member. Dunn's poker night is quite legendary among certain circles of elite New York power brokers, from what I hear.
Was Romanoff at the game you attended the other night?
If he was, I didn't see him.
In that case, we're going to continue with our due diligence, Pritchett snapped. Americans deserve that much from their own primary foreign intelligence gathering agency.
All by yourself? No FBI to assist you?
We're working together on this one, but I'm the lead agent. However, I'm not going to continue to defend our actions to you. Do you want to help or not?
What do you need?
The bugs you planted are great, but our technical services division has a new device they've been itching to try out in the field. Fortunately, this is the kind of case they were looking for.
And what would this operation entail?
You need to get close to Dunn again. Real close.
How close?
Close enough to swap out his watch.
Maddux broke into a soft chuckle. Since I've never trained as an agent, I suppose you already know I don't have a vast set of skills that include things like picking a lock or stealing someone's wallet. Cheap parlor tricks and street magic aren't in my repertoire.
Rose Fuller will come along later to brief you with instructions on how to set up the device. Who knows? Maybe she'll even have a tip for you on how to swap it out on Dunn's wrist.
Where will this meeting take place? Pritchett laughed softly.
Don't worry, Mr. Maddux. She'll find you.
Maddux sat still, unsure of what to say next. Pritchett had obviously taken his banter as an agreement to do what was requested. Uncomfortable over the long silence, Maddux turned his head to the side to glance at Pritchett, but the elderly agent was gone. Maddux turned all the way around and watched Pritchett vanish into a crowd of people descending the steps into the subway. How do they do that? Still marveling at Pritchett's disappearing act, Maddux stood and walked back toward his office. Figuring since he was already being forced to be a spy, Maddux decided to start acting like one. He scanned the park for any suspicious people, not that he was sure what he was really looking for. A man with dark glasses and a long trench coat? A man in a fur coat wearing a Ushanka? Both unlikely scenes, especially on a warm spring morning, but Maddux realized he had to start somewhere. After a few minutes, he realized how foolish his attempts at acting like a real spy were. He doubted he'd know what a KGB or CIA agent would look like if they came up and shook hands with him. He certainly didn't expect Charles Pritchett to announce himself as an employee of the CIA, given his odd physical appearance. Maddux was still mulling these things over when he noticed a person across the park that arrested his attention. No, it can't be. He hastened his pace as he moved toward the sidewalk that ran along the outer edge of the park. A bus had just dumped off 24 people, who scurried in various directions. The influx of new pedestrians increased the degree of difficulty for Maddux as he attempted to catch up with his target. Maddux was still 50 yards behind the man when he darted across the street and disappeared behind a delivery truck. Undaunted, Maddux broke into a slow jog and zipped through a gap in traffic to reach the other side of the street, but he was too late. The man was gone. That couldn't have been him. All this secret agent talk must be getting to me. Chapter 6. Maddux glanced at the clock on his wall. The second hand ticked loudly as it marched faithfully toward 5 p.m. Most days, the time meant little to Maddux. He'd stay until he reached a stopping point in his latest project, earning him favorable reviews from his superiors. But he'd just wrapped up all the campaign pitches for the 1965 models, preparing to come out at the end of the summer, and found himself in a rare lull. Despite his reluctance with Pritchett earlier in the day, Maddux couldn't deny a renewed sense of purpose in his day as it pertained to his temporary duties with the CIA. During the war, Maddux wanted a role with more purpose than an infantryman. It's why he enlisted to become a paratrooper, an idea that appealed to him in theory, but led to nothing but disappointment in practice. Maddux's fear of heights was too much to overcome. Even at age 43, Maddux still suffered from sweaty palms whenever he merely thought about heights. Just mention the number of floors the new General Motors headquarters planned for New York City, and his hands would begin to perspire. Maddux should have known such a phobia would sabotage his efforts, the same phobia that ended his ambition of being a paratrooper during the war. Jumping out of airplanes into battlefields. What was I thinking? But this was different. Maddux could invoke his deep sense of patriotism while remaining cautious and curious, the two traits he believed to be vital in the world of espionage. But maybe gumption and grit were more necessary. He wasn't sure. It was all just a mix of rolling thoughts, the kind that constantly pulled him away from the work he found so satisfying just 2 weeks before. When the big hand swept across the 12 on his clock, Maddux stashed a few papers into his briefcase and locked his office. He gave a friendly wave to several of his coworkers before taking the elevator down to the first floor. When the weather was nice, he liked to walk to work, but an early morning thunderstorm had nixed that idea. He marched across the street to the parking garage. After unlocking his door, he opened it and tossed his briefcase onto the passenger seat before settling into the driver's side. He was about to slip the keys into the ignition when he heard the sound of someone clearing their throat. Maddux whipped his head around and found himself face to face with a woman. "Rose Fuller, from the Technical Services Division," she said, offering her hand. "I hope I didn't frighten you."
"Don't you people know how to call? You just show up. I'm going to have a heart attack if I keep working with all of you."
Maddux took a moment to compose himself, slowing his breathing, then shook her hand. He even took a moment to admire her. Rose's tightly cropped brown hair and a flipped bob framed her round face. His gaze lingered longer than he anticipated, enough for him to take notice of her hazel dough-shaped eyes. "Are you all right, Mr. Maddux? You don't look well. I apologize if it was something I did." Maddux blinked hard and tried to gather his wits. When Pritchett mentioned someone from the TSD named Rose Fuller, Maddux imagined a frumpy woman who only had her mind going for her. He did not expect her to look anything like the TSD officer sitting in his back seat. I'm fine," Maddux stammered. "Just a little caught off guard. That's all." "Didn't Pritchett warn you I'd be paying you a visit?" Maddux nodded. "He did, but you still caught me by surprise." She smiled. "Well, you've got a long way to go before you'll be truly field operational then. Most of the men I deal with have all had guns held to their heads or knives thrust into their abdomens. It's a dangerous world out there."
"So I hear."
"Luckily for you, I'm here to make it safer. A little technology can go a long way in enabling us to defeat our enemies."
"You're going to make me bulletproof?"
She laughed politely. "Huh, not today. But I did bring you a gift, an exact replica of the watch worn by Mr. Nicholas Dunn. However, this particular watch keeps perfect time while allowing us to listen in on all his conversations. It's truly a marvelous invention."
"And this is something your office created?"
Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I created it. Now, let me show you how it works." She held up the watch and rotated it in her hand so Maddux could see it from all angles. One of the biggest obstacles to good surveillance is the fact that devices like these must be powered by something, most often a battery. We've been able to make substantial improvements with our smaller listening devices, designing both longer-lasting batteries as well as gadgets that don't require as much power. However, it only gives us a small window to gather intelligence, so you don't want to turn this watch on until it is absolutely necessary, because the clock begins to tick, in a manner of speaking.
"How long will it last?"
2 weeks, give or take a few hours. The time, of course, is kept by a wind-up mechanism, so you won't have to worry about setting it. However, the key to maximizing the listening portion of this watch is to learn how to turn it on almost immediately before you place this on the target's wrist.
"And how do I accomplish that?"
She held the watch closer to him. The moment the battery makes contact with the node, it begins to drain the life out of it, as it should. I also realize that taking the back off the watch in an environment where our agents may not have much time requires a different solution. So I inserted a piece of plastic between the battery and the node. It's so thin that all you need to do is give it a quick tug, and it will pull free, activating the device. Do you understand?
Maddux nodded. Looks simple enough.
Good. Although I must confess that this little innovation took months to perfect.
She handed the watch to Maddux. This is all well and good, Maddux said. However, I'm not sure I can slip this on his wrist without him knowing. I'm not exactly a street magician.
She laughed, almost too hard, and to the point that Maddux began to feel a bit uncomfortable. No, you're not. Definitely not the type.
Okay, now that we've established I'm not the kind of man who would perform for nickels and dimes for patrons headed to a Broadway show, could you give me any tips or ideas on how to get this on Mr. Dunn's wrist without him noticing it?
The next best thing to sleight of hand would be a time-tested approach. Spill your drink on him.
Maddux frowned. And how will that help?
Spill your drink near his sleeve, which will get his watch wet, she said. Then just ask him to take it off for you so you can dry it off. That's when you make the switch.
I just might be able to pull that off.
Excellent. Good luck, Rose said, before slipping out of Maddux's car.
Maddux rolled down his window and turned the key in the ignition. Don't you need a ride somewhere? He asked. I can take you. She stopped and smiled, cocking her head to the side.
That's quite gentlemanly of you, Mr. Maddux, but such fraternization among co-workers is frowned upon.
So we're co-workers now? She ignored his question as she walked toward the stairs.
Good luck, Mr. Maddux.
Maddux kept his gaze fixed on Rose as her svelte figure glided toward the exit, her hips swaying as she walked. He wondered if she knew he was watching her. He didn't wait to see if she made it to the door for fear that he might get caught staring. Wheeling his car around, he headed out of the parking garage. Maddux took one final quick glance in his rearview mirror as he neared the turn to leave the level where he'd been parked. She was already gone. Chapter 7. Maddux returned home to his apartment and sank into his couch. He set the timepiece on the coffee table in front of him to examine the watch more closely. He'd seen Dunn's Rolex Tudor Oyster up close several times, admiring it on a number of occasions, and from what Maddux could recall, the watch was exactly the same as Dunn's with the exception of the embedded listening device. He ran his fingers across the device and stared at the second hand as it moved around the clock face. His thoughts drifted away from the watch and toward a subject more intriguing to mull over: Rose Fuller. If Maddux was honest, he'd admit that he was lonely. But when he had to compare a life devoid of mate versus the soul-crushing dissolution of his marriage to Elizabeth, he never regretted staying off the dating block. At his age, he wondered what was left anyway. Spinsters, widows, divorcees. Maybe it came across as hypocritical, but he didn't care. There was far too much baggage to wade through from any woman still left on the market than was worth the effort. But Rose... He chuckled to himself over the fact that he'd never landed a girl in the back seat of his car while in high school. The classic definition of a late bloomer, Maddux didn't start to beef up until the end of his senior year of high school. If he'd gone to Columbia immediately after graduation, he knew he would have never made the crew team. The war gave him at least one gift. He ran his fingers along the leather band of the watch and wondered how many hours Rose spent huddled over watches in an attempt to perfect the gadget. Working for the TSD was likely a thankless task, appreciated only by agents in the field at the exact moment they needed something. But Maddux also pondered how many agents actually ever met her. As one of the lead technicians of the TSD's New York office, Rose was likely more bound to the desk than not. What made her venture outside and deliver the device personally?
Lost in thought, Maddux snapped himself back to reality with one jolting revelation. All of Rose's hard work would be for naught if he didn't attach the watch to Dunn's wrist. Maddux stood and headed straight for his phone. He pulled a card out of his wallet that had Dunn's number on it and began dialing. "Hello?" Dunn said once the call was connected. "Hi, Nick. It's Ed. Is everything all right?" "Just fine and dandy." "Well, you don't usually call, so—" "I know, but I wanted to invite you to dinner tomorrow night." "You wanted to invite me?" "Yeah. Is that so hard to believe?" Dunn chuckled. "Well, since it's never happened before, yeah." "Don't be so bitter," Maddux said. "I would have invited you earlier, but you know how life can get sometimes." "Look, it's no big deal. I'm just giving you a hard time." "What's new? You've been giving me a hard time forever." "I know, and there's so much more time for me to continue the tradition." Okay, Maddux said. "I wanted to invite you to dinner tomorrow night. Bobby Richardson's new restaurant, called Six, opened up a few months ago. I thought since you're such a big Yankees fan that you might enjoy it." "You know me too well, Ed. And Richardson just might be my favorite Yankees second baseman of all time. You like him over Lazzeri or Gordon?" "Only Richardson won the World Series MVP in '60. "Yeah, but they lost that year." "Well, it obviously wasn't because of him. Besides, his snag of Willie McCovey's line drive in the '62 World Series preserved the victory for the men in pinstripes." Maddux smiled. "So, you haven't confirmed it yet, but I get the feeling that you're interested in eating dinner there tomorrow night." "Is it that obvious? 6 at 6? I'll see you then." Maddux hung up and glanced at the watch. He knew what he was about to do could be considered an act of betrayal as well as patriotic duty. Two values he held dear, loyalty and patriotism, clashed in a violent way, both diametrically opposed to one another in a manner Maddux could have never imagined. If there was anything he remembered about his upbringing, it was how his father drummed into him the importance of these two values, which never seemed at odds before. Attending a Yankees game with his father as a 9-year-old, Maddux once forgot to remove his baseball cap during the national anthem. The oversight earned Maddux an extra load of chores and the loss of privilege the next time his father went to see the Yankees play. Maddux remembered watching his brother walk out the door as he turned back to flash a mocking grin. Maddux listened to the game on the radio and lamented the fact that he missed out on an opportunity to watch Lou Gehrig belt a 2-run homer to beat the Red Sox in the bottom of the 9th.
"This country gave us a chance," Maddux's father would say, "so we must be loyal to her, so others get the same opportunity as we do."
They weren't empty platitudes either. When Maddux was 15, his father went to work for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the New York Division. The job didn't pay the greatest, but nothing did during the Great Depression. And the Maddux family didn't complain. They had food on the table every night, warm clothes, and a roof over their heads to keep them dry, a distant dream for the millions of unemployed Americans struggling to survive and keep their families fed. Then there was loyalty to friends, which Maddux's father took almost as seriously as he did patriotism. Oftentimes, growing up, Maddux would invite former co-workers who hadn't been as fortunate to find other work over to the house. Some days it was just a hot meal. Others it was a place to stay for a few days or even a few months. Maddux knew that all the men who made friends with his father had struck gold in a sense. They would never meet another man as devoted and loyal as George Maddux. Yet here Maddux was, standing at a junction where the two values his father cherished were at an impasse. Something would have to give. Maddux picked up his phone and called Pritchett. "It's all set," Maddux said. "I'm taking Dunn to dinner tomorrow night. I'll make the switch then." "So, Rose gave you some good suggestions for how to swap the watches out?" Pritchett asked. "I'll let you know after it happens. It'll either work or it won't." "There are always more than just two potential outcomes, good and bad.
Pritchett said. "I'm sure you'll find that out soon enough. In the meantime, keep up the good work. You're turning into quite the resourceful civilian agent." "I'll call you after I complete the assignment." Maddux hung up and stared at the watch again. He always knew what value was more important to his father, the grandson of Welsh immigrants. Patriotism. Always patriotism. The next evening, Maddux arrived 10 minutes early for his dinner meeting with Dunn. Maddux realized there'd probably only be one opportunity to make the switch, and while Maddux hadn't mastered the art of switching out the watch, he wanted to ensure he had every chance to succeed. He slipped the host a $10 bill in an effort to get a specific table in the back. Despite the gesture, Maddux realized it wasn't enough, given the popularity of the Yankee Star new eatery. Maddux forked over another $10 before he received an approving nod. Just before Dunn arrived, Maddux snatched an extra napkin from a nearby stack and stuffed it in his pocket. He wanted to make the swap as seamless as possible and decided to rely upon every available prop to create the necessary illusion. At the stroke of 6, Dunn strode into the restaurant and was promptly led to their table. Maddux watched as heads turned and necks craned to catch a glimpse of the man the Times named Queen's most debonair politician. Dunn didn't hesitate to stop and shake a few hands whenever he noticed them outstretched. "Never too early to start campaigning, is it?" Maddux asked as Dunn sat. "Absolutely not," Dunn said as he pumped his fist. "The people need to be reassured that I'm on their side at all times." "And are you?" Maddux asked, mostly for ammunition to confront his former teammate if the CIA's allegations proved to be true. "You know me, Ed. I'm always upfront and honest about everything. That's why I'm running this fall with the campaign slogan of No Bull Nick. Get it? Say it fast and you might hear the double meaning." Maddux shook his head and smiled. "Even I have to acknowledge the creativity that went into dreaming up that one. That might be the best campaign slogan I've ever heard. Better than Who But Hoover?" Maddux bobbled his head back and forth. It'd be a serious toss-up as to which one would emerge victorious. Both are catchy and have a play on words. That's what I look for when I'm digging for a new slogan for one of our automobiles. "I'm hoping this one is a winner. Again," Dunn said. "Me too," Maddux said as he scanned the menu. "I appreciate you agreeing to come out to dinner with me tonight." "Of course. How could I refuse? I mean, 6 at 6? That's going to be the new catchphrase for all the trendy New Yorkers. Mark my word." "Perhaps, but before I go that far, we need to try the food. Is it going to be a home run or a strikeout?" Dunn chuckled. "Your baseball analogies are endless, aren't they? Better than crew analogies, which only a handful of people would get." Dunn pushed his menu aside and clasped his hands together, resting them on the table. A waiter appeared and placed 2 glasses of water in front of them. "Are you prepared to order yet?" Both men nodded and proceeded to place their orders and then resumed their conversation. "So, Ed, what's this meeting really about? I know you didn't just call me here to shoot the breeze." Maddux turned a steely gaze across the table toward Dunn. "I wanted to see if I could help you on your next campaign." "Really?" Dunn said, the corners of his mouth beginning to turn upward. "I'd love that. Maybe you can help our team with the marketing." Maddux nodded. "Yes, really. I've been thinking about all you do for Queens and how I've been a terrible friend to you, and—" Dunn waved him off. "Nonsense. You've never been terrible at all. In fact, you've been a great friend, even if we go long periods of time without staying connected. It's understandable. We're both busy men with important positions. No, I could have been more helpful. Maybe even encouraged you when you were in a tight race or not looking great in the polls. But I didn't. I just—" "Apology not accepted," Dunn said, holding his hand up. "Friends are friends, no matter what. They don't need to explain themselves because they understand each other. And that's how we are, okay?
You're still my little protege from crew, and it will always be that way. You'll never be able to do anything to make me disown you. Never."
Maddux swallowed hard and prayed that their conversation would never come back to haunt him. Despite all of Dunn's foibles, everything about what he said sounded as sincere as it possibly could. And while Dunn could have made more of an effort at times, Maddux knew Dunn would reciprocate their friendship at any time, no matter how busy he was.
"Don't get too carried away," Maddux said, wagging his index finger at Dunn. "I could still deliver an October surprise by giving an exclusive to the Times about all the pranks you pulled in school." "You wouldn't dare, you bastard," Dunn said, before breaking into laughter. "I'd retaliate by sharing with the world about your love affair with Ford vehicles when you were in high school that you carry to this day, despite your employer." Maddux bit his lip and shook his head. "I was drunk when I told you that." "Drunk or not, you said it. Besides, we all know that we say what's really on our minds when we're drunk. No filter to keep us from revealing the truth."
Maddux knew he didn't have all night to make the switch, though he was still hesitant to do what he knew needed to be done. He took a deep breath, and before the conversation could continue any further, Maddux made a move to pick up his water glass. He knocked it with the back of his hand, spilling a healthy amount of liquid on Dunn's sleeve.
"Oh, I'm so sorry," Maddux said, grabbing his napkin and attempting to blot the table. "I haven't even started drinking yet."
Dunn nonchalantly pulled his napkin out and helped Maddux with the cleanup process before a waiter rushed over to assist them.
"Oh, your watch," Maddux said.
"Let me get that for you." Dunn waved him off.
"I'll take care of it."
"Please, allow me. I know how much you love that watch."
"If you insist,"
Dunn said, before removing his watch and handing it to Maddux. Maddux made the seamless switch and handed it back to Dunn after he'd given the required tug to the plastic piece lodged between the battery and the nodes.
"You didn't have to do that," Dunn said. "I feel terrible," Maddux said. "You're the king of queens at this fancy new restaurant, and I just made you look like you pissed your pants." "It's not that bad," Dunn said. "Hardly any water landed on my pants."
Dunn started to chuckle.
"What is it?"
Maddux asked as the corners of his mouth turned upward. Dunn launched into a story about a time he wet his shorts during a long-distance crew race a year before Maddux arrived on campus.
"How come I'm just now hearing that story?" Maddux asked. "I threatened to kill anyone who ever repeated it. It must have worked, too, because as many times as I've run for office, none of my teammates from that season have ventured to the press with the anecdote." "Your words carry weight, Nick. You're a powerful man." "More than you know," Dunn said, checking his watch.
Maddux let out a sigh of relief when Dunn's glance at the watch was as nonchalant as possible, just like Maddux had hoped. After dinner, Maddux took a cab home and wasted little time in getting to the phone to call Pritchett.
"I made the switch," Maddux said. "I don't think he has any—"
"I know," Pritchett interrupted.
"We're already listening."
"How the—" Maddux stopped. He didn't need to finish his question because he knew the answer. Chapter 8. 2 days later, Maddux sat at his desk and sifted through the latest mock-ups of the ad campaign for the 1965 Chevrolet Corvair. There were some catchy phrases that would play out well in print advertisements, while others seemed like they'd be more effective in radio and television ads. However, none of the ads really appealed to him like he thought they might. In less than 2 weeks, he'd lost the passion he'd long since held for his job, and he knew exactly where to place the blame. His phone rang, jolting him out of listless thoughts.
"Ed Maddux," he said.
"We need to talk," said a man. He didn't identify himself, but he didn't need to. Charles Pritchett's voice was distinct and foreboding.
"Right now? When can you take a break?"
"Half an hour, maybe. I don't have any more meetings until later in the afternoon."
"Good," Pritchett said. "Meet me at the park in half an hour in our normal spot, and this time bring a paper with you."
People who talk to themselves in public look like fools. Can you at least tell me what this is about? We know now what Dunn is helping Romanov plan." Maddux hung up and let out a long breath. The notion that Dunn was involved in a plot against his own country was no longer something Maddux could dismiss. The threat was apparently real, and he was about to find out all about it. But why tell me now? Maddux furrowed his brow, befuddled by Pritchett's urgency, and as Maddux replayed the conversation over again in his mind, he was convinced he detected a hint of fear in Pritchett's voice, something that hadn't been there in their past meetings. Something had most definitely changed, and Maddux was anxious to find out what. He grabbed his coat and decided to head out early, but he didn't get far down the hall before Elliot Brumbaugh shouted in the hallway. "Where do you think you're going, Ed?" Maddux spun on his heel and turned back toward the single co-worker in his office, whose over-the-top annoyance could have replaced the proverbial rock in the shoe saying. Convinced that it would catch on, Maddux even tried it once. That assignment was more annoying than Brumbaugh in the hall, and got rave reviews. However, he decided the esoteric nature of the saying would be lost on the general population. Nevertheless, Maddux's decision to squelch the phrase did little to avoid a Brumbaugh hallway ambush. "You do realize you're not my boss," Maddux said as he approached Brumbaugh. "Don't shoot the messenger," Brumbaugh said with his hands up. "I just heard that Polson wants us all in his office in 5 minutes. Something about our pavilion at the World's Fair next month. It's less than 4 weeks away now. I can't believe it snuck up on us so quickly." Maddux turned back toward the exit. "I'll have to take a rain check." "I'm going to have to tell Polson that I told you about the meeting," Brumbaugh said. "He won't be happy." Maddux kept walking and threw his hands in the air. He's never happy about anything. Maddux turned the corner and froze.
"Who's never happy about anything?"
the man asked. It was Lyle Polson, the head of New York's marketing office. Maddux glanced around, searching for a way out of the situation. He saw one of the clerks from the basement pushing along a cart loaded down with letters. "The head of the mailroom," Maddux said. "He's always griping about the way I address my internal envelopes. Really, it's ridiculous."
"Is this something I need to speak with him about?" Polson asked. "Because if it is, I'm not afraid to descend to the underworld and have a little heart-to-heart meeting with Mr. Ashton."
Maddux held up both hands in a gesture of surrender. "No, sir, that's not necessary. I'm sure we can work this out another way without getting you involved."
"Good,"
Polson said as he glanced at his watch.
"I'll see you in the conference room in 2 minutes for our pavilion meeting."
Maddux nodded and shuffled toward the restroom a few feet away. He went about his business and emerged a half-minute later, irked that Brumbaugh had held up the getaway attempt. Maddux was convinced he could have made it to the stairwell before Polson noticed, and Maddux wouldn't have objected to asking for forgiveness later. However, it'd be a black mark against Maddux for sure if he skipped out on the meeting after bumping into Polson. Based on Polson's comment, even Maddux couldn't deny that his boss fully expected his marketing protege to attend the impromptu gathering. Maddux grabbed a pencil and his notebook off his desk before trudging into the conference room. Every seat was filled except for the one next to Brumbaugh. "Right here, Ed," Brumbaugh said as he pounded the chair to his left. "I saved you the best seat in the house." Maddux sat and slung his notebook onto the table. "Are you really going to treat Polson's conference room table like that?" Brumbaugh asked. "That's fine mahogany wood right there. Your notebook could scratch it up." "It's made out of paper," Maddux said, the level of exasperation rising in his voice with each word. "Still, that's no way to act in a professional environment. I'm sensing that you don't want to be here. I'm very intuitive that way. I can tell when people are—" "If you were that intuitive, Elliot, you would have shut your mouth 5 minutes ago," Maddux said in a hushed tone. "So touchy," Brumbaugh snapped. "I swear everyone in this office is acting like a bunch of women, prancing around on eggshells so we don't hurt someone's feelings." "You do realize that there are women in the room,
right? Brumbaugh shrugged. They're secretaries. They don't count. Maddux cast a sideways glance at Brumbaugh. If Polson wasn't about to walk through that door, I'd send you through that window. And prove my point all over again about how people... If you don't stop talking in 3 seconds, I'm going to call some of my powerful friends and make your life hell. Brumbaugh laughed mockingly. If you think Nick Dunn can do anything to me, you're wrong. I don't live in Queens. I live in Manhattan. I'm not talking about Dunn, Maddux said. Oh, what? You know really powerful people all of a sudden? Who are they? Judges? Some precinct chief? Spooks? Brumbaugh said. Maddux remained quiet as he glared at his co-worker. Your nose just grew about 6 inches, Brumbaugh said as he snickered. I actually watched it grow as those words came out of your mouth. Don't make me punch you in front of the entire staff, Maddux said, because I will do it if you continue talking. Brumbaugh opened his mouth to say something else, but stopped short when Polson strode through the doors. He wasted no time in getting to the point of the meeting.
Thank you all for joining me on such short notice today,
Polson said as he sunk into his chair at the head of the table.
The reason for this meeting is simple. We need a new slogan for our pavilion next month when the World's Fair opens. The Futurama 2 is undergoing its final tweaks and tune-ups, but I want some fresh ideas here, today.
What's the matter? HQ didn't like the original one we came up with? One of the men asked. Polson nodded.
Yes, the motto, moving at the speed of life, rankled some of the brass. God knows why, but as you know, that's how it goes sometimes. So they sent us back to the drawing board. The problem is, we need something pronto, and it's got to be good.
What about the ride of a lifetime?
One of the marketing managers suggested.
It's not bad, but it's kind of plain and safe, Polson said, although maybe that's what we need at this point.
Maddux glanced at his watch. He had no idea the meeting was a brainstorming session. Throughout GM, Polson's idea meetings were legendary when it came to how long he would lock up his employees in a room until they came up with something he deemed suitable. With the end nowhere in sight, Maddux resigned himself to the fact that he'd never make the meeting with Pritchett. Maddux would have to wait longer to hear the results of the latest surveillance recordings of Dunn.
What about you, Ed?
Polson asked, singling Maddux out.
We haven't heard from you yet. Do you have any grand ideas for us?
Maddux stroked his chin and pretended to look pensively out of the window. He hoped no one would notice the sweat beading up on his brow. I've never been to a World's Fair, Maddux began. But from what I understand, it's all about showing expo attendees how your company imagines the future. Am I right in my assumption there? Maddux watched as heads around the table bobbed up and down. Polson crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair.
Go on,
he said. I know we have a host of changes scheduled to be made to several of our top-selling cars, so why don't we go for something simple and direct?
Such as?
Polson asked, with the wave of his hand.
Drum roll, please.
I have seen the future, Maddux boldly declared. Brumbaugh erupted with a laugh that was part guffaw, part cackle. No matter its origins, it sounded funny when it came out of his mouth. I have seen the future? Brumbaugh said. That's about the stupidest idea I think I've ever heard. Polson pointed at Maddux.
I love it. Make it happen.
Maddux stared at Brumbaugh, who'd been shamed into silence. You seriously might want to consider engaging in the long-lost art of thinking before you speak, Maddux said. Or, better yet, don't say anything at all. Ever. Maddux followed the line of marketing personnel out of the conference room. He scrawled out the slogan that took him all of 3 seconds to come up with. The idea came to him so suddenly that Maddux wondered if it could be considered cheating. However, as any good marketing exec knows, the idea could be the greatest one yet, but it's the application of the idea that makes the difference. With a strong spell over Polson, Maddux felt like he could have suggested a slogan like, "Our cars are crap, but drive them anyway," and Polson would have praised it. Being the teacher's pet was never Maddox's intention, but it served him well on certain occasions, and Maddux couldn't deny that this was one of those times. Hustling to his meeting with Pritchett, Maddux was accosted one final time by Brumbaugh in the hallway. "Your idea is still stupid," Brumbaugh said. "You're aware that we're going to be mocked roundly by the Times, aren't you? Do you even care?" Maddux kept his gaze ahead, lost in thought about just where Dunn could have gone wrong in his love for his country. The Russians? Checking the time, Maddux waited patiently as the dial turned slowly back toward his floor, the 14th. Meanwhile, Brumbaugh hadn't stopped chirping about the meeting, a fact Maddux barely noticed until Brumbaugh raised his voice. "Are you even listening to me?" Brumbaugh asked. "No." A ding signaled the elevator had arrived, and the doors slid open. Maddux stepped inside and looked down at his feet, rocking back and forth as he waited for the doors to close. "You can ignore me all you want, Ed, but one day you're gonna wake up and—" The rest of Brumbaugh's rant wasn't audible as the elevator descended to ground level. Upon reaching the bottom, Maddux hustled into the street and checked his watch. He was officially late for his meeting with Pritchett, who didn't strike Maddux as the kind of man to offer much grace when it came to tardiness. Weaving through the usual pedestrian traffic, Maddux arrived in the park and spotted Pritchett, already seated. Maddux walked briskly to his CIA handler and took a seat on the bench, facing in the opposite direction of Pritchett. "I thought I told you to bring a newspaper," Pritchett said, sliding a section of the Times to Maddux. "I'm lucky to be here at all, given that my boss called an emergency meeting as I was just about to head over here," Maddux said as he whipped the paper out and pretended to read. "You were also late." "Again. Never mind," Pritchett said. "We have more important matters to discuss, such as your friend, Nicholas Dunn." "So, the watch worked?" "Like a charm. Rose is truly a genius." "What's the urgency about, then? What's being planned?" "We don't have all the details yet, but we did learn from some of Dunn's conversations with Romanoff that they are planning something for the World's Fair in a couple of weeks." "The World's Fair? That's crazy. How serious of an attack?" "We're still trying to gather some more intelligence in that regard, but my gut tells me this isn't going to be the kind of attack that kills a couple of people. They're out for blood." Maddux shook his head. "Even Dunn? I just never thought." "I know I'm full of lessons for you from my time with the agency, but people never cease to amaze me. I don't know if anything could shock me at this point. Even if I knew Nicholas Dunn and believed he was a red, white, and blue flag-waving patriot, as you claim he is." "Do you think he's being coerced? Maybe if I spoke with him and—" "No, absolutely not. That is out of the question. If he gets even a whiff that we're on to him, we're going to lose any connection we have to Romanoff. It's imperative we have a way of listening in on the KGB operatives' planning sessions with Dunn." "But so far they haven't discussed what they will do?" "There haven't been any specifics. That's why we need you to stay as close as you can to Dunn during this time. If he does happen to open up to you, fine, but don't try to initiate anything. In the meantime, keep playing poker with him and going out to dinner on occasion. He's vital to our operation if we're going to stop Romanoff and whatever it is the Russians have in store for us." "I'll make every effort to stay tethered to Dunn," Maddux said. "He seems to be enjoying our rekindled friendship." "Good. The agency appreciates your vigilance in this matter. Also, speaking of the agency, I just received some good news regarding your security clearance." "Am I free to hear all the secrets of the free world now?" Pritchett forced a laugh.
"Hardly. But I can talk to you without any reservations as it pertains to this case. Perhaps it isn't the green light you were hoping for, but it's all I need to discuss with you, anyway."
Fair enough, Maddux said as he stood. I'll let you know how things go with Dunn. Don't worry, Pritchett said. We'll be listening. Oh, and one more thing, Ed.
What's that?
Rose might be paying you a visit again soon. Just a little heads up.
Chapter 9. The next evening, Maddux had just finished drying off after a shower when he noticed the outline of a person standing behind him in the partially fogged mirror. He wrapped his towel around his waist and spun around to find Rose standing in front of him.
"Geez, Rose," Maddux said. "Is it really necessary to sneak up on me like you do?"
She gave him a coy smile.
"It's good practice for me."
"You work for TSD. You're not in the field."
She shrugged. "You never know. Last year we had a team of 3 audio techs released from a Cuban prison. They got caught on a routine assignment and spent 3 years locked up. That's something I prefer to avoid, and honing my abilities whenever I get the opportunity increases the likelihood that I can escape a situation like that, if necessary."
"Can't you practice it other ways, like, say, picking a lock?" Maddux asked. "Do you really need to surprise me when I get out of the shower?"
"If you want to be a spy, you need to be ready for any and everything."
"Who said anything about me wanting to be a spy?" She laughed.
"Huh. Oh, Ed, don't act so surprised that someone uncovered your deepest wish. It's written all over your face. However, I must warn you that working for the agency isn't nearly as glamorous as an Ian Fleming novel."
"Thanks for the warning," Maddux said. "Now, will you please excuse yourself so I can get dressed? I'll meet you in the living room in 5 minutes."
Maddux followed her to the door and locked it once she exited. He hurriedly got dressed and made sure to splash on some Eau Sauvage cologne. He tried to focus, but was distracted by the thought about Rose's outing his burgeoning desire to be a real spy. Is it really that obvious? Maddux hoped no one else could tell that his satisfaction with his job had suddenly waned, something he never expected to happen. But wane it did, and all Maddux could think about since was what it would be like to use his people skills to gather intelligence and stop disastrous threats to the American people and their freedoms. It was a far more worthy occupation in comparison to coming up with catchy phrases and compelling imagery to make Americans buy cars. Once he finished tying his shoes, he strode into the living room where Rose was waiting for him.
"You clean up quite nicely," she said with a wink.
"And usually it's something I do in private," Maddux said as he sat on the couch opposite Rose.
"I apologize for the intrusion," she said. "I'm sure I can find other ways to improve my espionage skills that don't include me stealing into your bathroom while you're taking a shower."
"Apology accepted," Maddux said. "Now, what is it you want to show me?"
"This,"
she said, holding out her hand. In it was a small button. "A button? Interesting. What does it do? Explode? Emit smoke? Poison my enemies?"
"Let's not get carried away," she said. "It's just a camera."
She moved across the room and sat on the couch next to Maddux.
"Once you attach it to your blazer, you can use it to snap pictures. Just give it a little squeeze with your fingers, like so, and voila, you've taken a photograph."
Maddux watched slack-jawed as she demonstrated how the device worked. "That's incredible," he said. "What do you want me to get pictures of?"
"You're going to a party on Thursday at Dunn's penthouse suite, are you not?"
Maddux nodded.
"We want pictures of everyone there," she said. "Perhaps there's someone else connected to him that we're missing who could also be a part of this plot at the World's Fair."
"I think I can handle that," he said. "But there's just one problem. I don't sew. Do you think you can do this for me?" She broke into a hearty laugh.
"What's so funny, Rose?" "Oh, Ed, you've got so much to learn about me. I don't cook, clean, or sew, but I do make tiny cameras and infuse watches with listening devices. You're going to have to find someone else to handle your domestic chores."
"But how am I supposed to get this button on my jacket?" Ever heard of a tailor? I'll give you the name of mine if you're interested." Maddux sighed. "I wasn't implying anything. I just—" She waved him off. "Don't worry, I'm not offended. Simply amused. I've never fit into the box every man has wanted to cram me in." "Fine. I'll contact my tailor and get him to do this for me as soon as possible." "Excellent," she said. "My work here is done, and I can return to the office where I can go back to making tiny cameras instead of casseroles." "There's nothing wrong with making casseroles, you know. A lot of men like them." "The men I work with prefer gadgets over gourmet, yourself included, Mr. Spyman." "I'm not, But you want to be. Make no mistake about it. You want to be a spy in the worst way possible." "Do I look that desperate?" She shook her head. "No, but you should really change that cologne. It's hard for me to think about anything else. Gotta run. Happy picture taking." Rose didn't wait for Maddux to open the door for her. She turned the deadbolt and slipped into the hallway before he could even say goodbye. Maddux rushed over and peered down the corridor, first left and then right. He was so focused on watching Rose leave that he didn't see Carolyn Wallace, his attractive single neighbor across the hall, staring at him. "Finally getting back into the world of dating, are we?" Carolyn asked. "No, just a work acquaintance." She leaned against the wall and gave him a sultry look. "Do they always leave in such a hurry?" Maddux rolled his eyes. "Sorry, Carolyn. I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got work to do." "It's 8:30. You know what they say. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." "That's not what they say about Ed, though," he said with a wink, before ending the conversation by retreating back to his apartment. He stared down at the button in his hand. For a fleeting moment he contemplated asking Carolyn to sew the button onto his jacket for him, but he thought better of it. Requesting any favor from her would result in having to engage in a conversation with her, something Maddux loathed. She was the rich divorcee who was never lacking for male suitors, though Maddux deduced that her intentions were never about finding another husband, given the fact that he never saw the same man more than once. Slipping the button into his pocket, Maddux made a note to deliver the button to the tailor before work in the morning. When Maddux was at Columbia, Dunn was known for having elaborate dinner parties on occasion. The students deemed most important, football players, concert pianists, debate team captain, student council members, and the entire crew team would all attend. Even then, those around Dunn could see he was on a collision course with politics. A person that gregarious, with such a wide swath of powerful friends, would undoubtedly run for office, or so went the prevailing thought. Though disappointed that Dunn's desire to change the future for the better had led him to veer off such a path, Maddux still enjoyed watching Dunn work a room. And when Maddux stepped into Dunn's penthouse that evening, the former Columbia crew captain was in his element. He dished out testosterone-laden handshakes and delicate kisses to feminine cheeks. Though he wasn't the richest person in attendance, Dunn easily wielded the most power, yet never made a show of it. Maddux stood nearby and watched Dunn in action close up. "Barbara," Dunn said, greeting her as he did all his lady guests. "So good to see you here. I hope Paul is off getting you a drink. A beautiful woman like yourself should never be at a function like this alone." She laughed politely and blushed. "And what about you, Nick? Shouldn't you have a woman on your arm, too?" "Women are to be cherished, not worn like an adornment," Dunn said. "I'm sure you will agree." She nodded. Maddux stepped forward, injecting himself into the small talk. "Don't let this act fool you," he said, looking at Barbara. "Nick's only telling you this because you're married." "And happily so," said her husband, Paul, who walked up and handed her a drink. "I wouldn't want anyone else to get the wrong impression." Paul gave a slight tug on her arm and pulled her away. "If you'll excuse us," he said, "we'll let you see to your other guests." Dunn sighed. "She's miserable with him." "What does her husband do?" He's the CEO for Goldman Sachs.
And she's miserable? Money doesn't solve everything, Ed, he said. You're old enough to know that by now.
Sure, but the kind of money he makes could buy a small private island to escape an insufferable husband. Dunn raised his martini glass and pointed it at Maddux.
You make a very good point, my friend. Now get yourself a drink and let's go meet some other VIPs.
Maddux took Dunn's suggestion and picked up a glass of scotch from one of the servers, flitting through the mingling crowd. If Dunn didn't introduce people to Maddux directly, Dunn would point them out and share a one-sentence bio sketch. The head of New York General Hospital, a UN ambassador, the publisher of Doubleday, a U.S. congressman from Queens, the provost of NYU, the head of the chemistry department at Princeton. The impressive list of attendees never seemed to stop. However, Maddux noted there was one man whom Dunn seemed to gloss over several times as he shook hands or identified certain guests. It happened enough that Maddux realized Dunn's oversight was intentional.
"What about that man over there?" Maddux finally asked, forcing the issue as he nodded in the direction of the mystery guest.
Dunn cocked his head to one side and stared pensively at him for a moment.
"I should know who he is, but his name has slipped my mind," Dunn explained. "However, I'm fairly certain he works at the UN in some capacity."
"He looks like he's Russian," Maddux said.
"There's nothing wrong with that. The Red Scare ended several years ago. Just because someone is from Russia doesn't mean we have to be afraid of them."
"Who said anything about being afraid of anybody? I was just wondering about your connection. He seemed out of place in this particular gathering. That's all."
"When I think of his name, I'll tell you," Dunn said, his tone sharpening. "Besides, I think you need another drink."
Dunn flagged a nearby waiter and from his tray snatched a glass of scotch for Maddux.
"Here, drink," Dunn said. "You're far more fun at parties when you're telling war stories or talking about our escapades on the crew team."
"I don't have any stories about crew that are very flattering about you," Maddux said, in an effort to lighten the tension. His approach worked. Dunn chuckled.
"Good point. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to speak with some other guests who just arrived."
"By all means," Maddux said, gesturing for Dunn to leave. Maddux appreciated the break. He needed to use his new camera. Casually walking toward the Russian, Maddux nonchalantly fiddled with his button and squeezed off a couple pictures of the man. Maddux made another sweep of the room and photographed several people he found of interest. He wouldn't have thought much about the Princeton chemistry department chairman, but when Maddux saw the man speaking with the Russian, that interaction intrigued Maddux. There was also a Turkish man who focused on imports. While Maddux had never heard of the man, Dunn's brief description made the importer sound as if he held all the power at the docks. If he wanted something in the country, he could make it happen. No questions asked. It was a strange thing for Dunn to note, but Maddux was trying hard to drink in everything he could about the guests in an effort to give the agency potential leads to follow up on.
Perhaps I'm reading too much into it.
Maddux couldn't help but second-guess his premonitions about his friend. He was lost in his thought when Dunn stumbled into him, nearly knocking Maddux down.
"Ed, I want you to meet a good friend of mine. Alistair Beckman," Dunn said. "He's a god among the British when it comes to making films, and he knows James Bond. Well, not the real James Bond, but the actor who played him in Dr. No."
"You know Sean Connery?" Maddux asked.
Beckman nodded.
"I knew him from his theater days. He's a rather pleasant chap."
"If you'll excuse me," Dunn said.
Maddux and Beckman turned and watched Dunn stagger off across the room.
"I'd love to hear more, but I need to visit the restroom," Maddux explained.
"I understand," Beckman said.
Maddux located Dunn and watched him stumble his way toward the corner where he spoke with both the Turkish man and the Russian together. Squeezing off a few more photos, Maddux moved past them and found the bathroom. After finishing his business, Maddux returned to the party and found Dunn.
"I don't want to interrupt, but I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye," Maddux said.
I had a lovely time, but I've got to get to work early in the morning." Dunn shook Maddox's hand. "It's so good having you around again. I'll call you." Maddux ducked out of the party and took the elevator down to the street level. He'd taken the train to the party, partially out of his disdain for the parking situation near Dunn's residence, partially out of caution in case he found himself tempted to drink more than he should. But Maddux had wised up regarding his liquor. Too much would make him an ineffective spy, no matter how the pulp spy heroes seemed to ignore such fast rules when it came to alcohol. Maddux watched what he drank and spread it out over the course of the evening, avoiding a situation where he needed all his wits and could only find half of them. Maddux pressed the button at the crosswalk and waited. The street was still moderately busy with traffic, even as late as it was on a weekday night. During the party, a shower had soaked the city, creating shallow pools of standing water on the road. Maddux stared at the reflection of a red light, shimmering as the water rippled with the breeze of a passing car. Once the crosswalk light change permitted him to cross, Maddux strode across, still deep in thought. Yet when he turned down one narrow alleyway, his mind snapped back to the present at the sound of a quickening pace of footsteps behind him. Maddux glanced over his shoulder and saw the outline of two men racing toward him in the shadows. He couldn't tell what their intention was, though he wasn't interested in stopping to ask. Turning down another alleyway, Maddux noticed the walled-in area about 100 yards away. If he continued, he'd back himself into a corner without any escape route. Cutting sharply back toward the road where he came from, Maddux raced down another alleyway. However, his slight detour cost him just enough time that one of the pursuers caught up. The man lunged for Maddux, tackling him from behind and clinging to his back until they staggered to the ground. Initially, Maddux believed he was about to be the victim of a violent robbery, a mugging tandem that was terrorizing the streets. The man ripped a knife out of a holster attached to the back of his belt and put the blade to Maddox's chest. Maddux struggled to get free, squirming and kicking relentlessly. The attacker looming over Maddux didn't seem fazed by the resistance. "What do you want?" Maddux demanded. The man didn't answer. Maddux delivered a powerful punch to the man's throat, causing him to clutch it with both hands. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Maddux leapt to his feet and started to run. However, he failed to see the obstacle standing in his path in time, the first attacker's other partner. With only a split second to decide what to do, Maddux opted for a surprise approach. Instead of juking by the man, Maddux put his head down at the last second and drove the man backward and into the ground. However, the man rolled over, pulling Maddux beneath him. But instead of beating Maddux, the man pulled out his knife and swiped at the buttons on Maddox's jacket. One by one, Maddox's buttons fell to the ground, as the second attacker seemed content to remain in that position. Maddux realized he'd been made, but figured he could still escape, and maybe even escape with the camera button still intact. But before Maddux could get away, the assailant's knife slipped between his shirt and the camera button. A short slice, and Maddox's prized gadget was bouncing in the street. The attacker lunged for it, but Maddux was ready, delivering a devastating kick to the man's head, who rolled over to one side, unconscious. Maddux knelt to collect the camera button along with the others that had been ripped from his shirt.
"No, you don't,"
said a man with a thick Russian accent. Maddux looked up in time to see the first man he'd handled in the street revived and ready to fight. He swiped his knife at Maddux several times in an effort to get him to back away. When the man couldn't see any buttons, he glared at Maddux.
"Where is it?"
he asked.
"Where's the button?"
"I don't know what you're talking about," Maddux said, hoping he could sell his ignorant act.
"Where is the button?"
Maddux shrugged and turned to run, but a strong arm grabbed his shirt and tugged hard, sending him sprawling back to the ground. The attacker knelt down to collect the buttons that had fallen out of Maddox's hand. He wondered if his opportunity to regain his prized possessions was about to vanish for good. Staggering to his feet, Maddux rushed toward the man and then put the full force of his knee into the side of the man's head, catching him off guard. The man teetered over as the buttons scattered over the pavement.
Wasting no more time, Maddux reached down and started gathering the buttons until he heard a car roaring toward him down the alleyway. Maddux reached for one final button, the camera button. Just as he reached it, the rain that had soaked everything made the outer edge slick, and it flew out of his hand. The button bounced a few times before slipping between the bars on the storm drain and joining the rush of water. The camera was gone. The pain of watching it disappear was as intense as the aches he felt in his body. But the car, still driving hard toward Maddux, wasn't. He leapt to his feet and raced down the alleyway. The whine of the engine intensified the closer it got. Maddux decided to stay as close to the wall as possible in an effort to discourage the car from hitting him. But the driver didn't seem interested in playing it safe. Though it was still 20 yards behind, Maddux realized he was running out of time. He needed a way to get out, and fast. With another alleyway approaching, Maddux did the only thing he could do: dive. The car roared past and didn't slow down. Maddux was certain whoever was driving saw him, though he had no idea why they'd ended their pursuit. Maddux kicked at some loose gravel on the ground, irritated that he'd lost Rose's latest tech, along with all the pictures he took. He wound through the alleyway and back to the main road. Not everything was lost, though Maddux was left to stumble home, wondering if it was worth the price he was likely to pay. Chapter 10. Maddux finished his early meeting with several team members of the General Motors display plan for the World's Fair Pavilion and decided he needed a cigarette and a conversation with Pritchett. As Maddux sat at his desk, he stared at Pritchett's business card and contemplated calling him. While Maddux figured it didn't matter, since the CIA was apparently monitoring him all the time anyway, he decided to take the courteous approach. "We need to talk," Maddux said, once Pritchett picked up. "Did you take any photos last night?" "That's what we need to talk about." "Fine. I'll meet you in the park in our usual spot in half an hour." Stopping by Polson's office on the way out, Maddux asked if he could take a little longer break than usual. "I need to clear my head," Maddux said.
"Stress getting to you?" Polson asked. "I know we've put a lot on your plate with the World's Fair approaching so quickly."
"Yeah, I just need to think."
"Take all the time you need," Polson said. "Just make sure you're back for our 2 o'clock meeting."
Maddux nodded. "Thanks. I'll see you then." He took the elevator down to the ground floor and wasted little time in igniting a lucky strike the moment he stepped onto the sidewalk. Maddux took a long drag and then blew a white plume upward out of the side of his mouth. Looking at the blue sky, he smiled, a tinge of hope creeping back into his mind. Not that his experiment with the CIA was for naught. If anything, the experience helped Maddux refocus and understand that Rose was wrong. He didn't really want to be a spy. James Bond? Yes, but James Bond wasn't real. Just some fantasized caricature of what a real secret agent does. Swilling martinis, betting women, and avoiding the terrible shots from droves of bad guys all sounded like the dream job of every man he knew. But reality was a distant cry from the silver screen portrayal of the spy life. Maddux strolled to the park, unsure what to make of his emotions. He enjoyed assisting the CIA, but he doubted it would last after he explained what happened. While the agency might be content to move on and build on the intelligence he provided, Maddux wondered if begging and pleading to stay on would work. After all, he'd served without receiving a single dime. It never was about the money for Maddux, though some compensation would have been appreciated, especially after what happened the previous night. But Maddux made the choice to help the agency, his curiosity piqued by a single conversation he witnessed Dunn having with a Russian man. No one forced Maddux to agree to help the agency. He stopped at the newsstand on the corner of the park and purchased a late morning edition of the Times. He didn't want to look like a fool, according to Pritchett, and talk aloud to himself. Maddux arrived 5 minutes early and began reading the business section. New mergers and acquisitions were in the works among some of GM's competitors. Others were closing their doors for good. In the past, Maddux would have felt sadness about that, but not today. He only felt nervous anticipation about speaking with Pritchett. Would this be the end of Maddox's tenure as a spy? Maddux flipped to the sports section and read about how spring training was winding down and what the Yankees' chances were of winning another World Series title. As almost always, the odds were good. "When did you become such a big baseball fan?" Pritchett asked, from the bench behind Maddux. "I never had any intelligence that suggested you liked sports." "I haven't watched it since my father vanished," Maddux said. "I still follow it here and there, but I've moved on now." "Speaking of moving on, were you able to get those photos for us?" "Yes and no." "Please explain." Maddux sighed. "I took the pictures, plenty of pictures. There were numerous VIPs on hand from every sector you could imagine. Medical, business, government, transportation, academia. The list would stretch on and on. There was even a Russian man and a Turkish shipping magnate." "Did you get their names?" "All except the last two," Maddux said. No matter how much alcohol Dunn was plied with, he continued to act as if he didn't remember who they were. But I caught him, huddled with those two and one other man, discussing God knows what, though you probably have a transcript of the recording. "The watch stopped working last night, so we're relying on you." "Did you say the watch stopped working?" "Happened at some point yesterday afternoon," Pritchett said. "He was about to meet with Grigory Romanov, and then, poof, nothing. We've been unable to reconnect and pick up the transmission ever since." "Was it something I did?" Maddux asked. "Doubtful. Either the wiring was faulty in the device, or Romanov tipped Dunn off somehow about the watch itself. Either way, it's gone." Maddux nodded. "Okay, but I'm assuming you collected enough information already." "Not by a long shot," Pritchett said. "We were hoping you had some good news for us regarding the photos, so we could identify the bastards and take them down." "I wish I had better news, but I don't. Last night, as I was exiting the party, two men jumped me. At first, I thought I was just the victim of a routine robbery. That is, until one of the men leapt on top of me and started to cut the buttons off my jacket." "You're lucky to be alive if that's the case. If that were me, I would have killed you first." "That's reassuring." "It's just good spycraft." "Well, they didn't get away with anything," Maddux said. "Oh?" "Yes. I took both of the men out. I'm quite certain I broke the nose of one assailant." "And the button camera?" "Kicked down a storm drain as a car came racing toward me in an alley. I tried, believe me, but once I peered down the drain and saw the water roaring through it, I knew all was lost." "It's part of the job," Pritchett said. "We'll try again at his next function." "So you still want me on this investigation?" Maddux asked, unsure of what he was hearing. Pritchett nodded. "Rookies make mistakes, but we were all rookies once. Granted, all the rookies I knew before you had more training, but you're holding your own. Keep it up. We'll talk tomorrow." Chapter 11. Maddux crammed his briefcase full of files and prepared to trudge home just after 7 p.m. Throwing himself back into his work was all he knew how to do after getting tangled up with the CIA. He locked his drawer when a loose slip of paper caught his eye. Maddux read closely the message from the switchboard. "Councilman Dunn called. Wants you to call him back. Says it's urgent." Maddux tossed the note in the trash. He'd call Dunn in the morning, despite a strong desire to create distance between them. While still looking up to his former teammate, Maddux was disappointed. There were many unanswered questions, the nagging kind that kept him from passing judgment. Maybe Dunn is being coerced, blackmailed. Maybe the people claiming to be from the CIA really aren't. Maddux could have mulled over dozens of possibilities for why Dunn was behaving the way he was and keeping the company that he kept. But at the end of the day, Maddux was still left in the dark, which at times felt far more comfortable than staring at the revelations cast by a subjective spotlight. Maddux loathed being at the mercy of an organization whose agenda remained shrouded behind claims of security clearance. If there was a sinister plot, and they truly needed his help, Maddux felt Pritchett and company should reveal the entire story, instead of feeding it piecemeal to its supposed vital civilian asset. On the walk home, Maddox's thoughts bounced between his narrow escape from the car that sped toward him in the alley the night before and his company's plans for the GM Pavilion, opening less than 2 weeks away. Maddux arrived home and immediately searched the fridge for something to eat. When he realized it was virtually bare, he checked his cupboards and found them also empty. He'd been so busy between work and his exploits with Dunn for the CIA that Maddux hadn't taken his weekly trip to the grocery store. He sighed as he collected his hat and headed downstairs to his favorite diner. It served the kind of comfort food he craved, the kind he needed in the moment. A country fried steak, some fries, a cup of coffee, and several Lucky Strikes was the recipe for relaxing, if only for a few minutes. A copper bell clanked against the door as Maddux entered Freddy's diner. He shuffled toward the back of the restaurant where his favorite booth was free, though they were all free. The only other patrons eating at this time of night sat at the counter, separated by an empty seat between them. Freddy worked over a piece of gum, sauntered up to Maddox's table. Wearing a white apron stained with grease, Freddy held a small pad in one hand and a pen in the other.
"So, hotshot, where you been?"
Freddy asked. Maddux forced a smile. "Eating at a bunch of fancy restaurants."
"So you came back to get some real food, I see,"
Freddy said with a grin.
"Without a doubt. You having the usual?"
Maddux nodded as he twirled a pack of cigarettes in his hand.
"Get it here as quick as possible, Freddy." "You got it,"
Freddy said as he dug into his apron pocket and pulled out a small tin ashtray. He slid it across the table toward Maddux before retreating to the kitchen. Maddux looked at the booth next to his and spotted a disheveled copy of the Times, the table still covered with plates loaded with half-eaten meals. He picked up the paper and leafed through it. Several articles discussed Flushing's angst over the opening of the World's Fair. The pressing question that everyone wanted answered was whether or not all the exhibits would be ready in time for opening day. Maddux flipped the pages and studied a full-page ad from Ford advertising their new 1965 Mustang. Even though they were the competition, Maddux couldn't help but admire the smooth lines and contours on one of the country's most popular sports cars. Still doesn't beat the new Corvettes, though. While they were still a few years from hitting the market, Maddux had seen the prototypes of GM's new sports car. With the smooth body lines and juiced-up engines, the Corvette was the first car his company manufactured that made him excited about driving a GM automobile. After reading the latest market reports, Maddux closed the paper just in time to see Freddy heading straight for the table with a piping hot plate piled high with Maddox's favorite comfort food. Freddy slid the plate in front of Maddux and then placed a cup of coffee and water next to it.
"Anything else I can get you?" Freddy asked.
"Looks beautiful, Freddy. You're a godsend."
"Hey, that's what all the ladies say to me,"
Freddy said as he continued to chomp on his piece of gum. Maddux laughed and gave a thumbs-up sign before digging into the food. He wasted little time in polishing off the plate before leaning back in the booth and exhaling. He drained the last drop of coffee and placed his cup on the table. Freddy walked up and retrieved the dirty plate.
"You want some more coffee?"
he asked.
"Sure. Hit me up for another one." "You got it, Chief,"
Freddy said before refilling Maddox's cup. Maddux looked at the table in front of him, virtually clean. The table looked how he felt. Fresh blank slate. His future was his own again, not something to be hijacked by a government agency that couldn't get creative enough to cozy up next to Dunn. The feeling lasted less than a minute, interrupted when a stranger eased into the booth across from Maddux. Maddux furrowed his brow as he studied the bold man. The man sported a full, solid gray beard and wore a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles. His hands, weathered and cracked, were clasped together on the table. While not terribly overweight, the man's belly bulged forward and grazed the edge of the table, despite him not sitting all the way forward in the booth. The one peculiar thing Maddux noticed about the man was a ring adorned with some sort of foreign inscription. "May I help you?" Maddux asked. The man shrugged.
"I was hoping you could help me," he said in a thick, clipped accent.
Maddux wanted to place it in Russia, but it could have been an Eastern European country too. He'd dealt enough with General Motors affiliates in Europe to be able to discern the distinctive regional accents when it came to English as an alternative language. "Are you hungry?" Maddux asked. "I could buy you a meal." The man patted his stomach and laughed.
"That's not the kind of help I'm requesting. I think it's pretty evident I don't miss many meals."
"I'm not sure I'll be able to help you much then. I was just about to leave." The smile disappeared from the man's face as he leaned forward, hunched over.
"You're going to want to hear this, Mr. Maddux."
Maddux cocked his head to one side. "How do you know my name?"
"That's not important right now," the man said. "I'd much rather talk about a topic I think you'd be very interested in discussing."
"I'm not sure you know me well enough to know what I would or would not be interested in talking about." The man shook his head, almost imperceptibly.
"What man doesn't like to talk about his father?"
Maddux eyed the man cautiously. "Who are you?"
"I'm a businessman, Mr. Maddux, and I'm interested in making a deal. You do something for me, I do something for you."
The old man reached into his coat pocket and produced a picture. He slid it across the table to Maddux. Maddux went slack-jawed as he studied the details of the image.
"Now, if you look closely, you'll see the newspaper there is dated yesterday."
"This is impossible," Maddux said, still combing over the photograph with his eyes. "My father has been dead for years." The old man held up a finger.
"Whoever told you that was lying. Your father has been missing for years, but he's certainly not dead. He's very much alive."
Maddux narrowed his eyes. "Tell me where he is." The man wagged his finger at Maddux.
"I'd be delighted to, but first you must agree to the terms of my deal."
"I'm listening."
"All I need you to do is occasionally pass along some misinformation to the CIA. Nothing they would even really notice, but just enough to misdirect them for a minute or two," the man said.
Maddux took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "If my father is truly alive, I'm certain he wouldn't want me to find him this way. Sacrificing my country just to see him again? I'm not sure that's the kind of action that would make him proud. If there's one thing my father instilled in me before he went missing, was the importance of patriotism."
"Ha!" the man groaned. "You Americans and your foolish ideology. It's why nothing ever gets done in this country. Everyone hides behind the cloak of patriotism, shrouding yourself in your flag. You feel proud of yourselves and pat yourselves on the back. Meanwhile, your country is being neutered by those who prey upon your blind loyalty."
"Is that how you see things from behind the Iron Curtain?" Maddux asked.
"The Iron Curtain isn't real, just a figment of the West's imagination. However, I won't try to convince you any longer. It's clear you are brainwashed like all the others. But the offer still stands. You agree to provide some misinformation? I will tell you where your father is. Think about it."
Maddux looked at the picture of his father. It was definitely him. Those same eyes, though with more pronounced crow's feet. The hair was still brown, though thinner and seasoned with wisps of gray. But the smile was gone.
What are they doing to you?
I'd like to keep this, Maddux said. The old man shook his head.
Not possible. I must have the photograph back. Perhaps I can get you a new one if you decide to help me.
Maddux slid the image back to the man. I'll think about it.
I will expect an answer by tomorrow.
The man eased his way down the bench. I didn't catch your name, Maddux said.
My name is Yuri, and I will see you soon, Mr. Maddux.
Maddux watched the man exit the restaurant before slumping back against the bench.
Trouble in River City, Ed?
Freddie asked as he approached the table and vigorously wiped it down.
More than you know.
Maddux placed a $5 bill on the table. Keep the change, Freddie.
You're the best. You know that?
Freddie said. Maddux didn't turn around. He threw up his hand in gesture of acknowledgement and continued his walk toward the door. Once outside, he took a deep breath and looked skyward, fighting back tears.
Are you still alive out there somewhere?
Chapter 12. Maddux awoke the next morning, tired and weary, worn out from a restless night that was comprised of more waking minutes than not. He tried to forget everything, clear his mind, and drift off to dreamland where life wasn't so complicated, but the tidal wave of angst washed over him as if he were in the middle of a mental tempest. Was his father alive? Who was the mysterious Russian man? Could his soul survive if he betrayed his country? Would Pritchett oversee an accident for Maddux? They were all legitimate questions, each one worth worrying about in their own right. But combine them at once, and it was all-out assault on his sanity. Shuffling into the bathroom, Maddux leaned over the sink and splashed water in his face. He rose and looked into the mirror. With bloodshot eyes, he concluded that he looked like he'd spent the entire night drinking and smoking, rather than trying to get some sleep. In the end, Maddux wondered if there was any difference. Drinking too much and sober, sleepless nights both translated into hangovers for him, and both left him feeling exhausted and drained. Yet Maddux still didn't have an answer to the question that caused all this turmoil. How far was he willing to go to find out where his father was? He decided his mental capacity wasn't the best to make any such determinations until he'd at least had a cup of coffee or two. He began brewing a pot before stepping into the shower. Maybe the steam will clear my mind. 10 minutes later, he was wide awake, but still clueless as to which direction he should take. Would he remain a true patriot and ignore the Russians' overture, or would he betray the CIA? Once he got dressed, he sat at his kitchen table to drink his coffee, and after one cup, he still had no clarity. This is going to be a long day. He gathered his belongings and exited his apartment, locking the door behind. Deciding to walk to work, he took his mind off his problems by people-watching, one of his favorite pastimes. He and Elizabeth used to entertain themselves for hours in Central Park by watching the endless stream of people parading by their bench. The memory was a fond one for him, one of the few whenever he thought about her. But Maddux detected someone following him, and the sentimental moment vanished. Maddux glanced across the sidewalk and caught the man staring. Though Maddux hadn't received any formal training with the CIA, his instincts were strong. He looked again, and the man was gone. Did I imagine that? Am I just seeing what I want to see? Maddux felt as if he was tightrope walking along the border of sanity and insanity.
Focus, Ed. Think about work.
Immediately he considered how the General Motors Pavilion would look with the new slogan emblazoned on the wall inside. The press would devour it and sing the praises of one of America's best automotive companies. Yet it was a fleeting thought, consumed by the possibility that maybe the World's Fair attack would kill thousands of people, and it had shut down all exhibits for fear of further threats. When Maddux finally arrived at the office, he hung up his coat and dumped his briefcase on his desk.
Rough night?
Brumbaugh said as he poked his head in Maddox's office.
Not now,
Maddux said as he buried his head in his hands.
I've got a killer concoction for hangovers. A few sips and wham! You'll feel like new. Interested?"
Maddux didn't look up. "I'm interested in you getting out of my office before I throw something at you."
Touchy, touchy. Our 9:30 meeting should be fun then.
Maddux slowly looked up and glared at Brumbaugh.
Leave. Now. Aye, aye, Captain,
Brumbaugh said as he gave Maddux a mock salute, then disappeared into the hall. A 9:30 meeting with Brumbaugh? Say it ain't so. Maddux somehow managed to stay awake during the meeting, though his mind was elsewhere. He wanted to simply focus on work. His foray into espionage over the past few weeks had been interesting, but it wasn't paying the bills. Maddux realized there were some truths to the way the movies depicted the life of a spy. There were beautiful women, or in Maddux's case, a beautiful woman. Rose made him consider issuing a hiatus on his current no-dating policy. If he hadn't been working for the agency, he would have never met her. However, the adventure was more fraught with danger than excitement, and winsome wasn't the way he'd describe all the exotic locales he'd frequented. Grungy diners interspersed with penthouse suites full of liquor-swilling men, all desperate to prove they were more manly than the next guy. No, it wasn't the life Maddux wanted, or dreamed of, which consisted of running his own marketing firm while spending his free time captaining a sailboat rather than rowing a scull. He'd always thought that if he was fortunate enough to build a business and then sell it for a handsome sum, he would consider re-entering the dating field again. Maybe get married and have kids if it wasn't too late. But that future wasn't materializing as he'd hoped. Nevertheless, marketing GM cars was a respectable career, and one that didn't exclude him from being a patriot. And if his father was still alive, Maddux considered the idea that he could find out another way without assisting the Russians. That is, if Pritchett was willing to help Maddux. If not, the Russians' help would be the only link he'd have to his father. Maddux determined to wait and see how this meeting with the CIA went that morning, and how forthcoming Pritchett would be. Maddux struggled to believe he was that important to either side's operations, but especially the Russians. He was sure the CIA and the KGB could both manage fine without his help. He glanced at his watch. It was 10:30 a.m., and Pritchett would be in the park awaiting their meeting. Maddux slipped on his coat and hat and strode toward the elevator. His mind was lost on a possible future and a dangerous present. A firm hand to the chest jarred him out of his thoughts. Frank Lintz was looking at Maddux and smiling, pressing a pack of cigarettes into Maddux's chest.
"I'm quitting smoking too," Lintz said. "So I thought you might want my Marlboros, just in case you run into any ladies looking for a smoke today."
Maddux placed his hand on the cigarettes. "Thanks, Frank, but
You don't have to thank me," he said. "I should be the one thanking you. Our talk on the corner inspired me, and since I know you're a strong enough man to walk around with smokes in your pocket without lighting them, I figured I shouldn't waste these things. Call it the curse of being an accountant. But if I'm going to write something off, I want to do it the right way. Got to keep that sheet balanced, you know."
Maddux stuffed the pack into his coat pocket and forced a smile. "If I suddenly start turning into a woman, you'll know why," Maddux said. Maddux's wisecrack earned another smile from Lintz, who headed back down the hallway. A ding alerted Maddux to the arrival of the elevator, and he promptly stepped aboard. He blocked out any last-minute waffling about working with the Russian agent just to find out about his dad. Once the elevator doors opened, he walked into the lobby. Maddux headed outside and maintained his pace, keeping with the flow of the mid-morning sidewalk traffic. He bumped into another pedestrian as he crossed the street, but didn't think much of it. Maddux had learned long ago to leave his wallet in his office to avoid getting his pocket picked. There was no chance the man could have taken anything, except for the pack of cigarettes Lintz gave him. And if the man did take them, Maddux didn't care. He would have preferred to get rid of the cigarettes as soon as possible anyway. though he shared Lintz's sentiments about wasting smokes, even if they were mild as May. Maddux felt his coat pocket from the outside just to make sure. Marlboros are still there. He flipped a dime to the newsstand vendor on the corner and grabbed a copy of the Times. Maddux reached his prescribed spot and took a seat. Opening the paper to the financial section, he perused the stock market prices while awaiting Pritchett. A few more minutes elapsed before Maddux heard someone speak from the bench behind him. While it was a familiar voice, it wasn't Pritchett's.
"Glad you could make it,"
the man said. "Special Agent Dyson. What brings you out today? Is Pritchett under the weather?" Maddux asked.
"He had some other, more pressing matters this morning."
To hear him tell it, the whole world will fall apart if I don't acquiesce and continue helping the agency.
"It's all a matter of perspective, I suppose."
A beat.
"Do you have any more information for us?"
"None to speak of," Maddux said. "However, I am interested if you have any information for me."
"Such as?"
"Like information about my father."
"Your father was a patriotic man, but I'm afraid we don't really have that many files on him," Dyson said. "He worked for another agency."
"Tell me which agency."
"You know which one. The Army Corps of Engineers. It wasn't exactly a secret."
"But you do have files on him?"
"I'm not sure they are the kind I can just pass out to you," Dyson said. "But I'll talk to Pritchett about it when I get back to the office."
"And you swear to me that you don't know where he is?"
"Know where who is?"
"My father." Dyson remained quiet for a few moments.
"I know it must still be tough for you, Ed, but your father is dead."
"That's bullshit, and you know it."
"Take it up with Pritchett. I don't know what else to tell you, except that if you're going to be in this business, you better get used to dealing with facts better than you are."
"I thought to be successful in this business you need more suspicion than trust."
"Two sides of the same coin," Dyson said as he stood up. "Since I'm not getting any intelligence out of you today, how about I at least get a cigarette from you?" Dyson said.
Maddux put his hand in his pocket and froze. He dug a note out that had been placed in the same pocket as his Marlboros. He stared at the words scrawled onto the piece of paper.
"Just a minute,"
Maddux said softly as he read the note again.
Maddux held the cigarette over his shoulder, handing it to Dyson.
Staring down at the piece of paper, now unfolded, Maddux read it again.
"New rules, Mr. Maddux. If you don't help me, I will kill your father. His life is in your hands."
Maddux looked up and scanned the park. His eyes bounced back and forth, searching for something, searching for someone. Then he spotted him, the Russian man from the diner. He gave a mocking salute to Maddux. Blood rushed to his face. He set his paper down and clenched his fists. Behind him he heard the sound of Dyson striking a match.
"You've been a good civilian asset for us," Dyson said. "Tell you what, I'll put in a good word with Pritchett, and if there's anything else for you to learn about your father, I'll make sure you get access to it. Deal?"
"Deal," Maddux said.
"Excellent," Dyson said, pausing for a moment. "The women's cigarettes are still strange to me. Mild as May, indeed."
Under most circumstances, Maddux would have laughed, but he didn't find the conversation amusing, especially when the stakes were as high as his father's life. Help or no help from the CIA, Maddux suddenly had no choice. Chapter 13. For the next week, Maddux stayed busy, preparing for the World's Fair opening. His interaction with Pritchett was limited to one lunchtime escort to the CIA's offices and one park interaction. During the meeting at the CIA, Maddux and Pritchett discussed the two mysterious guests at Dunn's party, who Maddux photographed but failed to return. Rose interrupted the debriefing to encourage Maddux to see her first before engaging two hostiles. She promised to give him some helpful tools and departed with a coy wink. Pritchett invited a sketch artist into the room to get a description of the Russian and the Turk so he could help agents identify them. During an interaction in the park, Maddux learned that the CIA had identified the two men, Turkish shipping magnate Emir Badem and Russian consulate attaché Boris Kovalchuk. Pritchett explained that both men had been on the CIA's watch list since they entered the country, but no red flags had been raised previously by agents monitoring the two men's actions. The biggest relief for Maddux was the fact that he hadn't seen or heard from the Russian since that day in the park with Special Agent Jim Dyson. Maddux knew there would be a request at some point, but he chose not to worry about it, figuring he would deal with it when it became a reality. Outside of those two meetings, Maddux worked long hours with the rest of the marketing team in preparing General Motors' pavilion. With the World's Fair happening in its backyard, the company wanted to make a big splash and draw in a whole new generation of car buyers. And the lineup was enticing, something for long-time car enthusiasts, as well as those just exploring new modern vehicles. A new age in American automotive innovation had begun, and Maddux enjoyed working for one of the companies at the forefront of it all. Perhaps, even more importantly, Maddux's desire to be a spy had vanished, and, with it, his passion for cars had returned with a fury. He even stopped walking to work and decided to drive everywhere, even if it was a hassle, and costly, too, when it came to finding a parking space. Life seemed to be returning to normal. Almost. GM's diorama that was such a success at the 1939 World's Fair had been reprised. Futurama 2 was expected to be a big draw at the fair, and Paulson wanted to make sure his marketing team didn't miss a chance to not only capture the imaginations of potential customers, but also to turn each one of them into a walking advertisement. Handing out mementos at public events had become standard protocol for marketing departments of large corporations. And the upcoming World's Fair was a rare chance to create a global splash, as curious people from all over the planet descended upon the event. Once Maddux saw the diorama up close on a private ride offered to GM employees before the pavilion officially opened, he knew it would live up to the hype already generated by media outlets. Maddux was working at the pavilion when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and was shocked to see the Russian who'd visited him at Freddy's.
"What are you doing here?" Maddux asked. "Did you think I forgot about you?"
"I was hoping."
The Russian grunted. "You wouldn't be so lucky."
From the corner of his eye, Maddux could see Brumbaugh staring at them. "Let's take this outside," Maddux said. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to come barging into my workplace like this." The Russian held up an access badge.
"I work here too. You could say we are co-workers now, no?"
Maddux waited until they were outside and out of sight behind the building before responding.
"No, we're not co-workers," Maddux said. "You're—"
He paused to stare closely at the Russian's badge.
"Alexei Milivek? Is that your real name?"
The Russian didn't answer.
"Fine. Don't tell me your real name, but that's what I'm going to call you." The man shrugged. "Suit yourself, Mr. Maddux." "So, Alexei, what are you doing here?" "It's time for me to make my first request." Maddux shook his head. "What do you want?" "I know that you spoke with Mr. Dunn yesterday." "And?" "And he told you he had a meeting tomorrow with some foreign business associates." Maddux nodded. "Go on." "I'm sure you're planning on passing that information along to Captain Blackbeard of the CIA when you speak with him again." "His name isn't Blackbeard." Alexei smiled. "If he only had a parrot on his shoulder, he would look just like him. But I call him Blackbeard. You call me Alexei. Names are how we identify people." "I agree. That's why it's great to get the name of someone you interact with, such as you, for example." "I like Alexei. That name is fine for me. But I didn't come here to discuss the name of your pirate friend. I want to make sure you give him this information when you speak with him next."
Alexei handed Maddux a piece of paper that had details written out regarding Dunn's upcoming meeting. Maddux didn't know all the details of the meeting, but he suspected that it was with Emir Badam and Boris Kovalchuk.
"Deliver that message just like it's written on that piece of paper," Alexei said, pointing at it for emphasis. "It is critical for you to follow my instructions. If not, I would hate for something to happen to your father."
Maddux glared at the man.
"Look, you sick bastard. Stop using my father as some sort of carrot on a stick for me. I'll do what you ask, but I don't respond well to threats." "Of course you don't. I've seen you interact with my men. You fold like a Russian army tent. I suggest you keep your mouth shut and do what I ask. Nothing more, nothing less. Do you understand?"
Maddux nodded.
"Don't ever come to my work again. I wouldn't doubt it if we were being watched right now. It's better that I make the rules and you follow them. Besides, the CIA doesn't know who I am. And if anyone is going to attract suspicion for our conversations, it's going to be you. Have a good day, Mr. Maddux."
Maddux stared at the note in his hand. When he looked up, Alexei was gone.
"What am I doing?"
Maddux sighed and sought out the nearest payphone. He found a bank of them and slid a dime into the slot before dialing Pritchett's number.
"Why are you calling me from your office?"
Pritchett asked once he recognized Maddux's voice.
"We've established a protocol."
"I'm not at the office. I'm outside, and I got some timely information," Maddux said. "I didn't know how else to get it to you."
"If you must tell me now, please make it snappy."
Following orders, Maddux stared at the paper containing the message he was instructed to deliver. Maddux also wondered if it could have been something different altogether that he hadn't even considered. Perhaps the Russian wanted to ambush Dunn, or worse, he wanted to set up the CIA agents. Maddux hesitated, but concluded he had no better options. He proceeded to create a plausible story on the spot. "I called Dunn today to set up a meeting and found out he's meeting with 2 foreign business associates tonight at the docks," Maddux began. "I figured you might want to know about it."
"That's odd. We don't have any reports on the matter."
"I only found out because I called his secretary to set up a dinner reservation and inquired about his availability tonight. I'm sure she slipped in telling me that, but Dunn's made it clear that we are longtime friends."
"Good work. Give me the information."
Maddux relayed the message, just as the Russian had presented it.
"Excellent,"
Pritchett said.
"We'll have 2 of our agents there to see if we can gather any more information on what he might be up to with them. It's definitely disconcerting. Just trying to do my part. This is exactly what we need. Keep up the good work. Oh, and Maddux."
"Yes?"
"Don't ever call me on this line again except in the case of an extreme emergency."
"Yes, sir," Maddux said, before hanging up. He exhaled and stared out across the plaza. Workers scurried back and forth, putting the final touches on the various pavilions. And then Maddux saw him, the Russian. Alexei gave a casual wave to Maddux and disappeared again. Chapter 14. Maddux awoke to fists pounding on the door of his apartment. He rolled over and glanced at his alarm clock. It was 2:30 a.m., still 4 hours away from when he planned on getting up. He heard the muffled shouts of a man standing in the hallway. Stumbling toward the door, Maddux put on his bathrobe and cinched the belt tight. He peered through the peephole to see if his early morning visitors were friendly or hostile, though the shouting suggested the latter.
"Please don't make us kick the door down, Mr. Maddux," one of the men said. "We urgently need to speak with you."
Maddux saw 2 men on the other side of his door. He recognized one of them as Special Agent Jim Dyson, while the other man looked vaguely familiar.
"Just a minute,"
Maddux said. He took a deep breath and unlocked the door, swinging it open for the duo. They entered Maddox's apartment in a rush. "You do realize I have neighbors who won't be pleased about the ruckus you just created," Maddux said. "I'm going to get a letter about this, maybe even a visit from the super. Besides, what's the meaning of all this anyway?" "We're the ones with the questions, Mr. Maddux," Dyson said. Maddux gestured toward the couch. "Please, have a seat and let's talk." Dyson didn't wait to sit down before he began peppering Maddux with questions. "Did you call Pritchett yesterday with information about a meeting between Dunn and two of his foreign associates?" Dyson asked. Maddux nodded. "And where did you get this information?" the other agent asked. "I'm sorry, have we met?" Maddux responded. "Special Agent David Felton," the man said, his face still stern. "Okay, Special Agent Felton, I got this information directly from his secretary." Dyson held up his hand. "Wait a minute. Dunn's secretary just willingly divulged this information to you? I find that very difficult to believe. We attempted to recruit her for months, but she was far too loyal to Dunn." "I don't know what to tell you," Maddux said. "I called in and asked her if Dunn was available for dinner yesterday. Initially, she told me he was. Then she quickly reversed course, telling me that she forgot he'd just booked something and she hadn't added it to his master calendar yet." "And she just gave up the information about who he was meeting with?" Felton asked. "She didn't divulge any names, and neither did I," Maddux said defensively. "She simply told me that he was meeting with two men regarding foreign interests. I'm sorry if anything I told you led you to believe anything else. I only reported it to Pritchett because I thought it would be something the agency might want to look into. That's all." "Well, lucky for you, nobody got killed at the meeting," Felton snapped. Maddux furrowed his brow. "What are you talking about?" "Apparently the meeting was a setup," Dyson said. "The way it went down, I wouldn't be surprised if Dunn asked his secretary to pass that information along to you in order to set us up." "That's ridiculous. Dunn trusts me. He has no idea that I'm working with you guys. If he did, he would cut me loose immediately. I've known him long enough to know how seriously he takes loyalty." "Don't underestimate him," Dyson said. "He could be using you to keep us off his trail." "I still find it hard to believe that he would have tried to kill a couple of special agents. That's inviting trouble and a full-scale investigation right there." "You bet it is," Felton said. "And you can also bet that the agency will pour more resources into this case now. You just poked the wrong bear." "Is there ever a right bear to poke?" Maddux asked. "Regardless, it sounds like everyone made it out alive, which is the important thing, right?" Dyson shrugged. "We survived this time, but what about next time? How trustworthy is your information? At this point, I'd rate it suspect." "And you were both almost killed?" Maddux asked. "When we arrived at the docks, neither Dunn nor his associates were there," Dyson explained. "However, there was a pair of guards playing cards. They were making small talk, not saying anything of importance. And before we knew it, we had guns pointed at our heads. We fought our way out, but not before someone's weapon went off, attracting more men. I've got several bullet holes in my car that show just how lucky we were to escape with our lives. But that's not the half of our troubles." "There's more?" Maddux asked. "Because of this bad intel, we've now got the FBI crawling all over us. Unknown to us, they were running an undercover operation on an illegal gambling ring operating out of that same warehouse at the docks. As of this morning, it was completely cleaned out. Those guys who chased us out of there must have spent the next few hours collecting their stuff and moving it. Now we're in hot water." "And all because of what you gave us," Felton added, glaring at Maddux. "If you're coming to me in search of any more answers, I'm afraid I've already given you everything I have," Maddux said. "Isn't dealing with misinformation part of the job, too?" "Don't get smart with us," Felton said. "Nobody at the agency takes these mishaps lightly. I can promise you that you're going to be under the microscope from here on out." Dyson held his hand up. What my partner here is trying to say is that when you're working on a case of this importance, we must be vigilant in turning over every rock to find out who's behind an alleged attack and why. And it's rarely just one thing that turns up. I find that when I follow the evidence, it leads me to all the proper places. All I have to do is look hard enough. So what does this have to do with me? Maddux asked. You are the ones who insisted I continue to cooperate with you on this investigation. I tried to beg out. But you didn't, Dyson said. You said you were in, and we need you to start acting that way. You need to be just as careful, just as diligent as the rest of the agency if we're going to uncover all the details of this plot. Otherwise, the aftermath will be something far more devastating than a few bruises to my body and several bullet holes in the side of a car. Are you clear on this now? Maddux nodded. His stomach was in knots, unsure of how to appease Dyson, though the truth would have been the best place to start. However, Maddux wasn't inclined to dish out brutal honesty under the circumstances. I don't disagree with what you're saying, and if I could go back, I'd handle everything differently, maybe even verify it somehow. I don't know. Maybe you could have done something differently. Maybe you couldn't have, Dyson said. My point is that I hope you understand this is no game. The stakes are high, and any more missteps such as these could lead to a tragedy, the kind of tragedy that history won't forget. Point taken. I'll be more vigilant in the future with any information I receive, whether it's from Dunn directly or anyone else. If I didn't know any better, I'd think there was a leak at the agency, Felton said. There still could be, Dyson said, and that's the next path we're going to explore. Plugging holes in an operation of this magnitude doesn't bode well for its success, but we don't have much of a choice at this point. Best of luck, Maddux said. I'll contact Pritchett if I learn of any more useful information. Maddux showed the agents out and exhaled after closing the door. In light of what transpired as a result of Maddux's misinformation, he wasn't sure if his betrayal, however slight, was worth it. Should the lives of good agents be snuffed out because of his selfish desire to see his father's face again? If his father was even still alive? The question Maddux posed to himself was full of merit and worth evaluating before proceeding with any other countermissions, but he'd ponder such things in the morning. He needed to get some sleep, something he'd been short in supply of since the whole affair began. Chapter 15. Maddux struggled to fall back to sleep after the visit from the agents, but finally did, only to be interrupted by his alarm clock. He stumbled toward the kitchen to fix a cup of coffee and then climbed into the shower. While a lack of sleep wasn't the best frame of mind to mull over his recent actions, Maddux felt like he had little choice. Such topics were best saved for contemplation while rowing along the Harlem River. But that wasn't a luxury he could afford. He needed to consider how to proceed immediately, before an innocent person got hurt. Despite his recent rekindled love for driving, Maddux decided a walk to work might be what he needed to give him the time to think about everything. He gathered his personal effects and locked the door behind him. After taking a few steps toward the elevator, Maddux looked up to see Carolyn Wallace standing in his path. Arms crossed and leaning with her shoulder against the wall, Carolyn glared at Maddux. "If you're going to throw a party in the middle of the night, the least you could do is invite your neighbors," she said. "I'm sorry about that, Carolyn, but I can assure you that it wasn't a party." "It sure did sound like one." "It was all just a big misunderstanding." She smiled coyly. "Do your misunderstandings always involve spooks at 2:30 in the morning?" Maddux forced a smile. "That was a first for me. Now, if you'll excuse me." He pushed his way past her, brushing lightly against her arm. "So they were spooks," she said, as if she were seeking confirmation. Maddux pushed the down button for the elevator and didn't look in her direction. Mind your own business, Carolyn. She walked toward him, swaying her hips as she did. Anything that happens in the hallway at 2:30 in the morning is my business. I suggest if you want to keep me out of your business, you keep it out of the hallway. The elevator emitted a timely ding, and the doors slid open. Maddux stepped inside, ignoring her last comment. She followed him and continued talking from the hallway as he waited for the elevator to close. I don't know what you're up to, Ed Maddux, but I'm going to find out. The doors clanked shut, and the pulley system whirred as Maddux began his descent to the ground floor. Dealing with angry CIA agents and juggling an intelligence and counterintelligence act were more than enough stress for one man. Pile on the workload associated with his company's biggest stage to market its new products, and the burden was nearly unbearable. Carolyn Wallace snooping around his private life was the last thing Maddux needed. And if he knew her at all, he knew she wasn't making an empty promise. She would begin bird-dogging him and poking her nose where it didn't belong. Maddux eased into the flow of pedestrian traffic amidst the cacophonous sounds of New York City. Newsstand vendors hawking the latest edition of the Times, blaring horns urging other drivers forward, construction workers drilling and hammering to prepare the foundation for the latest and greatest skyscraper. In less than a block, Maddux was bumped rudely 3 times, one of which nearly knocked him down. Why did I ever think I'd be able to find a moment of peace while walking to work? As he mulled over how to handle his next interaction with the Russian, Maddux made a sharp turn at the corner down a sparser sidewalk. He glanced over his shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that he was being followed. At first, he didn't see anyone. Maddux increased his pace and checked again. The second time, he noticed a man with a gimpy gait, striding at a swift pace. Sporting a hat, the man kept his head down, concealing his identity. Maddux peered over his shoulder once more to make sure the man's head was still down, before dashing into an alleyway. Back pressed against the wall, Maddux waited and counted under his breath to time his ambush. 3, 2, 1. Maddux darted back out into the sidewalk, expecting to grab the man, but he wasn't there. Turning to look in the other direction, Maddux craned his neck to see if the man had slipped past him or crossed the street. That's when he felt a sharp poke in his back.
Keep quiet, Alexei whispered. I don't want you making a scene.
Pulling Maddux back into the alleyway, Alexei slid his gun back into his coat pocket.
You've got a lot of nerve approaching me like this in public, Maddux said. The spooks are watching me. No, they're not. That was all just to scare you into doing what they wanted you to do. I checked. You didn't have any tails, except for me.
What do you want? Maddux asked.
Just some reassurances that you're going to continue to uphold our agreement.
Maddux narrowed his eyes, and something in him snapped. Lunging at Alexei, Maddux shoved him backward, jacking him up against the wall with one arm. The Russian seethed as he struggled to reach the gun in his pocket. I wouldn't try that if I were you, Maddux said, holding in his left hand Alexei's gun. After pocketing the gun, Maddux exerted more pressure to keep Alexei pinned to the wall. Now, I'm the one who wants some reassurances now, Maddux said. Where's my father? Alexei put up both hands in a posture of surrender.
You're going to cause a scene if you don't let me down.
Just as he finished issuing his warning, they both turned and looked toward a woman who yelled at them to get their attention. What do you think you're doing? She said to Maddux.
It's fine, Alexei said. It's all just a little misunderstanding.
Maddux released Alexei, who slid a few inches down the wall until his feet were firmly planted on the ground again.
Seems like I'm not the only one with a lot of nerve, Alexei said, admiringly, as he looked Maddux up and down. You might make a better agent than you think.
I'm not interested in what you think about my career possibilities, Maddux snapped.
Just as well, because you're not going to have any possibilities, much less a future, if you don't continue to comply with my demands. Is that clear? You're the one who agreed to this, all on your own.
I'm not doing another damn thing for you until you tell me about my father. Alexei shook his head.
In due time, Mr. Maddux, in due time. Meanwhile, we have another problem on our hands. It seems like the FBI has taken an interest in some of the dealings at the dock, thanks to last night's episode.
Don't try to pin any of the blame on me. You wanted them to come. It's not my fault that your men got outsmarted.
Who said anything about them being my men? I'm afraid you know very little about which you speak.
Maddux checked his watch. Get to the point. I have an early meeting this morning that I can't be late for.
Give this information to your control the next time you see him, Alexei said. It should satiate him and divert his resources elsewhere for the time being.
Maddux snatched the piece of paper, shoving it into his pocket. Alexei held out his hand.
My gun?
Maddux didn't move.
Please,
Alexei added. Maddux produced the gun from his pocket and discreetly placed it in Alexei's hand.
Next time, I want information on my father,
Maddux said with a sneer before storming out of the alleyway. Maddux usually reserved his sculling exploits for the weekend, but he couldn't wait that long. He exited his office building just after 5 p.m. and hustled home, clutching the note from Alexei in his coat pocket. Maddux needed time on the water to think. Unwinding at a bar was what he felt like doing, but it would only delay the inevitable collision course he was on with powerful forces. The CIA and Alexei both clashed in Maddux's mind as he contemplated the fate of his father. By 6 p.m., Maddux had slipped into his skull and was rowing along the river and thinking. He paused to take a break when he happened to look along the bank at a man walking down the river. He was staring at Maddux, and uncomfortably so. Maddux had seen people observing him before, but it was always casually, stirred more by curiosity than anything else. However, the man along the bank acted different. The man walked ominously, hands clasped behind his back, slightly hunched over, head turned to the side and focused on Maddux, never looking away. Maddux likened it to a wild animal stalking its prey. He shivered as the man marched along. Maddux returned to his rowing while he lamented the fact that he'd ever agreed to get involved in any way in the first place. If I just wasn't so curious, none of this would have happened. Maddux approached a bridge and took a peek to his right to see if the man was still following. Though about 30 yards behind, he was still there, eyes locked on Maddux and pounding the sidewalk with a rhythm of deliberate steps. Maddux set down his oars for a moment and drifted through the old stone bridge. Water lapped against the sides, echoing beneath the arched structure. A bird swooped near his head as it flapped its way through. When Maddux emerged from beneath the bridge, he collected his oars before looking to his right for the man. But he was gone. Chapter 16. Through all of his hand-wringing, Maddux struggled most with the fact that he couldn't talk to anyone about his situation. He shied away from speaking to any of his friends, or even casual acquaintances, about his ordeal, for fear that they might be drawn into the situation. As desperate as he was to receive some good counsel on a plan of action, Maddux concluded it wasn't worth the risk to put anyone else in harm's way. He was warming a pot of water on the stove to prepare dinner when his phone rang. For a second, Maddux considered not taking the call. The way the past few weeks had gone, he figured it was likely more bad news, but he couldn't resist on the off chance that it was someone else. When he answered, he was pleasantly surprised. "Mom, it's so good to hear your voice," he said.
"Is it now?" Gladys asked. "Is it so good that you forget to give your old mother a call?"
"Of course, Mom, but—"
"And today of all days not to call me?"
Maddux looked on his refrigerator for a calendar. It was still stuck on the previous month. He tore off March and ran his fingers along the dates. It was April 16th, his mother's birthday. "Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry. I got wrapped up in some stuff at work and haven't had a chance to call until now." He heard her sniffling on the other end. "Look, I don't have anything going on tonight, and I haven't made dinner yet," Maddux said. "How about I come over and we still celebrate tonight? Sound good to you?" "I'd like that a lot, Eddie." Maddux loved his mother, but he still bristled when she reverted back to his childhood name. He preferred Edward, but resigned himself to the fact that people would shorten his name no matter what his personal preference was. But if it wasn't Ed, he politely asked to be called Edward. Eddie was reserved for only a few people in his life, his father and Elmer Sellers. However, his mother never seemed to make the transition, even though she named him. Immediately turning off the stove, Maddux grabbed his keys and headed straight to his mother's house. She lived in a comfortable Victorian row house in Brooklyn, which was nothing short of a miracle given the long battle she fought with the life insurance company to pay up for the death of her husband. Without a body, the company refused to pay. A string of similar fraud cases had made the news, and faking one's death to collect on a policy had picked up popularity among desperate couples and fraudulent criminals alike. She scraped together just enough money to sue, forcing the company's hand. They eventually settled and paid her court costs, though privately she assured her son that she hadn't given up hope that her husband was still alive. Maddux marveled at her tenacity, even during times when all appeared lost. Her perseverance was the one thing he admired most about her. She never gave up hope, even if she had to cling to it with a single fingernail. He knocked on her door and was greeted with a long hug and a soft kiss on the cheek. "Happy birthday, Mom. You're the best." Maddux handed her a cake he'd picked up from her favorite bakery along with a card and a small gift. "I'm so glad you came over tonight," she said, her eyes red from crying. "I just need to talk about things with you, Eddie. I'm not getting any younger, and I miss your father so much." He stepped inside and gave her another hug before following her to the kitchen. "I made your favorite," Gladys said. "Well, it was probably more your father's favorite than yours. Country fried steak and mashed potatoes with fresh green beans." Maddux smiled. "If this isn't one of my favorite meals you made me as a kid, it's very close. I need some comfort food myself these days." "Oh?" she said, pulling out his chair and gesturing for him to sit. She took a seat on the opposite side of the table. "Yeah, it's been a rough few weeks." "Is work stressing you out, honey?" she asked, reaching across the table and picking through the hair on the side of his head. "Okay, that's enough," Maddux said. "Do you have some gray in there? It looks like you're turning gray." "I'm 43 years old, Mom. Men my age tend to start getting gray hair around this time in their lives." "You make it sound like it's some kind of disease," Gladys said, still weaving back and forth in an attempt to compare the hair on both sides of his head. She stopped and squinted, cocking her head to one side. "Is that a mole right there by your eye? Have you had that checked out yet?" The deluge of questions had begun. Maddux looked up at the light hanging over the table and was tempted to swing it to give her interrogation a more authentic feel. "I'm sorry, son. You know I just can't help myself. It's been so long since I've seen you, and I don't have a husband or any grandchildren to occupy my time." "So you just sit around and worry?" "There are worse ways to spend your time." "None come to mind quickly, at least as it pertains to a 65-year-old widow." She stopped and glared at him. "I've told you, Eddie, don't ever use that word around me." Maddux paused between bites, seeing an opening for an opportunity. "So you think he's still alive, too?" "Too? Since when did you start thinking he survived? You were the one who tried to convince me that the fall would have definitely killed him. I don't know that anyone has jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge and lived to tell about it." "I'm sure plenty of people have." "Well, if they have, I've never read about it," she sighed. "But you know me. I'm a glutton for punishment, clinging to hope like it's my last breath. But why the about-face for you? You told me he was gone forever." "What if I told you some new evidence has come to light? Maddux said, as he set his fork down and leaned forward.
New evidence? Have you been investigating your father's death? Is that why you're so stressed out?
She reached across the table again in an attempt to inspect his hair. Maddux drew back. No, I'm not investigating Dad's death, but I have some new information.
And how did you come about this new information?
Look, how I got this isn't important. She stared at him.
Tell me right now,
Maddux obliged. Dad is still alive.
Why would you say such a thing? She asked, her voice quivering. Are you trying to make me cry on my birthday?
Mom, it's not like that. It's just that
you're the one that told me for years that I was the crazy one.
Okay. You're the one who doesn't like it when I use the word widow. Don't you want to at least hear what I've found? She buried her face in her hands and wept softly. He put his hand on her back, gently rubbing her, and then knelt beside her. It's going to be okay, Mom, he said. She finally stopped and took a deep breath, exhaling and wiping around the corner of her eyes, oblivious to her mascara-stained cheeks.
Now, please tell me everything, she said.
Maddux pulled a couple tissues from a box on the kitchen counter and handed them to her. You're leaking oil on both cheeks, he said, gesturing to her face. Gladys forced a smile and made a half-hearted attempt to clean it off.
There. Better?
She asked. Maddux shrugged. The outline was faint but still visible. It'll do.
Okay, so are you ready for dessert? I made Dad's favorite, apple pie.
Maddux nodded and returned to his seat. He didn't say a word until she gave him a plate heaped tall with warm apple pie and a small scoop of vanilla ice cream. Then she returned to her seat opposite him. Dad would have weighed 400 pounds if you kept feeding him this way, Maddux said between bites as he scarfed the dessert down.
That's why I only fed him like this for his birthday.
Maddux put down his fork and sighed. Okay. Are you ready to hear it all? She nodded. The truth is, I'm working for the CIA. She leaned forward, her mouth agape, but she remained quiet. And I'm also working for the Russians. It's how I know about Dad. She frowned and tilted her head to the side.
The CIA and the Russians? That doesn't sound very wise to me, son, not to mention patriotic.
I know, Maddux said. I've been thinking about it a lot these past few days, though I'm not sure there's anything I can do about it at this point. Honestly, I'm just glad to get this off my chest. I haven't been able to tell anyone.
No one?
Maddux shook his head. Not a soul. You're the first person I've shared this with.
Tell me again how this relates to your father somehow still being alive.
Maddux proceeded to tell her the whole story, from the first contact with Charles Pritchett to the Russian agent's proposition and subsequent threat, along with everything else in between. When he finished, she continued to stare. Well, aren't you going to say something, Mom?
You're in some serious trouble, Eddie. You need to distance yourself from the Russians as soon as possible. How proud do you think your father would be right now if he knew that you were willing to sell out your own country for his life? Before you waste too much time thinking about it, I'll go ahead and save you the trouble. He wouldn't be proud at all. In fact, he'd be very upset.
You don't think I know that? Maddux said. I was put in an impossible situation from all fronts. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
You should have never agreed to help the CIA in the first place. I always told you that your curiosity would get you in trouble one day.
Spare me the lecture. Now is not the time for it. I have bigger issues that I must figure out how to deal with.
You probably should sever ties with both men and just move on. The people at General Motors love you. Maybe you could request a transfer to Detroit. Anything to get out of this nightmare.
That's what I plan on doing, just as soon as I get the Russian to give me Dad's location.
Eddie, I'm warning you, that isn't smart. You're going to regret not leaving immediately.
As soon as I find out where he is, I'm out, Maddux said. They'll never hear from me again. The bigger question I have is whether I'll ever hear from you again. Don't be so melodramatic, Mom. It'll be over soon enough. I know it will, Gladys said. It's how that ending plays out that has me most concerned. Chapter 17. Maddux returned home from his mother's house, stopping to check his mailbox in the lobby. He unlocked the door and hunched low to peer inside. A haphazard collection of envelopes and flyers protruded near the front, requiring careful skill to remove all of the correspondence without pushing some of it back inside. By glancing at the postmark dates on some of the letters, Maddux guessed it had been well over a week since he last checked his box. Once inside his apartment, he dumped his mail on the kitchen table and sorted through it. Bills in one pile, letters in another, solicitations in a third. He was most interested in the letters he'd received from friends. One envelope included a letter from a former high school classmate who wrote that he was moving to New York and wanted to get together. Maddux placed it aside and then flipped through several envelopes until he saw one from an address he recognized all too well. Nicholas Dunn's penthouse suite. Maddux tore open the letter from Dunn and found an invitation to an exclusive card game the following day. Dunn was calling it the Night of Champions and explained that he'd only invited people who'd won at least one table during his previous poker soirees over the past few months. Maddux considered throwing away the invitation. No one will know if I don't tell them, right? And if they don't know, they can't ask me to go. Maddux went to sleep quickly, confident that he would avoid another opportunity to get himself into trouble with either the CIA or Alexei. What they don't know won't hurt them. When daylight broke, Maddux rolled out of bed and headed for the kitchen just like he did every morning. However, he didn't stop there when loud knocking on his door arrested his attention and kept him moving toward the front of the house. "Who is it?" Maddux asked as he squinted and pressed his right eye against the peephole. "It's Dyson and Felton," Dyson said. "We have some urgent business that we need to attend to." "Okay, give me a second." Maddux tied his bathrobe tight and opened the doors. "Do come in, gentlemen," Maddux said. "At least you waited until after my alarm went off this time to drop in, as opposed to waking me up in the middle of the night. That's progress, I guess. However, I just want to note that the sun has yet to reach the horizon in the east, which, as a rule of thumb, is simply too early to be paying me visits in the morning. You need to get dressed and come with us," Felton said. "We have some urgent work to discuss with you. This morning, I'm only overseeing one of the most important assignments in my professional career. I don't really have time to join you at the agency's office." "Just get dressed," Dyson said. "We really don't have much time either, but we'll get you back to your office before anyone will recognize your absence." Maddux blew out a long breath and strode back to his room, where he quickly showered and put on a suit. 10 minutes later, he was exiting his apartment. He locked the door behind him and heard Carolyn Wallace down the hall. "These are some cute friends you have here, Edward," she said. "When are you going to invite me over to meet them?" "Trust me when I say this, Carolyn, but IRS stiffs can really be a bore at parties," Maddux said. "I'm not sure they'd be your type, unless you find audits attractive." She dashed back into her apartment and locked the door, the click echoing down the hallway. Maddux and his two escorts stepped into the elevator. "Did you just think of that on the spot, Maddux?" Dyson asked. "Why? Do you get mistaken as a tax man often?" Maddux quipped. "No, it's just that was good." Maddux shrugged. "I hope you never see her again. I hope I never see her again. Desperate floozy." Felton smiled. "It takes all types." "Yeah, but I could do with less types like her trespassing into my life. It's bad enough I have to share a hallway with her where she's always prying into my business." "Well, I do know a tax man," Dyson said. "Just say the word." Pritchett was nursing a cup of coffee when Dyson and Felton ushered Maddux into his controls office. Maddux eyed the cup of coffee longingly, something Pritchett picked up on immediately.
"Felton, why don't you see if you can get Mr. Maddux here a cup of coffee?" Pritchett said. "I believe he wants it black, too."
Felton glanced at Maddux as if to check if Pritchett's instructions were accurate. Maddux nodded, and Felton left the room in search of some caffeinated elixir. "What's so urgent that it just couldn't wait?" Maddux asked.
"I didn't figure I'd see you in the park today, since the office has been keeping you busy, and time is of the essence as far as we're concerned," Pritchett began. "The World's Fair opens in less than a week, and we still haven't been able to determine when and where the attack is supposed to take place, much less how it's going to be carried out. You recently received an invitation to Dunn's Champion Poker Night, didn't you?"
"How did you—"
"Stop asking that question, Maddux. You ought to know the answer to it by now. I work for the CIA. I can get reports about how much fuzz is stuck between your two biggest toes if I want to know."
"And I'm assuming you have some assignment for me at this party. Switch out someone's watch, plant a bug, take a picture. Just don't make me kill anyone, okay? I get a little queasy around blood."
"I wouldn't make you do anything like that," Pritchett snapped.
"Like what?"
"Like kill someone. You aren't a trained agent, and you wouldn't have the gumption to do it anyway, either."
"You're probably right. And
listen, Maddux, one of our surveillance teams captured an exchange 2 days ago between Romanoff and Dunn. Romanoff gave him what we believe to be the plans for how the attack will be carried out."
"I still don't understand how Dunn is going to pull this off. He's a city councilman. It's not like he can just plant a bomb somewhere in the middle of the World's Fair and get away with it. Have you seen how the press likes to follow him in public?"
"Astute observations, but you're working under the assumption that it's Dunn who'll be carrying out the attacks personally. He might simply be the point person, a man who meets all day long with multiple people from various business sectors that would never come under suspicion."
"Yet he's squarely in your crosshairs."
"I didn't say that Romanoff was a genius," Pritchett said. "The only thing we know about him for sure is that he's good at keeping a low profile and avoiding any costly missteps. From what we can tell, their attack still seems like it's moving forward, and April 22nd will be here before we can blink."
Maddux shifted in his seat. "So, is there a plan for all of this?"
"Yes, and it's as straightforward as they come."
"Let's hear it."
"At tomorrow night's poker game, we want you to sneak into Dunn's study, break into his safe, and steal the plans,"
Pritchett said, as he pulled out his pipe and started packing tobacco into it. "And you're sure the plans are there?"
"From our constant surveillance on Dunn's house, we know that's where he puts all important documents he brings inside. If they're anywhere, that's where they are."
"You do realize that my expertise is mostly limited to making people buy cars, right?"
"I think your experience as a close-quarters combat trainer isn't something to omit from your resume. Nor are any of the other skills you learned in the Army," Pritchett said before he shrugged. "So, you've never broken into a safe before. Everyone at this agency had to do it for the first time once, and they're all still here. Well, most of them, anyway."
Pritchett paused and lit his pipe. He puffed on it several times before the tobacco crackled to life and smoke began to rise.
"My point is that you'll do just fine. The real trick will be coming up with an excuse that will get you into his office, which will likely be locked. Have you ever been in it before?"
"A couple of times. Once he wanted to show me a baseball signed by all the 34 Yankees. It's one of his most precious possessions."
"Good. Think of a way to use that as an excuse to get him to open the office. Then figure out a way to keep it open. If you can do that, Rose will show you how to get the safe open."
Dyson appeared in the doorway, carrying a fresh cup of coffee. "Sorry, sir. I had to brew a fresh pot." Maddux took the cup. Thank you, Dyson.
Well, on your way, Pritchett said, using the back of his hand to shoo Maddux out the door. I'll call her and let her know to expect you. Down the hall and to your left.
Maddux sipped his coffee before standing.
Good luck, Maddux, Pritchett said. Not to sound too melodramatic, but the fate of thousands of fairgoers could rest in your hands tonight. Succeed, and the world will succeed with you. Fail, and...
I get it, Maddux said as he headed toward the door. I won't let you down. Maddux followed Pritchett's directions, wandering down the hall and taking a left. However, the hallway was vacant. Maddux saw this as his opportunity to snoop in the room he'd been curious about since the first time he'd darkened the doors of the CIA's New York office. The words "scientific research" emblazoned on the opaque glass door called out to him like a siren song. A woman in a white lab coat exited in a hurry, trying to balance a tray of small test tubes. Maddux caught the door and held it as he contemplated how he'd respond if he got caught. "Mr. Maddux, you're quite naughty, aren't you?" said Rose Fuller. Maddux turned to see her standing 10 feet away, with her hands on her hips. "Haven't I already warned you about going in that room? You don't have the clearance to go in there, much less the need. All the finished products you'll want to see are kept in my domain, at the end of the hall. Come on now. Follow me." Maddux sighed and released the handle, still unsure of what he would have said if he got caught. Keeping his mouth shut seemed to work when it came to Rose. Maddux presumed that she talked so much because she was locked up in a lab all day. Of course, that didn't explain the rapid speed at which she spoke whenever she was nervous, which seemed quite often to Maddux. Rose led him to her laboratory, a virtual playground for spies, according to Dyson. But Maddux couldn't see it. All he saw were electronic pieces strewn about tables and rolls of wire. In another corner, there were weapons of all kinds, knives, grenades, guns, but most of the guns were disassembled, and parts appeared to be missing. "This is where the magic happens," she said, as she stood in the center of the room and slowly turned 360 degrees. Maddux thought Rose's demeanor resembled that of a proud mother showing off her child's intellectual or athletic prowess. And, likewise, Maddux wasn't impressed. "Looks like a bunch of wires and electronic equipment," he said. "I'm not sure I understand what's going on here." Rose took him by the arm and led him to a table in the corner. "Fortunately, it doesn't matter if you see the genius on display here or not. The truth is you're surrounded by it and will benefit from it during your mission later tonight." "Are you going to make me invisible? And give me a welding torch that will attach secretly to my arm?" "We build gadgets, Mr. Maddux, not robots. This isn't a science fiction lab. This is where you get tested tools for spies." "I was only half joking," Maddux said. "My mission tonight involves breaking into Dunn's study and then cracking his safe, and I have to do all of this with tools you're going to give me without getting caught by his goons who stand watch." She smiled and pointed playfully at him. "Fortunately for you, Pritchett briefed me on your specialized needs and asked me to put together a solution kit." "Is that your catchy name for it?" "Don't make fun, please. My creativity is limited to the functional gadgets I produce, not the names I give them." "Solution kit it is," Maddux said, shaking his head and chuckling. "It's shorter than calling it the break into an office and then a safe device." "You have a point, though we could just call it the B&E." She shrugged. "Too fancy for my tastes. I'm going to stick with solution kit." She sighed. "Now that we've got that important portion of your training out of the way, let's get on with showing you how this works, shall we?" Maddux nodded toward the table. Rose proceeded to teach him how to use the device. "Fortunately for you, this operation takes place in the United States of America," she began. "Picking a lock in Europe is very difficult, and you wouldn't have enough time to break in without stealing a key off of security personnel. We can do that if necessary, but that's a whole different set of skills and devices that I'd have to teach you about. The easiest way here is to use this pick set. Once you get an idea for how things feel, you should be able to break in relatively quickly."
By quickly, what are you talking about? 10 or 15 seconds? Maddux asked.
"Thereabouts," she said with a shrug. "It's likely to be more around the 1-minute mark, if you're any good at it."
"Of course I'll be good at it," Maddux bristled. "How difficult can it be?"
It took Maddux 7 minutes to crack it the first time, 5 minutes the second, 4 minutes the third. "You're getting better," she said. "Just keep practicing at it. You'll get there soon."
"Hopefully soon enough. There's no way I'll have this much time."
"The key is not to panic. Just take a deep breath. You'll be fine." For the next 15 minutes, Maddux continued to hone his skills until he could pick an interior door lock in 45 seconds. "Not bad," she said. "Now it's time for the real test, cracking the safe." She reached onto the table and then handed him a stethoscope. "You're going to need a pair of these to crack his Victor 4-number safe. This will also take a little bit of practice, but once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to get in and out in a relatively short amount of time."
"Define short." She bounced her head back and forth.
"A minute or two."
"You don't have a gadget that I can attach to the knob and simply open it for me?" She laughed.
"This is the real world, Mr. Maddux, not some Jules Verne novel. We don't have cars that can fly or swim. Yet. Everything we do here is pretty normal stuff, working within the confines of physics and electronic circuitry. You won't find any hocus-pocus magic here either."
"That's too bad, because I'd love to make several people disappear about now."
"Just make them disappear the right way, by stealing the plans from Dunsafe." For the next 20 minutes, Maddux practiced with the stethoscope.
"I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this, especially under pressure," he said.
"Keep trying," she said. "You'll get a feel for it, just like you did with the door lock. But I hope you catch on soon. Dyson just told me that the car will be ready in a half hour to take you back to your office."
Maddux took a deep breath and slipped the stethoscope back on, failing attempt after attempt to accomplish the task in a short period of time.
"Here," she said, handing him a small case. "Try these instead."
"What's this?" Maddux asked as he opened it up.
"This is a special stethoscope for the safe that I made for you that you should be able to sneak past the guards. No guarantees, of course, but hiding this in your coat pocket without drawing much attention should be simple enough."
She began showing him all the features of the case, including a false back where he could hide his pick set.
"Everything you need is in this slim carrying case," she said, hitting it against his chest.
Maddux took it from her. "Thanks."
"Go ahead," she said. "Try out the stethoscope. Maybe this one will bring you better luck."
Maddux remained cynical, but gave the customized device a try. He slipped the tubes into his ears and placed the resonator on the safe. It only took him 3 minutes to get it open.
"Not bad,"
Rose said, applauding as she walked over toward him.
3 minutes just might be all you need."
"Or not."
"Or not, but we're going to think positive, right?"
"I can do this," Maddux said.
"That's the spirit," she said. "Now, you come back down here and practice after work if you need to. Otherwise, you've got everything you need to pull this off tonight."
"Except luck," Maddux said. "I need lots of luck." Rose glanced around the lab, which was empty. She leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek.
"A good luck kiss," she said.
Maddux felt his face go flush. "Is this standard protocol?" She put her index finger to her lips, gesturing for him to be quiet.
"Just take the luck and go."
She paused for a moment.
"Wait a minute. I've got one more thing to give you."
"Another gadget?" She nodded as she walked over to a workbench.
"This is a prototype," she said. "I know it doesn't look fancy, but it works, and it's just in case you run into a little trouble."
Maddux thanked her and pocketed the device. He needed to hustle back to the office before he was late for his meeting with Polson. Chapter 18.
Nicholas Dunn's poker night was more decadent than usual. When Maddux contacted Dunn to RSVP, Dunn boasted about how he had purchased brand new poker tables to mark the occasion and doubled the number of waitresses. Dunn also told Maddux how the open bar was going to serve authentic Russian vodka, smuggled in through his connections at the Port Authority, and caviar harvested from the Caspian Sea. Dunn's gold-coated invitation signaled to Maddux that this was going to be an event worth attending, but Dunn confirmed it. He also reminded Maddux that the buy-in was double the standard. Once Maddux discovered just how fancy the event was, he chose to wear his dressiest suit. Made of a taupe wool, his brown sports coat was highlighted by a rounded, notched lapel and a gold pocket square. Cut to fit, the jacket didn't extend more than 6 inches below his waist. However, it was roomy enough to conceal Rose's solution kit that he needed for the mission. At least he hoped it would be. When he arrived at the ground floor lobby of Dunn's building, a pair of men wearing tailored suits checked over the invitations and inspected guests and their belongings. Dunn had given explicit instructions that cheating would not be tolerated and wanted to head off any potential confrontations before they escalated. Maddox's hands began to bead up with sweat as he waited for the security team to check in the handful of guests ahead of him. After he finally arrived, the guard studied Maddox's invitation closely and stopped him before waving him through. The guard pressed a firm hand against Maddox's chest. Maddux looked down at the guard's hand and then back up, glaring at the man. "Is there a problem?" Maddux asked, struggling to mask his fear with annoyance.
"Why are your hands sweating so much?"
the guard asked. "I always get nervous before a game of poker," Maddux said, before he continued walking toward the elevator. The guard grabbed Maddux by his shirt collar and tugged him backward.
"I didn't say I was through with you."
Maddux narrowed his eyes. "I answered your question." The guard looked at his partner.
"Full pat down."
"This is insulting," Maddux said. "Wait until I tell Mr. Dunn about the way his people treated me."
"That's what he pays me to do, mister,"
the guard said as he worked his way up Maddox's legs. The guard stopped abruptly when he felt Maddox's coat pocket.
"What's in there?"
the guard asked, tapping Maddox's jacket. "A medical device," Maddux said.
"Let's see it."
Maddux said a prayer under his breath and dug into his pocket to retrieve the solution kit. He opened it and proceeded to pull it out to demonstrate how it worked.
"What's that for?"
the guard said. Maddux gave him an answer he'd concocted and rehearsed on his way to the event. "It's for my heart condition," Maddux said. "I have to monitor the rhythm. If it reaches a certain level, I have to take a medicine to calm it down."
"I've never heard of such a thing," one of the guards said.
"It's a new technology," Maddux said. The guard shrugged and then waved him through. Maddux stepped onto the elevator and waited for the doors to close before he exhaled. Getting past the guards with all his equipment was only the first step. Breaking into Dunn's study and cracking the safe ranked much higher on the difficulty scale. But if Pritchett's intel was accurate, Maddux knew he had to deliver the document, or else innocent people would suffer an unjust fate. This is what it means to be a patriot. Maddux stepped into Dunn's suite and was immediately overwhelmed with the extravagance of the room. Lights were strung overhead, serving as a bright canopy. The waitresses wore silver sequined dresses that covered less than most bathing suits. In the corner was a bar crowded with people ordering the special import alcohol. "You made it," Dunn said as he slapped Maddux on the back. Maddux spun to see Dunn wearing a wide grin. "This is incredible," Maddux said. "I've been wanting to tell you about this for weeks, but I needed to keep it under wraps. There are some law-abiding vigilantes out there who would turn me in for sneaking in Russian vodka through back channels. Come with me. I want to introduce you to some people." Maddux followed Dunn as he wove through the crowd. After a few seconds, they emerged on the other side of the room. "This is Emir Badem," Dunn said, by way of introduction. "He's from Turkey and has an incredible shipping presence in New York. I worked with him to get the caviar and vodka here." Maddux shook Badem's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Badem."
Please, call me Emir."
"And this is Boris Kovalchuk," Dunn said. "He has contacts with a specialty company located on the banks of the Caspian Sea that helped get us some of the most exquisite caviar in the world." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Kovalchuk," Maddux said. Kovalchuk nodded.
"The pleasure is all mine."
"If you'll excuse me, some new guests just arrived, and I want to say hello before we begin the games." Maddox's gaze bounced back and forth between his two new acquaintances. While he trusted Pritchett's judgment, doubt crept into the back of Maddox's mind. What if Pritchett was simply wrong, and these men are only guilty of illegally sneaking food into the country? It was a valid question, though not one that could be answered quickly or easily. While Maddux hated to admit it, the only way he could discover the true nature of Dunn's relationship with Kovalchuk and Badem was through time, unless evidence emerged elsewhere. Befriending a Russian and a Turk weren't criminal actions. "I'm going to grab a drink at the bar," Maddux announced after a long, awkward silence. "Anyone care to join me?" Neither of the men budged, which came as a relief to Maddux. He wove through the mass of people and ordered a glass of water. If he was going to get baptized by fire into the world of espionage, he wanted to do it sober. Within a half an hour, all the competitors were seated around the new poker tables, and the tournament began. Maddux was torn about the path he should take for the night. A loss would mean back-to-back tables with little opportunity to steal the files without being noticed, but a win could buy him some time in between. He ultimately decided to lose twice and make his move during the championship round later in the evening. While he worked hard at upping the ante and then folding, Maddux hoped his disastrous performance wouldn't create suspicion among any of the onlookers. After the first round, nobody said a word regarding his play. In the consolation round that also provided a route to the finals, Maddux continued his poor play until he eventually fell out of the competition. He stood and excused himself. "Where is the restroom?" he asked one of the guards, who was more enamored by what was going on at the table than anything else in the room.
"Down the hall, to the right,"
the guard said, refusing to even look at Maddux. Maddux went down the hall and came to an intersection. To the right was the bathroom, but to the left was Dunn's office. Maddux checked over his shoulder one final time before darting to the left. Wasting no time, Maddux pulled out the solution kit and retrieved the pick set from the false bottom Rose had built into the case. Maddux inserted the tools into the lock and jiggled it for a few moments until it clicked. "I'm in." Maddux slipped inside and locked the door behind in the off chance that Dunn might want to go to his office during the party. Using a small flashlight, he identified the target, turning toward the Victor safe. Maddux took out the makeshift stethoscope that Rose created and listened as he placed the resonator on the safe door. He heard the first click, switched directions, and heard another. Then he heard a click that didn't sound like it was coming from the safe. It was coming from the door. Maddux scooped up his tools and slid them under a chair just to the right of the safe. Then Maddux crouched low on the side of the desk and prayed no one saw him. No answer in the world could rationally explain his presence in the room. The lights flashed on, and Maddux stared at the pair of feet pacing around the office. Then Dunn walked over to his desk and sat down, his feet just inches away from Maddux. "Breathe, Ed. Just breathe." Maddux felt like he might explode, his own version of the telltale heart. He wanted to jump up and surprise Dunn with a confession and an apology. Maddux had a burning desire to tell his friend everything, especially in light of how the Russian and Turk appeared to be nothing more than business acquaintances who were trying to make Dunn's party a special one. Maddux heard the receiver lifted off the rotary phone, followed by the slow, painful process of dialing the number. While he couldn't see it, Maddux could picture each moment in time in his mind. A finger eased through the dial and gave it a sharp tug, quitting once the number reached the silver piece around the circular grouping of numbers. This process was repeated several times until the caller felt satisfied that he or she had finished dialing the number. "It's me," Dunn said. "We're almost ready to launch here." A long pause.
Of course we can handle it. I promise to make you proud."
Make you proud? Maddux struggled to ascertain just whom Dunn was talking to. Still maintaining his crouched position, Maddux felt his legs start to burn. He wondered how much longer he could stay down without his muscles giving way. Dunn hung up, but lingered in the room, shuffling papers. After another minute, he left. Maddux let out a sigh of relief and eased down until he was on all fours. He wanted to rest and recover, but knew that wasn't an option under the circumstances. Focus, Ed. Focus. He picked up the stethoscope and began the process all over again. Despite making several attempts, Maddux finally heard the fourth and final click, opening the safe. He stuck his hand inside and felt around. Other than a stack of money, the only thing Maddux placed his hand on was a file folder. He pulled it out and flipped through several pages. Using the scant light that spilled in underneath the door, Maddux quickly realized it was a plan for the attack. Placing the pages on Dunn's desk beneath a small lamp, Maddux took a small camera out of his pocket and took pictures of the pages. He shook his head as he scanned the files. I just can't believe this. What happened to Nick that he would be willing to do such a monstrous act? When Maddux finished, he returned the folder back to the safe and arranged it, just as he'd found it. He shut the safe and secured it. Gathering Rose's solution kit, he put it back together in preparation to return to the main room. However, he didn't make it that far. The door clicked, and the light turned on. Maddux froze as he came face to face with one of Dunn's guards.
"What are you doing in here?"
the guard asked.
"I got lost, and—" "How do you get lost in a room that's locked from the outside?"
"It wasn't locked when I came to it." The guard glared at him.
"Now I know you're lying, because I came around and checked them all just 10 minutes ago."
"Maybe you missed this one."
"What's your name?"
"Edward Maddux. Go ask Mr. Dunn about me. He'll have nothing but—" The guard put his hand up.
"I know who you are. I'm working undercover for the FBI. Now get out of here before someone sees us together and we both get put in a difficult spot."
Maddux nodded and neared the door.
"Why are you here?" "We're going to raid this place tonight for illegal gambling," the guard said. "All I'm waiting for is Dunn to award the money to the winner. We've been trying to bust these events for a long time. Dunn is going to get a lengthy prison sentence after this."
Maddux nodded in agreement and slipped into the hallway. He returned to the main room to watch the finals play out. However, it gave him plenty of time to think about what was about to happen, and he found it disconcerting. If Romanoff was truly using Dunn to set up the attack, an arrest of Dunn meant the agency wouldn't have a way to control the situation. The best possible outcome for the operation was to prevent anyone from getting killed while apprehending the plan's mastermind. After skimming the documents in Dunn's safe, Maddux knew his friend wasn't the one responsible for orchestrating all the details. He was merely a pawn with a part to play, albeit a large one. The extra time also gave Maddux more time to stew over his feelings toward Dunn. Walking up to Dunn and punching him out wasn't an option for Maddux, though he decided it would make him feel good, even if only momentarily. How could he betray his country like this? How could he betray me like this? As angry as Maddux was, he knew he couldn't let Dunn get arrested. Not tonight. Not like this. The CIA would lose their best shot at uncovering the location or the weapons, because if Dunn were arrested, the Russians would go underground. Maddux meandered over to the bar and requested a napkin from the bartender. Scratching out a note about the presence of undercover FBI agents, Maddux asked one of the waitresses to deliver a drink to Dunn, who was seated at the champions table with 4 other players. Maddux watched from across the room as Dunn picked up the drink and saw the note. He glanced at the message and put the glass back down on top of the napkin. Checking his cards once more, he glanced at his watch. "Our hour is almost up," Dunn said. He pushed every one of his chips into the center. "All in." Dunn's move was a gutsy one. The only way he could win was by claiming the sizable pot, which would give him the most at the end of the hour and allow him to claim all the other players' chips in his house rules winner-take-all format.
"Let's see 'em," the dealer said.
One by one, the players flipped over their cards. 2 players revealed a full house and a flush, respectively. 2 of a kind was the best hand between the other 2 players. And it all came down to Dunn's hand. He turned his cards over one at a time in dramatic fashion to reveal 4 of a kind, 4 aces, and a queen. The room erupted in applause.
"I'd rather be lucky than good,"
Dunn said as he broke into a laugh. Then he held his hands up in the air to silence the audience.
"I appreciate every one of you for coming. And as is always the tradition of our games, I'll be donating all the money here to charity. The Queen's homeless mission has fallen on hard times, and I think they are a deserving recipient of this year's winnings."
The people around the room exchanged confused glances and mumbled to themselves. Maddux shook his head slowly, admiring Dunn's deft move to avoid an arrest by the FBI. By announcing that Dunn was going to give the winnings to charity, the FBI would get pummeled by the ruthless New York press for such a waste of taxpayer money, not to mention the bad publicity for essentially denying a healthy donation to an organization that helped the poor.
"He's a genius,"
Maddux said under his breath.
"An evil genius, but a genius nonetheless."
Maddux winked at Dunn from across the room and slipped out the back door. While Maddux held a strange admiration for Dunn, the feelings of goodwill only extended so far. Maddux felt betrayed after seeing the plans and would have preferred to see Dunn humiliated with an arrest by the FBI. But Maddux recognized the importance of setting aside personal vendettas for the greater good. Maddux rushed home and called Pritchett.
"I got the intel," Maddux said. "It involves some chemical that I've never heard of."
"Is that all?" Pritchett asked.
"No, it isn't,"
Maddux said, still seething.
"You're never going to believe where the attack is set to take place."
Chapter 19. Maddux decided to make a sandwich before heading to the CIA's offices to develop the film. He expected the night to go long and preferred to work on a full stomach as opposed to a growling one. Once he pulled the necessary ingredients out of the refrigerator and set them on the counter, a light in the corner of the adjacent room flashed on. The silhouetted figure of Alexei sat upright in a chair, keeping his gaze fixated on Maddux.
"How did you do? When are you going to understand that I know everything about you?" Alexei said, cutting off Maddux. "And what I can't learn from observing, your father is both gracious and willing to tell me everything I want to know."
"Where is he?" Maddux demanded. Alexei wagged his finger.
"It's not time. You haven't done everything I've asked. I still have a number of requests. And none of them will be fulfilled if you don't tell me where he is."
Alexei cocked his head to one side.
"Now, where's the fun in that?"
"I'm not playing games," Maddux said, the edge in his voice growing sharper.
"Neither am I. Overexpose the film from the pictures you took," Alexei said, nodding at the small roll of film sitting on the counter. "Make sure they aren't looking in the right locations, and make sure that you're nowhere near the World's Fair on opening day."
"I'm not sure I can do that," Maddux said. Alexei cocked his head to one side.
"I'm not sure I can feed your father tonight. Do you see how this goes? No matter what leverage you might think you have on me, nothing will surpass the fact that I have the ability to end your father's life. I believe that is more valuable to you than anything else you can hold over my head. If you care about your father, you'll do the right thing."
Maddux's shoulders slumped. His head hung. Despite his efforts to escape the wrath of Alexei, Maddux couldn't, at least not openly. "I'll make sure no one sees this," Maddux said, before he pulled a hammer out of the drawer in front of him and smashed the film on the counter. He then unfurled the strip, exposing it to the light.
"Thank you," Alexei said as he stood. I'll still continue to monitor your actions.
Once Alexei exited Maddox's house, Maddux glanced down at the roll of film in the kitchen drawer. He'd managed to swap out an undeveloped roll without Alexei noticing. "Thank you, Mr. Sellers." Maddux finished his sandwich before gathering every piece of evidence he had to document Alexei's interactions with him. Maddux wanted to implicate the Russian in the situation as well, if only he could figure out a way to do so. Not that it mattered. A trial would be a lengthy, public, and embarrassing affair. No one would emerge with the moral high ground, though Maddux was certain Alexei would feel an air of superiority there. But Maddux knew it would put the final seal in Alexei's coffin. The Russian would suffer a fate worse than death itself, the label of a failed Russian spy. Maddux waited to leave at least 10 minutes after Alexei. Maddux wasn't sure if he had the gumption to enter into dark corridors late at night, so late that even Carolyn Walters had gone to bed. Ignoring Alexei's warnings, Maddux charged forward, his adrenaline pumping over the fact that he might be able to amass enough evidence to remove Alexei and his ilk from the U.S., not to mention stopping a deadly attack by the Russians. If he had a different skill set, Maddux would have preferred methods that didn't involve diplomatic and legal channels, but he wasn't proficient enough yet to mete out justice in that way. Once Maddux reached the office, he hurriedly handed over the tech to Pritchett, who passed it over to Rose. She planned to examine it along with several members of her team. Upon receiving the film, she disappeared into the darkroom while Maddux spoke with Pritchett.
"You were right,"
Maddux said, after he eased into the chair across from Pritchett.
"About what?"
"Everything. Done. The attack. All of it." Pritchett raised his eyebrows and cocked his head to one side.
"After you've been around as long as I have, you tend to know how these things go. Any good spy will tell you that people are never what they seem."
"But Dunn? He's always been a patriot."
"No, he's always been self-serving, and if patriotism furthered his agenda, he's shrouded himself in the colors of the flag. But he likes the color of green more, though the sad thing is, he'll never see a nickel for any of the work he's done."
"Perhaps it's mundane to you, but I've never experienced this level of betrayal." Pritchett leaned forward, his elbows coming to rest on his desk with a thud.
"What are you not telling me? What did you see in those papers?"
"The attack. It's going to happen at the General Motors Pavilion."
"What a bastard!"
"I thought we were friends," Maddux said. "I should have kept my mouth shut and let the FBI arrest him tonight, but I couldn't."
"You did the right thing," Pritchett said. "If the FBI moved in on him, that would have spooked Dunn's Russian handlers. Then we'd lose our primary contact when it came to snuffing out this attack. Speaking of which, did you happen to notice what kind of attack it was?"
Maddux nodded. "A chemical attack of some sort, I guess. I didn't recognize the name, though. It was a new source for me. I think it was called sarin. But don't hold me to that."
"Did you say sarin?"
"I did." "What is it?"
"It's one of the deadliest chemical gases developed in recent years," Pritchett said. "Various governments have been working to try and turn it into an airborne weapon.
Apparently the Russians have succeeded."
"A sarin gas attack at the GM Pavilion on opening day of the World's Fair? We are just now learning about how devastating the effects of sarin gas can be, but make no mistake, it's deadly. Based on what you're telling me, I'd estimate that an attack like that in an enclosed and crowded space like the GM Pavilion could result in hundreds of casualties."
"This makes me sick."
"Don't worry," Pritchett said. "Now that we know, we should be able to stop it. Go home and get some rest."
Maddux stood and shook Pritchett's hand.
"Your service to your country has been invaluable," Pritchett said.
"Are you suggesting that I'm done with this case?"
Pritchett shrugged. "Not in the least. Nothing is ever done until it's truly put to rest. As long as this threat stays viable, we need you."
"You let me know," Maddux said. "I want to see these bastards caught and put away."
Even Dunn?
Especially Dunn. Maddux exited Pritchett's office and headed toward the exit. Pausing at the doorway, Maddux looked over his shoulder back at Pritchett, sifting through papers on his desk. Perfect. Maddux turned left toward Rose's lab instead of right toward the elevators. He needed to get the camera back. "Rose?" Maddux called as he poked his head into her lab. "What are you doing in here?" she asked, emerging from the dark room. "I wanted to see if you finished processing the film." "Almost. It should be done in about 5 minutes. How did your debriefing go with Pritchett?" "Fine," Maddux said. "He understands what's at stake here and is going to make sure none of these twisted attacks come to fruition." "There's more than one planned?" "Only one for now, but I think it'd be foolish to believe the Russians are only going to do this once. If they can manufacture this chemical and figure out a way to make it airborne, we're going to have a hard time containing them." "I'd feel much better if we stopped the attack before it happened and eliminated their opportunity to see how it actually works." "Ditto." A timer dinged in the corner of the room. Rose smiled. "The timer is up," she said. "Interested in seeing the photos you took?" He nodded. "Lead the way." Maddux followed her toward the darkroom. They stepped into a cylinder-shaped space just beyond the entrance of the darkroom. Once they were both inside, Rose cranked the door designed to keep any errant light from piercing the room and spoiling a picture. Rolling slowly to the right, the door finally halted, creating a wide opening for them to both enter. In between gawking at the photos, Maddux glanced around the room in search of the original film source. The small camera she'd slipped into the solution kit was missing. "Wow," Maddux said. "These photos turned out incredible." "It'll help break down their plan. We should be able to really connect the dots now with this whole operation." "That's all we can hope for, isn't it?" Maddux asked, rhetorically. She nodded as she studied several of the photos with images starting to materialize. Maddux surveyed the room, bouncing between watching her and searching for the camera. After a few seconds, he spotted the device and moved casually toward it. "So you think these pictures will be helpful?" he asked. "Helpful is one way to put it. More like invaluable," she said, still holding her gaze on the photographs. Snatching the discreet camera, he slid it into his pocket. "Well, it's late, and I need to get some sleep," he said. "Grab a wink or two for me as well," she said. "I think it's going to be a long night. No thanks to you." Maddux chuckled. "I'm just doing my job." "And unfortunately, that results in me having to do mine this late at night." Maddux gave her a casual 2-finger salute after stepping into the passageway between her lab and the darkroom. "See you on the flip side," Maddux said, before cranking the door. He hurried out of the lab and down the hall toward the elevators. Maddux was almost there when he heard Pritchett's voice.
"What are you still doing here, Maddux?" he asked.
"I wanted to check in with Rose before I left, make sure that everything was in order."
"I see," Pritchett said. "You know she's not interested, right?"
"Come again?"
"Rose is a hard worker, one of the best in her field. Getting involved in any relationship would detract from what she's doing."
"Why are you telling me this?" Maddux asked.
"She's married to her work. You know the type. Work is the person's mistress."
"I know the type all too well," Maddux said. "Good night, Pritchett."
"Good work, Maddux. Keep it up. We'll make an agent out of you yet."
Maddux pressed the down button on the wall, summoning the elevator. He needed rest, and plenty of it. Chapter 20. Maddux parked his car in the garage and was walking toward the stairs when he heard a whispered voice coming from the shadows. He turned toward it, straining to see who the voice belonged to. "I hope you know we have eyes on you," the man said as he stepped into the light. It was Alexei. He tugged on his black leather gloves before softly clapping his hands once. "I don't know how many times I must warn you, Mr. Maddux, but it is not a good idea to be so forthcoming with any information you gather," Alexei said.
It's far better for you to be cautious."
Maddux felt his anger rising as he listened to Alexei's warning. Despite promises of delivering Maddux information about his father, he hadn't seen a thing. The carrot attached to the stick seemed innocent enough, but had transformed into Alexei's cruel instrument of torture. While Maddux considered launching into a tirade, he considered where it would get him as it pertained to convincing Alexei to reveal any information. Nowhere. It'll get me nowhere.
"Why so quiet, Mr. Maddux?"
Alexei asked.
"Is there something more you want to tell me?"
Maddux shrugged. "Not particularly. I'm just a little discouraged, that's all."
"Discouraged? About what?"
"I think someone with your sense of perception ought to be able to figure out why that is. Even someone with barely any ability to identify the feelings of others should be able to know why I'm discouraged, given the current circumstances." Alexei smiled and nodded knowingly.
"I understand. You're upset about the way I've gone about delivering instructions to you, and justifiably so. I've been—"
"Let me stop you right there, because you're completely wrong, and I think you know what I'm talking about."
"I'm afraid I don't, Mr. Maddux. Would you care to enlighten this poor, uninformed soul?"
Maddux narrowed his eyes. "No matter what request I've fulfilled for you, you've yet to give me one additional piece of information about my father. I'm glad that he's alive, but you haven't told me anything about where he is or if I'll get to meet him. And for what I'm doing for you and the number of laws I'm breaking with each conversation, I'm still only being strung along. So what's the truth? Am I being made to look like a fool, or is there really a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow? As of right now, I'm betting on the former." Alexei shrugged.
"It's your father, not mine. How badly do you want to see him? Would you like to simply hear his voice, or would only a face-to-face reunion suffice? I know if it was me, I'd—"
"But it's not you, as you've likely never been put in an impossible situation like this."
"Oh, nonsense. And this situation is not impossible. It's completely manageable according to your goals. It just depends on what you want your goals to be."
"I want to see my father," Maddux said.
"Sounds like a reasonable request," Alexei said. "If that's truly the case, I suggest you continue to follow my directions. Eventually, you're going to fulfill the requests that I have for you, and I'll show you exactly how to reach him. In the meantime, you have plenty to still do for me. Plenty."
Maddux shook his head emphatically.
"No."
He paused. "No, no, 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 no. Just no."
"No what?"
"I mean no. That is not acceptable," Maddux said. "I want to see my father as soon as possible."
"That's not going to happen."
Maddux lunged toward Alexei, taking hold of him by his shirt collar. Jacking Alexei up against the wall, Maddux sneered at him. "It's going to happen, all right," Maddux said, "and it's going to happen real soon."
"And how exactly are you going to do that? Force me to take you to him? As if I'll succumb to your demands."
Maddux increased his grip on Alexei's jacket and pushed him harder against the wall, forcing his feet a few inches off the ground.
"Of course you're going to do whatever I ask you to do," Alexei said. "That's how this arrangement works. I tell you how to conduct your counterintelligence activities, upon which the completion of these assignments you will receive the information you desire."
"I need more than a wish and a prayer to keep going," Maddux said, still holding Alexei up.
"Perhaps, if you took your hands off me, we could discuss this like gentlemen."
"Gentlemen don't coerce one another," Maddux said as he released Alexei. Maddux shoved Alexei back against the wall and then headed back toward the apartment entrance.
"Gentlemen work through their disagreements without resorting to violence or tantrums," Alexei called out after Maddux. "That's right, Mr. Maddux. Just walk away, like you always do when things get rough. Like you did in the war, like you did in your marriage, like you are doing right now.
Maddux stopped and clenched his fists. He glanced back over his shoulder at Alexei before continuing toward the exit.
I'll be sure to let your mother know that it's her son's fault when I pay her a visit,
Alexei added. Maddux spun back toward Alexei. Don't you dare bring her into this, Maddux said, waving an angry finger. She's not a party to any of this.
But that's where you're wrong, Mr. Maddux. She's very much a part of this.
I swear to God, I'm gonna, Maddux said, still marching back toward Alexei. Alexei held up his hands.
Before you make any promises to your deity, perhaps you should think back to the conversation you had with your mother. Did she try to dispute your claims about your father, or did she merely try to dismiss them? When a person is keeping a secret from a loved one, it's far easier to deceive than to lie.
The end result is the same, Maddux said. What difference does it make?
It makes all the difference in the world to the one who's hiding something. Sleeping at night is far easier when a person can assuage his conscience by clinging to the virtue of honesty, even when it's anchored in deception.
Maddux stopped short of Alexei. What are you suggesting?
You're a smart man, Mr. Maddux. Figure it out.
Alexei then handed a piece of paper to Maddux.
In the meantime, I expect that you'll follow the instructions on this plan, Alexei said.
What's this? Maddux asked as he unfolded the document and scanned it.
It's your marching orders, so to speak. With my asset, Nicholas Dunn, essentially burned, I need a new asset to carry out the attack we've been planning.
Wait a minute. You want me to do this now? Alexei smiled.
Quite frankly, you're a far better candidate than Mr. Dunn. He served his purpose and would have done a sufficient job at getting the weapons into the building. But you are perfect. No one is going to suspect you, especially since you're working for the CIA.
You're out of your mind, Maddux said, balling up the paper and flicking it at Alexei's chest. Alexei stooped down and picked up the plan, offering it back to Maddux.
If you don't do what I say, the men outside your mother's house will pay her a visit, but only after a recorded copy of your conversations are sent to Mr. Pritchett at the agency.
Leave my mother out of this, Maddux said with a growl.
I'd very much like to, but you've put yourself in this situation, not me.
You're bluffing. You don't have any records of our conversations, Maddux said as he sneered at Alexei.
Are you willing to bet your career on that statement, much less your life? It hasn't been a very good time in American history to be affiliated with Russian spies. Perhaps McCarthy will resurrect his Red Scare campaign and put you in the crosshairs.
I'll defend my actions.
A noble gesture, though one destined to end in failure. You will go to prison for what you've done, but it's your mother I worry about the most. I'll wait until your name has been soiled by the bloodthirsty American press before I stop by and pay my respects. And make no mistake, I will follow through on my promise.
You are a disgusting human being.
I've been called worse,
Alexei said with a sense of pride.
So, will you do the right thing for your mother?
Maddux stared at the crumpled-up piece of paper in Alexei's hands for several seconds before snatching it from him. Alexei smiled, clapped his hands together again.
Excellent. I love it when a plan comes together, especially after you tried to blow it apart.
Maddux turned to walk away before Alexei spoke again.
We'll be watching you and your mother. Don't get any ideas, Mr. Maddux.
Maddux took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. He turned back toward the garage exit and resumed his march toward the door. While he appeared calm on the outside, he was screaming on the inside, berating himself for getting into this difficult position in the first place. His curiosity had thrust him into a dangerous game, one that didn't have much of a chance at a happy conclusion. He smoothed out the paper and perused the instructions again. Deliver canisters of sarin gas to GM Pavilion. Beneath it were directions to a warehouse where he was to pick them up. Maddux felt his stomach wrench as he read the words and then ascended the stairs. The gravity of the situation weighed upon him. He couldn't deny he'd made a terrible mistake by ever engaging with the Russian spy. But Maddux had to own up to what he did and figure a way out. And as he rode the elevator up to his floor, an idea struck him. I'm going to beat you at your own game, Alexei. Chapter 21. Maddux asked his secretary to make a phone call for him and deliver a message upon entering his office. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. The day's date was starred, April 21st, the anniversary of his father's disappearance. Maddux picked up his phone and called his mother. "Good morning, Mom. How are you today?" She sighed. "Okay, I suppose. It's always a tough one to get through." "Hopefully things will get better." "Are you planning on coming over here at 11 this morning, like you always do?" "Yes, of course. And will you be wearing that pretty blue dress and white hat that Dad loved so much?" "Of course, Eddie. It's a tradition now." "Great. I'll see you soon." According to police reports, witnesses saw a man jump from the Brooklyn Bridge at 11 a.m., the same day his father went missing. Herman Maddux had neatly folded his clothes and placed them on a bench located near the bridge, along with a note saying he was sorry. Maddux refused to believe it at first, and then later accepted it as fact. But the photo Alexei showed Maddux awakened a hope he thought he'd buried long ago. Like always, Maddux would comfort his mother as they visited the gravesite together. Their recent conversation about the possibility that her husband was still alive hadn't made her willing to shirk off a mother-son tradition. But Maddux had other plans in mind for his visit. At 10:30 a.m., Maddux put on his coat and prepared to leave the office. He stopped to talk with his secretary. "Did you do what I asked?" She nodded. "Just like you told me to." "Excellent. I'll be back in after lunch." He hailed a cab, which he asked to stop at a nearby florist shop so he could gather a bouquet for his mother. When the taxi pulled onto Gladys Street, Maddux noticed the two Russians sitting in a parked car and pretending to act uninterested in his presence. But Maddux knew better. Alexei's henchmen would be ready to pounce should Maddux make a misstep. Steady as she goes. He paid the driver before sauntering up the steps. Maddux rapped on the screen door and didn't wait for an answer to enter. "Mom, I'm here." The rapid clicking of heels preceded her entrance into the living room, where he sat holding the flowers. "Oh, Eddie, you shouldn't have," she said, clutching her chest with both hands. "You're such a sweet boy." "Let's find a vase for them," he said as he stood up. "You look beautiful as always, Mom." Gladys waved him off before commencing with small talk while she hunted for a sufficient vase. After she did, Maddux pulled the card out of the flowers. "Should I read this now?" she asked. "If you wish," Maddux said, knowing his mother wouldn't wait. She smiled as she started reading before a frown settled on her face. Remaining quiet, she finished and then hugged her son. "You really are sweet," she said, tugging at his cheek. Maddux forced a smile and then offered his arm. "Ready to visit the gravesite?" "Ready as I'll ever be." She took his arm, and the pair walked out to her car. "Want me to drive you like usual?" She sniffled as she nodded. "Yes, please." Once they were both inside, Maddux turned the ignition as the car roared to life. He gave his mother a knowing glance, which she returned, and they headed toward the grave. The cemetery overlooking the East River was idyllic amidst a fast-growing metropolis. Maddux learned his mother visited once a month, not just once a year like he did. She would sit by the gravesite and read a couple of chapters from The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Maddox's father treasured that book, and Maddux could scarcely remember going a week without his father referencing some episode from the book. "Herman T. Maddux," Maddux said as he read the tombstone aloud. "A devoted husband and loving father." Then the next line, "If only he could die temporarily." Maddux forced a smile. The Tom Sawyer quote was one his father joked about constantly. It always made Maddux laugh, even at a time when he was lamenting his father's loss. "So, do you really think he's hiding out on Jackson Island?" Gladys asked, another reference to the book. "Well, I doubt he's on a raft floating along the Mississippi River. Want to watch me shove off and take my annual trip down the East River?" She nodded and stood up. Maddux waited for her to place some flowers on the tombstone before leading her out of the graveyard and down toward the riverbank. They ascended the steps to the water before he climbed into his skull. "Will you be all right?" he asked. She dabbed at the corner of her eyes with her handkerchief. "Don't worry about me," she said. "I'll be fine. You just do what you need to do." "I love you, Mom." He pushed off from the shore and began rowing. For a few seconds he watched her wave at him, then he turned his focus and energy on rowing toward the bridge. 10 years ago he'd started this tradition of visiting the site where Herman T. Maddux had supposedly taken his own life. Maddux found it therapeutic in some ways. In other ways it was his most difficult rowing exercise every year. With every stroke he wondered about what life would be like if his father were still around. But this year, Maddux wasn't just rowing out to the bridge. He was rowing for his life and his mother's. Chapter 22. Once Maddux reached the docks of the rowing club he'd rented the boat from, he thanked the owner before heading to his car. He pulled the crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket and looked at the address. Here goes nothing. Maddux reached the warehouse in half an hour. He moved slowly, making sure that Alexei's henchman saw everything. He carefully arranged the canisters of sarin gas in his trunk, enveloping each one of them in several towels. They were designed to emit the deadly gas on a timer, but he wasn't interested in taking any chances that one might spring a leak or bust open during the ride across New York's pothole-ridden streets. The warehouse was empty, with the exception of the 4 containers. Maddux assumed it had been cleared out in case he tried to strike a deal with the prosecutors in exchange for information about the men behind the attack. However, it wasn't completely empty. Alexei had left behind a picture of Maddox's mother taken from the street in front of her house, just in case Maddux considered reneging on his agreement to help. Maddux folded up the picture and stuffed it in his pocket. While Maddux concluded he had the dogged personality necessary to enter the field of espionage, he wasn't sure he could stomach the consequences of any missteps, however slight they might be. As part of General Motors' marketing department, a mistake might result in poor sales performance for a quarter and a frank conversation about his future with the company. But as a civilian asset for the CIA, the consequences could be much more dire. Once he felt confident the containers weren't in danger of emitting any gas, he covered them up and closed the trunk. He pulled out of the warehouse and onto the busy streets of New York. As he drove, he tried to keep his mind off what he was about to do. He turned on the radio, and Terry Stafford's new hit, Suspicion, was playing, a song that only made Maddux more paranoid. He flipped off the sound system and resigned himself to wallow in his thoughts. But that didn't last long once he reached the full force of New York's traffic. Jammed into the pack of slow-moving vehicles, Maddux glanced in his mirrors while trying to keep the bulk of his attention on the car in front of him. His forehead beaded with sweat, and his knuckles turned white from tightening his grip on the steering wheel. Maddux held his breath after his tires plunged into a pothole, and the car lurched upward as it quickly descended to the smooth surface. The sound of metal clanging together came from his trunk, causing more angst for him. He considered stopping, but it wasn't the best option given the relentless flow of drivers behind him. He'd grown immune to the honking after living in New York for so long, but there was always the outside chance that someone would take it upon himself to confront Maddux for his rude driving etiquette. Aside from unleashing a canister of sarin gas in his car, the last thing Maddux wanted was to get stopped before he ever made it to his final destination. A red light forced traffic to roll to a stop at an intersection. For a brief moment, the honking ceased as only the roar of vehicles crossing in front of him could be heard. It was just quiet enough that Maddux swore his heartbeat was audible. If anyone had been sitting in the passenger seat, Maddux was convinced they would have heard the thumping, the throbbing, the pounding. It was a drumbeat that conveyed something dire, the tat-a-tat-tat of a snare drum, the march of a man being walked to the gallows. Edgar Allan Poe's telltale heart rushed to his mind. Maddux wondered if he would have caved before anyone suspected him. "No, Ed, don't think the worst. Everything is going to work out." He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The thought was a good one, the kind that could take his mind off the self-defeatist cacophony occurring in his mind since Alexei tried to force him into a corner. But Maddux started to consider that a corner wasn't the same as a wall. In a corner, there were two options for exit, left and right. He needed to choose one of them and make an escape. Would he really kill my mother? Maddux hoped he'd get that question answered. He looked at his watch and made a right turn at the next intersection, determined not to participate in Alexei's massacre. No, Maddux was going to turn the tables on Alexei. Poker nights at Dunn's had taught Maddux an important lesson about bluffs and how and when to call them. Maddux had pushed his proverbial chips to the center of the table and called. Only Alexei didn't know it yet. Maddux roared into the parking deck and descended to the CIA's secret entrance. An armed guard met Maddux and demanded to see his credentials. "I'm afraid I don't have any," Maddux said, "but please feel free to call Charles Pritchett and verify my identity, or have him come down here and walk me up." "We don't have a phone list down here for obvious reasons," the guard said. "Obvious reasons? Why wouldn't you want to be able to contact someone?" "Nobody needs to know who works here." "You mean here at the CIA's New York offices?" The man glared at Maddux. "Just go. It's better that you leave now than me taking action." "Okay, fine. I'll just leave these canisters of chemical weapons right by your door, and hopefully they won't leak or get knocked over." The guard studied Maddux for a moment. "Just hold on. Let me call my superior." 10 minutes later, Pritchett was standing just outside the guard station, arms crossed and wearing a furrowed brow. "Chemical weapons? Really? That's a good one, though the wrong way to get someone's attention around here. It's going to get you in trouble one day." Pritchett gestured for Maddux to join him inside. Maddux sighed and put his head down as he followed Pritchett's directions. "I'm already in trouble. That's why I'm here. Go on." Once they reached Pritchett's office, they sat down, and Maddux proceeded to explain how Alexei had tried to force him into planting the canisters of sarin gas. It was a lengthy conversation, one that involved plenty of mea culpas from Maddux. He knew the fallout from it wasn't likely to be pretty, probably even resulting in being relieved of his involvement with the operation, though he would appreciate seeing the end of his assignment. But Maddux didn't shy away from any shred of the truth. The story needed to be told, related with conviction. If the Russians were going to be stopped, the CIA needed to know the full extent of how they operated. "You should have told me all this earlier, much earlier," Pritchett said. "I'm sorry. I wanted to, but Alexei had me convinced my father was still alive and that you were hiding it from me, and—" "If you have a question, you just need to ask," Pritchett said. "That doesn't mean I can answer it, but it's better than leaving it unsaid." "Well, is my father still alive?" Pritchett drew in a long breath and held up a finger. "Let's address that at another time, shall we? Right now, we have some pressing issues, starting with what you've done. Because of your action, charging Nicholas Dunn just became next to impossible. If he's no longer the man that Alexei intended to use to set explosive devices in the General Motors pavilion, Dunn is going to get off scot-free. All the evidence, not to mention hours of work we accumulated over the past year while keeping eyes on him as much as possible during his public movements, is now rendered worthless. "I'm sorry," Maddux said. "I didn't realize that." "Now, don't get me wrong," Pritchett interrupted. "I'm glad you didn't let your love for family turn into leverage that could be used to force you to do something that would have been deemed unforgivable by both the public and the court. You would have been sentenced to prison if you hadn't come to me. Meanwhile, Alexei will escape without prosecution, and Dunn could still play the role of victim if he so chooses. But I want the best possible outcome in this case," Pritchett said. "I'm not settling for just anything." Maddux left the CIA offices and returned to his office a few minutes before 3 p.m. He hadn't been in his chair more than 5 minutes before his phone rang.
"You bastard,"
Alexei said, as soon as Maddux answered.
"I know what you did.
"Do you now?"
Think I'm bluffing? Think again. You handed over the canisters to the CIA, and now your dear mother is going to pay a very dear price. I have agents sitting outside your home right now."
"You wouldn't dare," Maddux said.
"At what point did you ever think this was a good idea? Hope you enjoyed your final moments with your mother."
The line went dead. Maddux smiled as he hung up. He grabbed his coat and headed straight for the GM Pavilion at the World's Fair to look over the last-minute touches on the exhibit before it opened in the morning. When Maddux walked into the exhibit, he stared at the enormity of the project. The diorama Futurama 2 was fully operational and being tested by company employees. A handful of people would take the ride and provide feedback for the on-site technicians who were making some last-minute adjustments. When Maddux walked in, he stared at the enormity of the project.
"Pretty amazing, isn't she?"
Poulsen asked as he eased next to Maddux. Maddux kept his gaze on the structure. "Truly amazing. I can't believe how far technology has advanced in the past 25 years since the last Futurama."
"Wait until you see where these people with vivid imaginations think we're going in the next 50. If they're right, the world is going to be one incredible place."
Done with his gawking, Maddux turned to his boss. "So, what's on the agenda for this afternoon?"
"Keep it fun and loose," Poulsen said. "Oh, and you're going to want to check out the pins that just arrived. They've got that slogan you came up with plastered all over them. 'I have seen the future.'"
"I wish I could see it," Maddux said.
"Are you all right, Ed?"
Maddux nodded. "Just another day in paradise."
"Well, you seem like something's been bothering you lately. Are you sure you're okay?"
"I've seen better days, but I'll get over it, I'm sure."
"Good, because there's something else I've been meaning to speak with you about."
"What's that?"
"Well, it's kind of a biggie."
"Lay it on me, boss." Poulsen put his hands on his hips.
"How familiar are you with our Opel division in Europe?"
"The one based in Bonn, Germany?"
"That's the one."
"What about it?" Maddux asked.
"We need a new marketing director there," Poulsen said. "You've done a great job as an executive here, but I think you'd be perfect for it. That is, if you're interested."
"I'm intrigued. Let me think about it."
"Good."
Poulsen turned to leave and then stopped and faced Maddux.
"One more thing before I leave."
"Yes?"
"There was a guy with security who wanted to see you about something. I'm not sure what it was all about, but I told him that I'd pass along the message. He said you could find him at the security office located near the entrance."
"I think I know where it's at."
"Good. Just make sure you visit him before you leave," Poulsen said. "He was pretty adamant about needing to see you, and I promised him you would. Don't make a liar out of me."
Maddux forced a smile. "I'd never dream of doing such a thing." Poulsen patted Maddux on the back.
Good. Keep up the good work, and go grab one of those pins.
Don't worry, I won't miss the opportunity to revel in my genius.
You're a terrible liar,
Poulsen said as he started walking away.
Everyone knows you just steal your ideas from Elliot Brumbaugh.
Now that's funny, Maddux said as he watched his boss saunter off to some other unsuspecting employee. Maddux strolled through the pavilion. He ran his hands along the smooth steel lines of the wall and stared wide-eyed at the mechanical ride shuttling employees through the diorama. It reminded him of pictures he'd seen of Disneyland rides. Despite all the turmoil swirling around him, a glimpse of the future settled his mind for a few minutes. However, the peace was fleeting as he glanced up and saw Rose Fuller.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked in a hushed tone as he rushed up to her.
"You were supposed to go check on my mother."
"I did, though it's not that easy to explain."
Maddox's voice quivered as he spoke.
"What happened, Rose?"
"Everything went as planned," she said. "Your mother stayed behind at the riverbank, and I came up the steps, dressed just like her. I spotted 2 Russians straight away and noticed them follow me back to your mother's house."
"Go on."
"Well, I didn't waste any time setting up the trap. And, just like you said they would, they stormed the house about 15 minutes later. The explosive device I set incapacitated both of them almost instantly. I called one of my friends at the bureau to let them deal with the cleanup, and then headed straight for your apartment. But when I got there, the door was kicked open. Some floozy was in the hall, crying hysterically and apologizing over and over. She said she told 2 men that she'd seen a strange elderly woman enter the apartment an hour prior. I'm assuming that was right before they kicked the door in and carted off your mother."
"Carolyn,"
Maddux said with a snarl. "I swear that woman will be the death of me yet."
"Anyway, your apartment had been sacked, and I couldn't find a trace of her other than the white hat she wore to the grave, so I know she was there."
"Damn,"
he said through clenched teeth. "I can't believe I put her in danger like that. It's all my fault."
"Don't be too hard on yourself, Ed. I've got to go answer a few questions at the FBI, but we'll talk later."
Maddux let out a long breath and interlocked his fingers, resting them on top of his head.
"Why did I think I could get away with this?"
A firm hand on his shoulder jolted him back to reality. "Mr. Maddux," a man said firmly. Maddux turned to the man. "Yes?" "I need you to come with me, please. There's someone who wants to speak with you." "Can you tell me what this is about?" Maddux asked. "It's about your mother." Chapter 23. Maddux looked down at his hand and noticed it quivering as he followed the man's gentle leading. With the hive of activity still buzzing around the pavilion exhibit, Maddux figured no one would see him leave, and even if they did, the only person he cared about was Poulsen, who'd likely assume Maddux was headed to the security offices. "Who are you, anyway?" Maddux asked the man. The man remained expressionless, marching Maddux forward without giving away a hint of how he felt about his assignment or what was going on. "Is there something wrong with telling me what this is about since I'm already going with you?" Maddux asked. Still, no answer. They meandered across the grounds until they approached another pavilion that was unoccupied. The man pushed the door open and gestured for Maddux to proceed through it. With each step, Maddux felt his throat restricting and a knot in his stomach tightening. He wondered just how bad it could be, or how ominous whoever this man was would make his mother's death sound. That is, if she was dead. Maddux only presumed it and braced himself to hear those words the moment he met someone higher on the food chain than the guard delivering the bad news. Maybe it would even be Alexei himself. No matter who Maddux heard the words from, he knew it wouldn't be pleasant. The man stopped in front of the security office and opened the door. Maddux didn't move, confused over what was going on. "Here?" Maddux asked. The man nodded and gestured for Maddux to continue. "After you." Maddux entered the room and glanced around at the World's Fair security personnel buzzing about. "Ah, you must be Mr. Maddux," said a man who approached Maddux with his hand out. Maddux shook the man's hand cautiously. "What's this all about? I was told it had to do with my mother." "Yes, Mr. Maddux, I'm afraid it does." Is she all right? She's had an episode. She's at New York General right now. An episode? What kind of episode? I believe it had something to do with her heart, the man said. I wasn't clear about all the details, but she asked us to let you know as soon as possible so you could visit her. Maddux thanked the man and rushed back to the pavilion, where he notified Polson that he'd be gone for the afternoon to tend to his mother.
Take all the time you need, Polson said. I think we can hold the fort down without you. Just make sure you grab some pins before you leave. It might cheer your mother up to see something her son helped create. That and flowers. Don't forget the flowers.
Maddux exited the building and hurried to New York General Hospital. Stopping only to buy flowers in the lobby, he checked with the front desk to find out what room she was in. "Room 623, on the 6th floor," a nurse at the triage told him. He skipped waiting for the elevator and hustled up the steps. Once he reached her room, he found her reclining in the bed, awake and alert. "Edward, I thought you said this plan was perfect." Maddux hung his head, shaking it slightly. "I'm sorry, Mom. How are you? I heard you wanted to make sure that I was contacted." She smiled wryly. "It depends on who you ask. I still think my life is just fine, but you wouldn't believe that if you heard the doctor tell it. According to him, I'm on death's doorstep, beating down the door to get in." "That's normally what doctors think when it has something to do with your heart, that your body is sounding the alarm." "Well, that isn't why I called you." "Oh? You had ulterior motives?" She laughed softly. "Always, son, always." "Well, let's hear it." "First, let me tell you that I'm just fine, no matter what the doctor says. I'm not really ill. I just had a little problem with my heart." "A little problem?" Maddux asked as he studied the tubes encircling her body. "2 men broke into your apartment and took me." "And you call that a little problem?" "Sure as I'm sitting here," she said. "I don't know who they were, but they didn't speak the entire time." "I'm sorry, Mom. Those men. I've got to stop them." She peered over the top of her glasses, eyeing him closely. Before he could answer, Gladys's heart monitor began to beep. A second later, her eyes rolled back in her head. "Nurse! Nurse! We need some help in here," Maddux called. A pair of nurses and a doctor rushed into the room and pushed Maddux aside. He watched from the corner as they tried to revive her. For a tense 60 seconds, the doctor barked orders and nurses scurried back and forth, in and out. Maddux could only watch and pray. He muttered a short prayer he'd learned in his Catholic school. "Come on, Mom. You can't die on me." The tension in the room heightened. More monitors were connected to her. Nurses injected her with drugs. And then she stabilized. Then the doctor had her rolled out of the room and down the hall. "We need to operate," he said as he followed the nurses navigating the rolling bed. Maddux sighed in momentary relief, though his angst hadn't subsided, and nothing quelled that for the next several hours as he waited for the doctor to emerge. When he did, his head was hung low. "Mr. Maddux, I'm Dr. Quinton. I'm sorry that we have to be meeting under these circumstances," he said. "Your mother sustained a massive stroke. She's in a coma now, and I don't know how long she's going to be there. She's stable, but these kinds of situations are difficult to predict. She could make a fine recovery, or she could recover with some paralysis in parts of her body. It's just too early to tell." "But she will recover?" Maddux asked. "I can't guarantee that either. Personally, I have good reason to hope that she'll pull through all of this, but I don't want to give you the impression that everything is going to be okay." "Can I see her?" Dr. Quinton shook his head. "I don't think it's best at this time. However, feel free to check in with a nurse from ICU whenever you like. She'll give you a call the moment your mother comes out of her coma and let you know her condition." "Thanks, Doc. Go home, get some rest and something to eat. You'll feel better. Sitting around here worrying about her isn't going to change anything." Maddux nodded and headed toward the triage where he let the nurse know that he'd be calling. "Have a good night, Mr. Maddux," she said as he walked away. "I'll try." Maddux looked at his watch. It was nearly 8 p.m., and he hadn't eaten a thing since earlier in the day. Based on how he felt, a trip to Freddy's diner was in order. He settled into his favorite booth in the back and ordered the usual. The cup of black coffee thrust before him was soothing. He sipped it and reflected on his conversation with his mother. While he thought that she led a boring life, apparently there were some things he never knew about her, or his dad. Maddux just hoped she could pull through. If he was honest, he didn't even really care if he ever found out about her mysterious secret life or whatever it was she was about to reveal. He only cared about her. He wanted to see her smiling face again. Maddux was still lost in thought when he heard a familiar, friendly voice. "Hey, stranger." Maddux looked up to see Rose standing there. "Mind if I sit down and join you?" she asked. "Are you stalking me?" "Freddy's just so happens to be my favorite diner. My father got me hooked on greasy spoons when I was a kid, and my mom used to leave for work. When he didn't feel like cooking, which was almost every night, we'd go eat at one of his choice spots." "What did your mother do?" "She was a lounge singer, and a good one, too. If she'd had the right break, I think she could have landed a record contract." "And your father?" "Construction worker. He was a hard worker, 9 to 5 every day without fail." A lounge singer and a construction worker team up to produce a smart and beautiful woman. Who would have guessed it? "I'm on to your flattery," she said flatly. "We're not even supposed to fraternize outside of the office." "Yet, here we are." "You're right. Here we are. However, I only came over because I wanted to check on you and find out about your mother. I tried reaching you by phone but didn't get an answer." "She had a stroke while I was visiting with her and is in a coma." Rosa's eyes widened and glistened. "Is she going to be okay?" "The doctor wouldn't give me a straight answer, which makes me think she won't be. But it's all my fault." "Don't blame yourself. Alexei dragged your mother into this. You were just looking for a way to get her out." "Yeah, get her out, not get her killed. I was about to tell her everything before she fell sick again and nearly died. The doctor revived her and stabilized her before taking her into surgery." "I'd be worried sick. I don't know if I'd even go into the office because I know I wouldn't be able to concentrate." "Unfortunately, I don't have that option. Tomorrow is the opening of the World's Fair and our pavilion. I'd have to be dead to get an excuse to miss that. Plus, who knows what Alexei might do?" The waiter stopped by and took Rosa's order, which was a slice of apple pie and a cup of coffee. "You're not hungrier than that?" Maddux asked. "I just came out for dessert, and apparently a chance to talk more with a co-worker than is normally allowed." "I appreciate the company. Of all nights, this is the night I need someone. It's hard living on your own." "But you didn't always live alone, did you?" He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Was I married? Is that what you're asking?" She nodded. "Once," he said. "It was a long time ago." "What happened?" "Work happened, that's what. I was so enthralled with my job that I never took time for my wife." "What was her name?" "Elizabeth. It hurts even to say it out loud. It's easier if I just talk about her as my former wife and keep everything generic. Using her name reminds me that all the hurtful things I did were to a real person, not to an inanimate object." "It's not easy to forget the pain, whether you were the one receiving it or the one causing it." He nodded knowingly. "I agree, though I would prefer to forget about the pain I caused. It feels like another me from another lifetime ago." "And since then?" "I vowed never to date again and keep my heart from falling in love. It's much easier to do than I thought. It's how I keep from breaking anyone else's heart. One heart was enough for me to shatter in this life. I had my chance, and I don't care to repeat my mistakes." "Don't ever become a scientist, then." "What do you mean by that?" "The only way you learn in science is to learn from your mistakes," she said, leaning forward.
You analyze what you did wrong and try again and again and again and again, and you keep doing that until you get it right and you learn something.
The human heart is more delicate than a lab rat.
That's true, but the human heart is also more resilient.
Maybe I'll change my mind one day, but I have to meet the right person, the kind of woman who inspires me to the point where I must have her and no one else.
Better not let that get around, Edward Maddux, she said. You start talking like that, and you'll have hundreds of women pounding on your door asking you out on a date.
And that'd be the last thing I want.
You're a spy now, albeit a temporary one, so I bet you can keep a secret.
He laughed. I've been keeping that secret for quite some time. It felt good to share it with somebody.
Happy to listen, she said.
The waiter came and delivered Rose's piece of pie and coffee. Maddux watched as she dug into her dessert without any reservations. In less than a minute, the only thing left on her plate was a smattering of crumbs. Was it good? Maddux asked with a grin.
Freddie makes the best apple pie in the city, she said, scraping her plate to collect the last few morsels. If you haven't tried it, perhaps you should sometime.
She dabbed the corners of her mouth with her napkin.
Well, I must be going, she said. I'm in a bowling league, and we have a game tonight at 9.
Have fun, Maddux said. She stood and moved quickly toward Maddux before stopping short and slipping an object into his coat pocket. What was that? He asked as she pulled back.
Just a pocket watch, she said. You never know when you're going to need to tell time.
He frowned. A what?
Just a little something I've been working on at the lab for you. I'd advise you to wait until you've returned to your apartment before you start playing with it.
What does it do?
It's a surprise. Just wait, for the sake of everyone here.
Thanks for listening, Maddux said. She winked.
That's what we're known for at the agency.
She walked out, and Maddux was left to wonder if maybe she might have been the one to inspire him. As soon as she disappeared onto the street, he finished his meal and then headed home. He hadn't walked more than a few hundred feet before a man stopped him on the sidewalk. "Hey, mister, do you have a light I could bum off you?" asked the man, who kept his head down. He wore a fedora that shadowed his face. Maddux felt the breast pocket on his shirt for a lighter. He located it and then handed it to the man. "Here you go, sir," Maddux said. "Keep your eyes and ears alert," the man said, his voice sounding more familiar to Maddux. "Dyson?" Maddux asked. "Yeah, it's me," Dyson said, before blowing a long plume of smoke out of the side of his mouth. "Smoking my cigarettes that are as mild as May. What's this all about?" "Pritchett wanted me to warn you that it's not over." "Don't I know that?" "The canisters you brought by the office were duds." "Duds? But why would Alexei—" Dyson sucked in another lungful of smoke. "He's trying to distract us for some reason, probably to get the jump on us and set off canisters. Maybe he thinks we'd relax, as if the situation were over. According to one of our assets placed at the docks, there are 4 real canisters of sarin gas still unaccounted for." "Alexei always seems to be a step ahead," Maddux said. "You really think he would anticipate us discovering the truth about those canisters?" "Maybe he's trying to frame you. Who knows? The list of possibilities could extend to the length of the Hudson. But keep quiet about it. If he was that naive, we don't want to reveal our hand now, on the eve of when he's going to launch the attack. We need to find those real canisters before he sets them off and turns up the heat on this Cold War." Maddux nodded. "Roger that." "Thanks for the light," Dyson said loudly, with a wave, as he walked away. Maddux continued in the opposite direction and crossed the street at the next sidewalk. He looked around, and he was alone, though he sensed someone was following. He ambled along, entering a construction zone that spilled onto the sidewalk. The scaffolding made the area dark. Numerous entry points into the construction site could be found between the plywood erected to keep the building area free of prying eyes. Maddux never considered that the person following him could have been standing on the other side of the barrier. just inches away. Chapter 24. Caught off guard by a swift tug, Maddux tumbled into the construction area. He tried to regain his balance as the assault from his left side caught him by surprise. He stumbled over a cinder block and several pipes and almost avoided a fall into the dirt, but a swift strike from a stick and 2 kicks to his stomach ended that attempt. He skidded on his chest for a few feet and then came to a halt. With dust swirling in the air, he glanced around and could only make out a pair of boots. The right foot drew back in preparation to kick him again, but Maddux wasn't going to lie here and take it. Instead, he rolled sharply to his left and missed the swinging kick. He grabbed the man's leg as it reached its zenith above Maddux and twisted it. The man groaned in pain and tumbled to the ground. Maddux leapt to his feet, only to be greeted by Alexei, who had a gun trained on his prisoner.
Going somewhere, Mr. Maddux?
Alexei asked as he slowly circled Maddux.
Just trying to get home, Maddux said. I've got a big day tomorrow. You sure do.
The henchman staggered to his feet and eased behind Maddux.
Look, I don't know what you want me to do for you, but I think I'm unable to help you anymore. Just let me go, and I won't say anything about you to anyone else. I don't even have to mention this little confrontation. Oh, there's so much more you can do for me, Mr. Maddux, Alexei said. If it truly were the case that you couldn't help me anymore, I wouldn't hesitate to leave your traitorous body full of bullet holes right here. It'd be fitting that you ended up lying in the dirt like the piece of rubbish you are. You defied my will today, and now you will pay for it dearly. I don't know what you intend to do, but I can assure you that I won't do it. You have to understand you have no leverage over me, so you might as well shoot me now. Or what? You don't care that Dr. Quinton at New York General is an associate of mine? The Dr. Quinton who was overseeing your mother's care? Or that I know all about Rose Fuller's bowling league and where she lives, not to mention I have valuable information on your father's whereabouts that I'd be happy to reveal to you after you complete your assignment.
Maddux glared at Alexei. I'm done with your promises. I'm not interested in anything you have to offer.
I think I've proven that you can trust me when I tell you that I'm going to do something, Alexei said. So far, I've proven to be very trustworthy, though likely not in the way you'd prefer. I will keep my word. That much I can promise. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But I wouldn't suggest you trying me again.
Alexei kept his gun trained on Maddux and nodded to the henchman, who grabbed Maddux by the arm.
Now, I need you to do something for me before you go home, Alexei said. I need you to go see Nicholas Dunn. Stop by and have a drink. Shoot a breeze. I don't care.
They're watching him. They'll know what's going on.
Exactly what I'm hoping for, Alexei said. Plans have changed since I know that you know about the canisters. Just stop by and speak with Dunn if you want your mother to make it through the night. And then you can be on your way. It'll be the final thing I ask you to do.
And then what?
After all this is over with, I'll give you what you want about your father.
Alexei's guard shoved Maddux back toward the exit leading to the street.
Good luck, Mr. Maddux, Alexei said. Don't disappoint me.
Maddux cast one more glance over his shoulder at Alexei before slipping onto the sidewalk. Maddux nodded at the doorman as he entered Dunn's building. In a few short weeks, Maddux learned how to identify CIA field agents, and he was sure the doorman worked for the agency. The man smiled and gave a friendly wave to Maddux before turning serious. Maddux wanted to tell the man the visit was for show, but that wasn't the most prudent action. Alexei surely had his people watching Maddux to make sure their attempts weren't sabotaged again. When Maddux reached the top floor, he knocked on Dunn's door. No reply. Maddux rapped again, followed shortly by heavy footfalls that sounded louder with each step. The door swung open, and Dunn stood there in his bathrobe. "And to what do I owe this visit tonight at such an ungodly hour?" Dunn asked, sternly. "I think you know," Maddux said. Dunn waved him inside and then closed the door. He placed an index finger to his lips and led Maddux to the bathroom. Dunn proceeded to turn on the water in both the bathtub and sink. "What are you doing?" Maddux asked. "Keeping out any prying ears," Dunn said, in a voice barely above a whisper. "Do you know what's going on here?" Dunn nodded. "The Russians have been blackmailing me for quite some time. I've wanted to tell you the truth, but I couldn't. Let's not pretend like you're innocent here. I know I'm not, but I wouldn't betray my country like this unless I had to." Maddux glared at Dunn. "You always have a choice." "Yeah, but what they have as leverage on me isn't much better." "What is it?" "I can't talk about it." "Nick, come on, it's me. I know every one of your dark secrets from college." Dunn sighed. "I wish I could tell you, but I can't. It'd just put you in more danger if you knew. Someday, someone is going to ask you about it, and I'd rather you be able to honestly answer that you have no idea. Maybe I can help you. And no, don't even think about it. Let's just go along with this madman's plan, and in the meantime, figure out a way to stop him." "Why did he send me here?" Maddux asked. "Maybe to throw the CIA off the trail. He's banking on you not saying another word. What does he have on you? Any dirt?" "Apparently my mother's doctor is on Alexei's payroll, and she's in the hospital right now. I'll be there tomorrow for the opening of the World's Fair. Will you?" Maddux nodded. "I can't miss it. Our pavilion is going to make a huge splash in the papers." "Good luck. I just pray we figure out how this is going to happen before Alexei makes his move." "You and me both." Maddux saw himself out of Dunn's penthouse suite. While exiting the building, Maddux was certain he made at least one other CIA agent and possibly one of Alexei's men. Either way, Maddux's moves were being tracked by everyone. Paranoia was reaching a fever pitch, Maddux included. He hustled home and locked the door behind him. After pouring himself a drink, he sat in his chair and sipped on some bourbon. He needed to think. Alexei utilized smoke and mirrors when it came to pulling off his operations, and the impending attack on the General Motors Pavilion would be no different. Maddux just hoped he could figure out what to do before hundreds of innocent lives were lost. Chapter 25. Maddux barely slept all night, tossing and turning as he considered all the possibilities of how Alexei might initiate a sarin gas attack. While Maddux didn't hold many advantages, he knew Alexei possessed only 4 more canisters of the chemical. How many containers Alexei had may not have been earth-shattering news, but it was significant and relevant. If the CIA was going to squelch the attack, every piece of information was vital. He only had to find 4 in the pavilion or on the grounds. Maddux couldn't be certain that the General Motors exhibit would remain a target, but Alexei's ego was big enough that he might still try to target the sure-to-be-popular pavilion. Stumbling toward his bathroom, Maddux cranked up the hot water in his shower and allowed the room to steam up before stepping inside. Once he climbed in, he closed his eyes and put his face directly beneath the shower head. The water had a soothing effect on Maddux, helping him clear his head and preparing him for what the day held in store, though usually it wasn't anything as important as what awaited him in the next 24 hours. "Your clock runs out today, Alexei." The thought was a random one that popped into Maddux's head. He couldn't believe that he'd even pondered how he would kill Alexei if given the chance. Maddux had considered using a gun, which would be quick and easy as long as he didn't miss. Trained in hand-to-hand combat from his days in the U.S. Army, Maddux also considered how he might enjoy snapping Alexei's neck. However, either of those methods would be relatively painless, and Maddux wanted him to suffer. Despite his vivid imagination when it came to snuffing out Alexei, above all, Maddux wanted to keep everyone safe. That was the goal, and he vowed not to lose sight of that. When Maddux arrived at the General Motors Pavilion, the excitement in the building was palpable. He wondered if anyone had remained behind in his office, as it appeared every employee was present. He surveyed the crowd and turned to walk outside before Elliot Brumbaugh accosted Maddux. "What is it now, Elliot?" Maddux asked, his voice fading.
"Good morning to you too, Ed," Brumbaugh said. "Late night?"
Maddux sighed.
"You don't know the half of it. Chasing skirts and drinking liquor is fun, but eventually you'll have to pay the piper."
"What do you want?"
"I'm looking for Paulson. Have you seen him?"
Maddux nodded. "Yeah, I saw him over in the corner just a minute ago." He pointed in the direction he'd seen his boss.
"I don't see him,"
Brumbaugh said. "Well, go look. I'm not his personal secretary."
"Yeah, well, she's not here either."
"I saw Cindy right when I walked in the door. Just weave through the crowd. You'll find them."
"You know how much I hate large gatherings like this,"
Brumbaugh said, his brow furrowed. "We all have our fears that we must conquer."
"Speaking of which, I need you to help me hang a banner from the ceiling in a few minutes," Brumbaugh said. "Can you meet me up on the catwalk in half an hour?"
"Now I'm going to punch you and toss you in the middle of the crowd." Brumbaugh cackled.
"And to think you wanted to be a paratrooper one day."
"I swear, if this wasn't the opening day of the World's Fair, I'd deck you right now."
"Lucky me."
Maddux watched as Brumbaugh scurried toward an exit, the exact opposite direction of Paulson. Maddux felt a tap on his shoulder. He spun around to see Paulson in front of him.
"Isn't this great?"
Paulson asked, gesturing around the room.
"I'm so excited I can hardly stand it. And it wouldn't be nearly as amazing if you hadn't come up with that incredible slogan that corporate nearly lost their minds over."
"I had no idea something like 'I have seen the future' would get them so excited."
"That's the genius of you, Ed. You're so unassuming about your greatness."
Maddux forced a smile. "Thanks. And, by the way, Brumbaugh was looking for you, but then he went outside."
"Well, I'm around. Tell him to come to find me if I don't find him first."
Maddux nodded and then walked toward the exit to step outside for a moment. He'd been in such a rush to get to the pavilion that he'd forgotten to call and check in on his mother's condition. After a brief search, he found a bank of phones and slipped a dime in to call New York General. He explained that he was Mrs. Maddox's son and asked to be connected to a room.
Mrs. Maddux has checked out, I'm afraid,
the nurse said. "Checked out? On her own?"
"I believe so. According to my records here, she checked out this morning about 20 minutes ago. I remember seeing one of the new orderlies pushing her toward the exit."
"New orderlies? So Dr. Quinton wasn't there?"
"He's been her doctor while she's been here, but I think she decided to check herself out. It wasn't the best decision, based on all the information on her charts, but some people really struggle to recover in the hospital and do much better at home. I'm not sure who the man was who pushed her to her vehicle, but I'll try to find out and ask around if you're still interested and want to speak to him."
"That'd be nice," Maddux said. "I'll try to call her back later. And thanks for the update. I really appreciate it."
"My pleasure, Mr. Maddux."
Blood rushed to his face. His palms started to sweat. Maddux likened this sensation to the one he experienced when he was awaiting his turn to jump out of an airplane for the first time. A racing heart, shortness of breath, an overwhelming fear that made him question if he was about to die. He considered calling his mother at home, but he knew that she wouldn't be there, not to mention the fact that Alexei likely had someone listening in on her calls, if it wasn't one of his agents who was taking her out of the hospital. Maddux took a deep breath. "Stay calm, Ed. You can do this." He decided to walk around for a few minutes so he could clear his mind and focus. While the park had yet to open, it was teeming with employees from the various companies and workers who would be assisting with the various rides and booths scattered throughout the park. As he was strolling along the grounds, he felt a sharp point jab him in the back. He froze and slowly raised both his hands. "I don't want any trouble," Maddux said.
Put your hands down, the man said.
Maddux spun around to see Pritchett holding up his hook.
You need to be more vigilant as you survey your surroundings, Pritchett said,
leading Maddux to a bench where the men sat.
If you let your guard down, you could be co-opted again.
I'm still learning.
And we're still trying to learn what Alexei has in store for the fair today.
Maddux nodded. Me too. I'm assuming you knew I paid Nicholas Dunn a visit last night.
We've been watching him closely. So far, he doesn't appear to be up to anything mischievous today.
That's because he isn't. They're using him as a decoy.
He told you this?
Not in so many words, Maddux said. I'm just drawing some conclusions, but I think Alexei wants to direct your resources toward watching Dunn, so the real threat will slip through your fingers.
Classic Russian espionage operation. The redirect is their signature move. I suspected as much.
While it might free up some other agents, it still leaves us with an even bigger question. Who is going to carry out the attacks today, if they're still on?
I'm sure they're still on. There's no better day to grab the headlines than today. The world will be reading about this opening ceremony in newspapers tomorrow, or listening to radio reports on the air almost immediately after it happens. And television will be here to capture the live bloody images if Alexei is successful.
Maddux looked at his watch. We've only got 1 hour before the festivities begin.
Get back to the pavilion and keep looking around. I'll get someone on Dunn, but maybe have some of my other agents look for other possibilities.
Maddux stood.
Oh, and Maddux?
Yes?
Be vigilant. Don't let anyone slip up behind you again, myself included. Hundreds of lives may depend upon you today.
Maddux nodded. I'll do a better job, sir. He turned and headed back toward the General Motors pavilion, his pace quickened by the urgency. Maddux re-entered the pavilion and was greeted by a disheveled Elliot Brumbaugh, who was holding a wrinkled banner.
"Where have you been, Ed?" Brumbaugh asked. "I've been looking all over for you and waiting for you to help me with this."
Maddux cocked his head to one side. "You were serious?"
"Serious as a heart attack."
"That's what I'm going to have if you make me go up on the catwalk to hang that thing."
"Oh, come on. It'll be fun."
Maddux bit his lip and shook his head imperceptibly. Before he could respond, he felt a strong slap on his back. He turned to see Poulsen.
"What are you two creative minds dreaming up over here?" Poulsen asked. "Are you coming up with the next great GM ad campaign that's going to make everyone wish they owned a Corvette or a Corsair?"
"I'm just trying to dream up a way to get this yellow-bellied marketing man up on the catwalk with me so we can hang this one final banner," Brumbaugh said as he cut his eyes toward Maddux.
"What's wrong, Ed? Are you scared of heights?" Poulsen asked.
"Terrified of them. Horrified, actually," Maddux said. "I'd rather be trapped in a room with 1,000 snakes than ascend to anything above 6 feet tall."
"How do you even climb steps?" Poulsen asked.
"Very carefully, while I hold the handrail. That doesn't scare me as much as it used to." Brumbaugh chuckled.
"And to think Ed thought he was going to be a paratrooper one day."
"If you're not careful, I will take you to the top of the catwalk and throw you over so you can see how well that banner works as a parachute." Brumbaugh laughed again.
"If that's what it takes to get you up there, I'll do it."
Poulsen took a deep breath and exhaled.
"Now, you two work out your differences and overcome your fears, because we need to get that sign up there as soon as possible."
"There's nobody else who can help Elliot with this project?" Maddux asked.
"Nobody that I trust to do it right and survive."
Maddux closed his eyes and remained still for a few seconds. "You're not instilling a ton of confidence in me here," Maddux said.
"Just get up there, Ed. You'll be fine."
Poulsen walked off, buzzing over to the next group of co-workers chatting about the pavilion and marveling at the structure.
"Let's go, Ed,"
Brumbaugh said.
"You heard the man. Time for you to get over your fears and help me place this thing at the top."
"All right," Maddux said. "I'm right behind you." Maddox's reluctance to ascend the ladder and fasten a sign atop the catwalk dissipated once he realized how good the view was from above. On the ground, he'd been limited in his field of vision, blocked by small cliques of people talking. But from the catwalk, Maddux could see everything. "Are you going to help me, Ed? Or are you just going to stand there?" Brumbaugh asked. Maddux gripped the railing and moved slowly toward Brumbaugh. "What do you want me to do?" Maddux asked. "Run the string around the bottom rung of the railing." "Down there?" Maddux said, pointing. "Yeah, all 3 feet down from where you are right now," Brumbaugh said as he crouched down and began tying off his rope. "Be careful not to drop it." Maddux looked at his hands, profusely sweating and trembling. "Are you sure you're okay? You don't look well," Brumbaugh said. "You know how I don't like heights." "Sure, so here's your chance to conquer your fears. Now hurry up and tie this thing off. I don't want to miss the opening ceremonies." Maddux eased down and slowly secured the rope to the railing. He stood and shot a sideways glance at Brumbaugh. "Happy now?" "Yes, I am. Now let's get out of here so we don't miss the opening ceremonies." Maddux took deep breaths as he climbed down the stairs, which shook with each step. "Are you sure 2 people should be up here at the same time?" Maddux asked over his shoulder. "Just keep moving, you big wuss," Brumbaugh said. "Watch it," Maddux warned. Once Maddux was on solid ground again, he followed the flow of GM employees making their way to the gates of the World's Fair. A handful of people stayed behind to prepare for the onslaught of attendees who would be flooding the park in a matter of minutes. Distancing himself from Brumbaugh, Maddux joined with several other employees just outside the gates and awaited the festivities to begin on a temporary stage that had been erected for the big event. A marching band played to Maddox's left. He listened to it for a few moments before scanning the rest of the crowd. While fiddling with the pocket watch Rose had given him, Maddux identified several security personnel milling around, as well as one man he recognized from the CIA, but still no sign of Alexei or any of his henchmen. Once the band stopped playing, the president of the World's Fair Association took the stage to welcome everyone here, and then began an introduction. "Before we all enter these gates and indulge on the marvelous inventions, creations, and foods of the future, I wanted us to get a proper New York welcome from City Councilman Nicholas Dunn, also known as the King of Queens. So, without further ado, Mr. Nicholas Dunn." The crowd roared its approval, with applause and cheers while Dunn climbed the steps leading to the stage. He raised his hands and flashed a few thumbs-up signs. Nick's certainly in his element. He adjusted the microphone at the lectern and began to speak. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that warm welcome," he began. "I know this day has been a long-anticipated one on your calendars. The moment when we all get to take a glimpse into what our lives might look like one day. I've always been fascinated with technology and the way it changes our lives, as I think we all are to some degree. I also appreciate the past and the heritage that we have in this great nation. Had the World's Fair been an event 500 years ago, I don't know that anyone would have imagined sailing across the oceans to discover a new land that could bring hope, peace, and prosperity to all who dared to venture there." He cleared his throat and glanced down at his notes before continuing. "And now, here we are, gathering on these shores with an eye on the future. None of us know exactly what it will look like, but based on what the projections were at this same event 25 years ago, I can almost guarantee you that some of what you see will indeed be a part of your future. And I hope that you will remember this time fondly as you connect with people all around the world who've come here to share in this incredible congregation of brilliant minds and talented people who are shaping our world. In short, New York welcomes you." The crowd erupted again, and the band struck up another tune as Dunn ambled toward the edge of the stage and walked down the steps. "That guy will never lose an election," one of the ladies next to Maddux boldly declared aloud. "He's just perfect." Maddux joined in the applause. He could see the appeal, the draw of Dunn's charisma. But Maddux knew about what was lurking in his shadows, though there were still some secrets Dunn had managed to keep. And Maddux suspected if they ever leaked out, it would spell the end of Dunn's political aspirations, if not his career. The fair president returned to the stage and offered a prayer before cutting the ribbon and opening the event. The crowd roared again its approval, and all the gates swung open. People poured inside, a large portion of them heading straight toward the General Motors' much ballyhooed Futurama 2 exhibit. Maddux merged into the flow of traffic to get through the gates before taking a less traveled route around the outer perimeter of the park. Once he arrived at the General Motors pavilion, he studied the stream of people forming lines inside to experience the diorama. He spotted Pritchett, who was leaning against the wall in a corner.
"Have you seen anything yet?" Maddux asked.
"Not yet. So far, the waters appear calm," Pritchett said as he scratched his neck with his hook. "But mark my word, they're going to start churning soon enough."
"I'm going to take a look around," Maddux said.
"Be my guest."
Maddux started to stroll around the interior of the main room. The crush of people in the pavilion overwhelmed many of the GM workers who were struggling to stay stocked with pins. "Ed Maddux, why on earth don't you have a pin?" asked Cindy, Polson's secretary.
"No one gave one to me," he said.
"Well, that won't be your excuse any longer," she said, securing the pin to his coat pocket. Maddux looked down at the pin and read the lettering. "I have seen the future. If only." He thanked her and started to walk away before he spun around. "Cindy, have you seen your boss lately? I need to talk with him." She furrowed her brow. "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in quite a while." "Thanks anyway." He continued cruising around the pavilion in search of Polson, while scanning anything or anyone for suspicious activity. While the bustle was concentrated in the lines snaking around to the start of the diorama ride, the back had become a virtual ghost town. Maddux slipped in one of the doors leading to the mechanical guts of the attraction. Gears whirred and pistons moved seamlessly beneath a large platform that made the futuristic models come alive. Earlier in the morning, workers swarmed over the parts. All Maddux could find was one employee sitting in a chair, staffing the mechanics in case of a failure. "Where is everyone?" Maddux asked. The worker shrugged. "Beats me. There were at least a dozen men here a few minutes ago, but I went to use the can, and when I came back, they were all gone." "Do you find that odd?" The worker shook his head. "I don't find anything odd anymore. The longer I live—" The man let his words hang, his insinuation well understood. "Thanks for your help." Maddux moved into a small, narrow corridor when he heard fast-approaching footsteps. He spun in time to see the worker charging toward him with a wrench raised high. Maddux dropped low and thrust both his feet at the man's midsection. Caught off guard by Maddox's swift movement, the worker tumbled backward and dropped his wrench. He started pulling up his pants leg in search of what Maddux identified as an ankle holster for a knife. Maddux dove onto the man, who struggled to roll over due to the narrow configuration of the hallway. With two vicious blows to the head, Maddux knocked the man out using his own weapon. "In the can, huh?" Maddux muttered to himself. Maddux ripped the man's shirt off and used it to bind his hands together. After Maddux finished cinching the makeshift restraints, he looked up and saw a shadowy figure in the hallway from a door that exited to the outside of the building. As the man neared Maddux, he looked up and squinted. As the man came nearer, his identity no longer remained obscured. Maddux looked up, slack-jawed. "Mr. Polson?" Maddux didn't get another word out of his mouth before his face met the bottom of an aluminum canister Polson carried. With a sickening thud, Maddux fell backward and lost consciousness. Chapter 26. When Maddux awoke 10 minutes later, he realized he was alone in the hallway. Polson was gone, and so was the worker Maddux had subdued. Maddux groggily staggered to his feet, using the narrow walls to help him maintain his balance. Maddux tried to regain his bearings and piece together what had just happened. The surprise ambush from his boss shocked Maddux the most, but there was no time to analyze the why. The what was the more pressing issue. If Alexei still planned to release the sarin gas in the General Motors pavilion, Maddux figured it was already hidden somewhere. He needed to clear the place, and fast. Thinking quickly, he reached in his pocket and grabbed his lighter. Ripping his coat off, Maddux lit it on fire and placed it near a door that led back to the main section of the pavilion. He raced and pulled the fire alarm, darting back to the door where he'd set his coat on fire. He fanned smoke outward for a moment before bursting through the door and yelling. "There's a fire! Everyone needs to get out of here right now!" Maddux said. Screams commenced, followed by chaos as the throng that had stood in line for the Futurama 2 ride abandoned the line and headed for the exits. People who were still seated on the ride stood and began looking for ways out. Panicked fairgoers leaped over railings and jumped from platforms as high as 8 feet off the main floor. "This way! This way!" pavilion hosts directed, waving the crowd toward the exits. Maddux watched it all unfold as he surveyed the room for anything he might have missed. Long gone were Pritchett and the other CIA agents scoping out the building. However, Maddux was able to identify the canisters more quickly. He raced around the room and scooped them up, taking them to the back of the building. He found a chest that had been used to transport equipment and placed them all inside before locking it down. Searching for another location to place the chest, he found a box truck parked behind the building with its door rolled up. The driver was gone, but the keys were still in the ignition. With the fire alarm still sounding and the last GM workers trickling out of the building, Maddux hoisted the chest into the truck and shut the door. He snatched the keys and pocketed them before running back into the building. Stamping out his smoldering jacket to make sure an actual fire didn't break out, he swept the room once more before also leaving. Maddux raced back to the main fairgrounds, searching for Pritchett or any other CIA agent. He couldn't find Pritchett, but Maddux saw Jim Dyson scanning the scene. Maddux rushed over to Dyson, jangling the keys. "There's a box truck behind the pavilion that has all the canisters of sarin gas in them," Maddux said. "Get it out of here and to someplace safe." Dyson took the keys. "Are the canisters secured?" Maddux rubbed his forehead. "I put them in a chest. They should be fine, but I just wanted to take extra precaution." "I'm on it," Dyson said as he walked away. "Have you seen Pritchett?" Maddux called. Dyson turned and shook his head. "I haven't seen him in a while." Maddux jumped on top of a bench to get a better view. The crowd was still abuzz and panicked as it moved away from the pavilion. In the distance, Maddux noticed a handful of government agents cordoning off the pavilion with yellow tape, but still no Pritchett. However, that wasn't the only person Maddux was looking for. With all the threats that Alexei had held over Maddux, the Russian was the primary target. If he escaped, those same extortion tactics would remain in place. It wasn't something Maddux wanted to live with. Maddux hopped down from the bench and darted toward the crowd, weaving in and out of them in search of Alexei. While the Russian was smart enough to be far away, Maddux still figured Alexei would want to see his attack realized. As Maddux continued to force his way between the tight flow of people, he glanced toward a tiny grassy area. A small group, all wearing concerned looks, peered over something. Maddux slid to the side to step out of the crowd to see what they were looking at. In a glance, he knew. The silver hook lying at the man's side was unmistakable. "Pritchett," Maddux said as he rushed over and knelt beside the CIA handler. "What's wrong?" Pritchett removed his hand from his chest to reveal a deep wound that had drenched a portion of his shirt in blood. "He's got a knife," Pritchett said. "Who?" "Alexei. I couldn't get my gun out fast enough," he said, pointing to his holstered weapon. "Take my gun, and don't let him get away." Maddux pulled out the gun and tried to stand up, but Pritchett pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. "Now, go get him," Pritchett said. Maddux leapt to his feet, continuing his search for the Russian. By this point, Park Security joined the search. Maddux watched a trio of officers storm past. While the crowd had been a great cover initially, its thinning ranks made blending in more difficult. Maddux decided to change his search method and began to look around the back of the buildings. Breaking into a light jog, he moved along the exterior of several exhibits before he was blindsided by a swift punch. Maddux tumbled to the ground and spun to look up and see one of Alexei's henchmen. The same man who'd attacked Maddux at the construction site while walking home from Dunn's penthouse. Meanwhile, Maddox's weapon bounded away from him. As he scrambled to retrieve it, the man kicked the gun aside before delivering several vicious blows to Maddox's ribs. Groaning in pain, Maddux grabbed his side and attempted to get up.
"Where do you think you're going?" the man asked. "We're not through yet."
After leaning down to punch Maddux in the face, the man straddled his target, wrapping both hands around Maddox's neck. The man squeezed. Maddux flailed around, trying to get free. He could see his gun several feet away, but out of his reach. In an attempt to stop from being choked, Maddux grabbed the man's arms and tried to force them off, but the man was too strong and only squeezed harder. With Maddox's vision starting to fade to black due to the lack of oxygen, he continued struggling, even though he doubted he could escape the man's firm grasp. But Maddux kept fighting, maybe even hoping that someone would see them and help him. The seconds ticked past like hours, and Maddux continued his fade, straining and realizing his time was almost up. He rolled slightly to his side, a move that wasn't enough to break the stranglehold, but enough to jog his memory. He felt the pocket watch Rose had given him, jabbing him in the side. Without delay, he fished out the device and positioned it so that the bottom was facing the Russian agent. Maddux squeezed the winding mechanism on the top, forcing out a blast of pepper spray into the man's eyes. Instantly, he let go as he reached for his eyes and moaned. Maddux scrambled away and gasped for breath. He lunged for the gun and trained it on the man. After Maddux regained his wits, he whistled at some officers who were sweeping the park to arrest the man. "I'm working with the CIA, and this bastard tried to kill me," Maddux explained. "He's part of the attack on the pavilion." "We'll need to get a statement from you," one of the officers said. "You got it. I'll be back to give you one once I'm done." Maddux didn't wait to stick around for their protest. Alexei was still on the move, and Maddux wasn't about to let him go that easily. Chapter 27. Maddux sprinted toward the center of the park and surveyed the scene that had changed since he was delayed fighting Alexei's thug. Police had set up a blockade that prevented anyone from entering any pavilion within 200 yards of the General Motors exhibit. While there were some attendees who decided to leave, the vast majority remained, still unaware a fire wasn't the reason for the evacuation. However, a disturbance near the bottom of the observation towers captured his attention. People spilled out and acted frantically as they pointed upward. Glancing at the top deck, Maddux saw Alexei with what appeared to be a knife to Nick Dunn's throat. Maddux raced straight toward the towers. Once he arrived, he heard one of the men explaining to police that the attacker promised to kill anyone who came up along with his hostage. The officer motioned for 3 other uniformed law enforcement agents to join him in the elevator. However, when they pressed the button to go up to the top floor, nothing happened. Maddux watched the officer peck at the up button several times, but they didn't budge. Maddux stared up at the top and took a deep breath. "You can do this." Yellow steelwork surrounded the thin concrete base of the towers, which upheld the expansive observational decks. A maintenance ladder was also positioned on one side of the tallest tower. Maddux took a deep breath and started to climb. With each rung, the ground beneath him shrunk. Before anyone noticed, he was already 20 feet off the ground. He heard a few shrieks and shrill screams from concerned onlookers, but it was too late for any officer to stop him. Maddux felt the gun secured in his pants rub against his back as he climbed. It was just irritating enough to take his mind off the fact that he had to rise high above the park. Pausing for a moment to look out, he saw the other tall observation deck was still 30 feet below his final destination. The 2 platforms partially overlapped, creating a visual stair-step effect when looking at them from the ground. Maddux swallowed hard and kept climbing. His palms glistened with sweat, his hands squeaking against the iron as he pulled up on each rung. "Hang in there. You've come this far already. Don't quit now." Maddux paused to dry off his sweaty hands. He then set his jaw and kept climbing. When he was less than 3 rungs from the top, he heard a creak and Alexei's voice.
"That's far enough,"
he said, peering down at Maddux through the maintenance hatch. Maddux looked up to see Alexei clutching Dunn and holding a knife to the side of his neck. Ignoring Alexei's commands, Maddux kept climbing.
"I said that's enough,"
Alexei said with a growl. Maddux finished his ascent, and his steely gaze met Alexei's frightened eyes.
"I didn't think you had it in you, Mr. Maddux," Alexei said. "That was quite a climb."
"Drop the knife," Maddux said as he reached behind him and pulled out his gun.
"No," Alexei said. "You drop the gun, or I'm going to kill your friend right here and push his body over the side. Do you want this blood to be on your hands?"
Maddux studied Alexei for a moment, wanting to test the Russian to see if he was serious.
"Don't do it," Dunn said. "Just take him out. He's going to kill me anyway."
Alexei bristled.
"I am not a monster. I am capable of allowing you to go, just as I'm capable of killing you both."
"Well, you better get to it," Maddux said. "There are some police officers down there who will have the elevator running very soon."
"I doubt it,"
Alexei said, nodding toward the elevator where wires dangled outside of the metal box. "Just let him go," Maddux said. "Let's find a better way to solve this. Just you and me." Alexei laughed.
"You really are new to the CIA, aren't you? You expect me to fall for such a thing. Besides, your friend here is the one who helped set up the sarin gas attack."
"You gave me no choice," Dunn said.
"Oh, we all have choices, Mr. Dunn," Alexei said, "and you chose wisely, as did Mr. Polson. However, we seem to have come to a standoff. Now, I will only say this once more, but please place your weapon on the ground, Mr. Maddux."
Maddux held up his hands and slowly lowered to the floor and set down his gun, all amidst vehement protests by Dunn.
"Now, kick it to me,"
Alexei said, pointing toward the weapon. Maddux complied and then began to move to his right. Alexei shuffled near to the gun and slid it through the hatch. Then he positioned himself right across from Maddux.
"So,
what now?" Maddux asked. "Is this the end? Are you going to keep threatening us? Do you think you can hold us at bay forever?" Maddux's confidence swelled with each question. In a cursory glance of the surroundings, he determined that he had a move to make. Undoubtedly, it would be risky, but it was the outcome with the highest probability of success, even if it was only scant.
"I am the one in control here, Mr. Maddux," Alexei said. "And don't you forget that. It will be the end when I say it's the end."
Maddux smirked. "What is the Kremlin going to think of you? A failed spy? A worthless KGB hack who botched what could have been a massive attack on American soil, all while implicating Americans? It was a good plan, but you didn't think of everything. You didn't think of me." Adrenaline coursed through Maddux's veins. Uninterested in Alexei's response, Maddux took a deep breath and broke into a dead run across the observational deck. Guttural sounds erupted from him as he raced toward a collision with Alexei. Just before they made contact, Maddux jumped and used his momentum to propel his feet into Alexei's chest. Dunn, who was released when Alexei put his hands up in a defensive posture just before impact, spun free and watched as Maddux and Alexei tumbled over the side. The two men landed hard on the canvas roof of the lower observational deck, yet they both clambered to their feet. Maddux noticed that during the fall Alexei had lost his knife.
"I thought I'd make the fight fairer," Maddux said, chiding Alexei. "And that's the problem with you Americans. Everything has to be fair. It's so ludicrous."
Maddux hunched low and moved closer to Alexei, the two men circling around the roof.
"However, I don't fight fair," Alexei said. "If one of my men doesn't receive a phone call from me at precisely noon, he will kill your mother."
"I hope it wasn't the man you used to attack me the other night," Maddux said, "because he's not going to be doing much of anything after he was arrested." Alexei's face dropped.
"No, it wasn't him, fortunately for me,"
Alexei said. Nice try, but I know you're lying. Too bad you'll never know where your father is or why he disappeared all those years ago, Alexei said. No, Maddux said. It's not too bad. Wherever my father is, he'll know he raised a son who values loyalty and integrity more than anything. That is a noble gesture, but it will still leave you with many nagging questions that will haunt you for as long as you live. I had to make a choice, Maddux said. There are some things I can live with, and some things I can't. I can live with questions as long as I can live with myself. Alexei glared at Maddux. Good for you, but I hope you know you've ruined the life of my family. My children will grow up without a father. He paused briefly. But they won't grow up thinking of me as a traitor. Alexei reached for his wrist and pulled off a section of his watch face. He dug a small white pill out of it and crammed it into his mouth, swallowing it quickly. Goodbye, Mr. Maddux. Maddux kept his distance and watched as Alexei fell backward before convulsing spasmodically. His body rolled toward the edge. Maddux wasn't sure if the poison had killed Alexei before he hit the ground or not. Either way, the Russian spy was dead. Chapter 28. A week later, Maddux sat in a conference room opposite CIA brass, a handful of FBI agents, and Charles Pritchett, who was seated at the center of the long table. Pritchett wore a cast and moved slowly. He tried to wave but stopped as he winced from the pain. He grabbed his chest, a visible reminder of just how close he came to losing his life in the line of duty. With a slight head nod, Maddux recognized Pritchett's pain and near sacrifice. Maddux glanced up at the clock as the ticking sounded almost deafening in the stillness. A couple of the men seated across from him scratched notes onto their notepads. Slightly adjusting the microphone in front of him, Maddux cleared his throat. So, are we ready to begin? Pritchett asked, looking from side to side. The men all nodded, and Pritchett introduced himself for the sake of the recording. Date, April 24, 1964. This is an interview with CIA civilian asset Edward Maddux regarding his involvement in an incident that occurred at the World's Fair on April 22nd. The purpose of this inquiry is to determine what led to the events that unfolded and how interagency cooperation might be helpful in the future. Maddux clasped his hands and rested them on the table, awaiting Pritchett's first question. Pritchett hooked his microphone and edged it closer to his face. Mr. Maddux, can you tell us about what you knew regarding New York City Councilman Nicholas Dunn's involvement in the Russian plot at the General Motors Pavilion? Maddux nodded subtly. I believe that Mr. Dunn was coerced into being a party to the attack. He mentioned as much to me on a couple occasions. And why didn't you reveal this to the agency? I wasn't sure I believed him or not, Maddux said. We have a long history dating back to our days in college, which was, from how I understand it, the only reason I was asked by the CIA to help with this case. Pritchett looked down at his list of questions. And did you find Mr. Dunn to be a trustworthy classmate? Absolutely. Not only a trustworthy classmate, but also a trustworthy teammate. We were on crew together at Columbia when I was a freshman, and he was a senior. So you ultimately believed his claims of coercion? It's the only thing that made sense to me. Mr. Dunn is a patriot, and I couldn't see any reason for him to betray his country, other than the fact that he was being blackmailed into doing it. Did he ever mention to you the nature of the blackmail? Maddux shook his head. I think he was embarrassed about whatever it was. He even said I'd be in danger if I knew. Would you hazard a guess for the committee? I don't feel like I could in good conscience, though if I had to, I'd say it probably occurred in his public life and not his personal one. As a public servant, there is no separation between the two. Maddux nodded. That's how some people feel about it.
Thank you for your candid answers, Mr. Maddux. Now, I'd like to address your work environment and what you know about your boss, Mr. Lyle Polson."
Maddux smiled. "He's a great guy. I don't know if you could ask for a better boss. No offense, if any of you are bosses." Two of the men cracked a faint smile, but the rest of them remained stoic.
"During our follow-up report, someone spotted a man of Mr. Polson's description carrying a canister, the same type of canister you removed from the building into the pavilion," Pritchett stated. "Did you ever see him in the building carrying one of these containers?"
Maddux took a deep breath. He didn't want to lie, but he knew that Polson was likely leveraged into doing Alexei's bidding. In a split second, Maddux mulled the line between truth and justice. A justice Polson wouldn't receive if the men sitting around the table were interested in stirring up another Red Scare. "When I was fighting off one of Alexei's men, I was in tight quarters, a narrow passageway. Along the back of the building, I turned around and was bashed in the head by a metal object. The next few minutes are missing for me."
"So, was Mr. Polson participating in the plot or not?"
Maddux shrugged. "It could have been anyone. I'd hate to point fingers without being sure."
"Fair enough,"
Pritchett said. The interview continued for 3 grueling hours. Pritchett eventually yielded the microphone to one of the FBI directors, who took up a beef with Maddux for allegedly tipping off Dunn about a bureau agent about to bust the councilman for conducting illegal gambling events. Maddux handled the allegation well, diffusing it with a well-timed joke about cards. He assured the director that no matter what actually happened that night, he doubted it would ever happen again. When the interview came to a close, everyone appeared satisfied and proceeded to shake Maddux's hand, thanking him for the work he did in stopping a potential catastrophe while the entire world was watching, even if they lamented the fact that the Russian KGB agent died before they could question him for intel. Once everyone left the room, Maddux remained alone with Pritchett, who hadn't moved. "Are we done here?" Maddux asked. Pritchett placed a compact cassette on the table and tapped it. Maddux studied it closely. "What's that?"
"A compact cassette. It's the newest innovation in voice recording."
Maddux shrugged. "Never seen it before."
"It's what's on there that troubles me," Pritchett said. "I listened to it last night. It seems that you were more than willing to sell our country out."
Maddux's eyes narrowed. "But I didn't. I would never do that."
"This recording suggests that you at least considered it."
"I was trying to get information out of the Russian spy." Pritchett stroked his chin and stared pensively at Maddux.
"Why didn't you come straight to me about this?"
"I told you about it."
"Yes, but not right away. Your hesitation seems to muddy the waters as far as our plans for you."
"Plans for me? After this, we're done. I may have done something to help you, but you never told me anything about my father like you promised." Pritchett held up his hands.
"Patience, Ed. I'm getting to that."
"Patience? Are you kidding me? I've been nothing but patient ever since this whole thing started, and all you do is stonewall me at every turn. It's getting old. A man can only get strung along so long before he realizes he's never going to get the truth."
"If you really wanted to know something about your father, you should have asked instead of seeking unreliable answers elsewhere."
"Well, at this point, I don't care. I'm done with the CIA. I've given more than my share to this country."
"And is that why you're heading to Germany with your company?"
Maddux eyed Pritchett closely. "I don't know who told you that, but I haven't made a decision yet, though the answer is likely no. I don't want to leave my mother."
"We'll take care of her, should you choose to leave, just like we always have."
"Wait. What? Like you always have?" Pritchett interlocked his fingers behind his head and leaned back in his chair.
"Perhaps you'll want a cigarette for this."
Maddux waved him off. "I'm good. Continue, please."
"The fact of the matter is, I can't tell you everything at this point. You don't have high enough clearance to hear everything about your father.
It's my dad, not some random CIA asset.
Exactly, which is why the agency needs to exert even more caution in sharing this information with you.
Maddux sighed. So, you're not really going to tell me anything?
At this point, all I can tell you is that your mother will be in good hands should you decide to go to Bonn with your company.
Maddux slapped the table. I'm not going.
That's a shame, then, Pritchett said as he leaned forward and folded his arms. I was prepared to offer you a position with the agency as a full-time civilian asset, after 6 months of training, of course.
You want me to be a spy for you in Germany? Maddux asked, before breaking into a chuckle. Are you really that desperate for agents?
Actually, your proficiency in this mission was off the charts. Even some of our best-trained agents, veterans of the CIA, couldn't have pulled off what you did today. Even as a government spy, you'd probably be one of the best ones we have. But I'll settle to have you serve as a civilian asset. You might even be more valuable to us in a place like Bonn. To be frank, we need you.
Maddux shook his head. I don't think so. I'm not cut out for this line of work.
Yes, you are, and I think you know it. Coming up with catchy slogans to persuade people to buy your cars is one thing, but using your physical talents and mental abilities to keep the world a safer place, to keep America a safer place, that's what you were born to do.
Maddux flashed a sincere smile for the first time that afternoon before he stood. You know, you almost got me right there, Maddux said. Your speech was pretty convincing and stirring. Maybe you've got a future in the marketing of cars if things don't pan out for you here at the agency.
I'll give you 24 hours to think about it, Ed, Pritchett called out after Maddux. 24 hours.
Chapter 29. 24 hours came and went, and Maddux didn't pick up the phone or even think about calling Pritchett. Maddux celebrated his self-control by making a trip to Freddy's diner and gorging himself on his favorite platter. Freddy walked out of the back and broke into a big smile when he saw Maddux.
I was beginning to wonder about you, Freddy said. I was wondering if you had disappeared.
I've been busy, Maddux said. You know, with the World's Fair and all.
Busier than a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest?
Freddy asked with a chuckle. Maddux nodded. Something like that.
Well, whatever you want tonight. It's on the house. You just holler when you're ready. In the meantime, it seems as if you've got some company.
Freddy slid to the side and headed toward the back. As he did, Rose Fuller came into view. Long time no see, stranger, Rose said as she eased into the booth across from Maddux. I was just telling Freddy how busy I've been. She leaned across and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Busy saving the world? Maddux smiled. Yeah, and if it hadn't been for you, I'd probably be dead right now. The pocket watch came in handy then. You could say that. I'm sure it wasn't that vital. Don't be so modest, Maddux said. There's no way I'd be sitting here, much less alive, if you hadn't given me that device. It helped me escape a chokehold. Okay, she said. I'll defer to your assessment. Thank you. How's your mother? She's been better, Maddux said. She was a little shaken up over the whole thing, but I think she's more at peace now that it's all over with. Thank you for getting one of your agents over to the hospital to help her out. If I hadn't known Alexei was bluffing... From what I hear, you do like to call someone's bluff. I guess that is my specialty, isn't it? She smiled and turned to Freddy, who had appeared from the kitchen and proceeded to take their orders. So, have you thought about Germany? She asked. Maddux shook his head vigorously. I'm done with the agency. It was a great experience, though I'm mostly grateful that I escaped alive. I'm going to be the one to call your bluff right here. I think you loved it, and you're just scared. Rose, that was one operation, Maddux said. I'm quite certain I wouldn't last 2 months in a work environment like that. She laughed and shook her head.
Ed, do you realize that this operation has been going on for 2 years prior to this past week? 2 years. This wasn't some last-minute thing. Every detail carefully reviewed, every moment crafted and sculpted, like it was a work of art. That's what you'd get to join. A team that does that every day. It's only the culmination of the operation that you experienced. There's so much more.
Maybe I'll think about it some more.
She tapped the table with her hands as if she were giving a drum roll. Want to hear some good news?
Maddux nodded. I would love to hear anything positive today.
Yours truly just got a promotion.
That's great, Maddux said. Here? In New York? She shook her head.
Nope. The TSD director here isn't leaving anytime soon, so I'm the one who's having to leave in order to get my own office.
Maddox's face fell. Oh, so you going to Washington? She reached across the table and gently lifted his chin with her hand.
Don't look so sad, she said. Those puppy dog eyes are making me think you're not quite as excited as you claim to be.
I don't know. It's just that.
Just what? Say it, Ed.
Oh, never mind. It's not important now. A beat. Where are you going then?
Bonn, Germany,
she said with a wink. Maddux almost missed the road to his mother's house. He was so lost in his thoughts. He turned his car sharply, and the bottle of 30-year-old Highland Park whiskey Dunn had given him as a personal thanks nearly slid off the seat. As Maddux placed his hand on the liquor to steady it, he wheeled the car straight again and bumped along the street. A couple minutes later, he pulled up next to the curb and parked. His mind was reeling from all of the conversations he'd had. It felt as if the ground were shifting beneath his feet. Revelations about his father, as vague as they were, rocked his world, and that was merely the instigator of everything. Maddox's foray into espionage, meeting Rose, reconnecting with Dunn, a potential transfer overseas, an offer to become a more permanent civilian asset for the CIA. I have seen the future. If only. Maddux grabbed the bottle off the seat and sauntered up the steps leading to his mother's porch. He rapped on the glass pane of the front door several times and waited. All was quiet in the house. He knocked again and waited, this time by taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly while looking up at the scant stars still visible despite the nighttime glow of New York City. After a few moments, the door creaked open.
Edward, what are you doing out here? His mother asked. You scared me half to death. Come on inside. It's cool out there.
Maddux spun around and smiled. I brought something to warm us up.
I'll get the glasses.
Maddux sat at the kitchen table and poured generous portions into the tumblers. His mother grabbed one and began gulping down the liquor. Mom, should you be drinking like that after all the medical issues you're having?
I'm fine. Don't you worry about me.
She put on her glasses and leaned forward in her seat, looking at him intently. What? He said. You're making me uncomfortable.
Are those cigarettes in your pocket? What does that say?
She squinted.
Lucky Strike? Oh, come on, Edward. You know you shouldn't be smoking.
Mom, I'm 43 years old. I ought to be able to have some vices.
I read an article in the Times just yesterday about how bad smoking is for your health.
You can't believe everything you read in the paper, Mom. You know that.
Well, cigarette smoke stinks. Please don't light one up in my house.
I won't, Mom.
Even though, right now, I might want one. I'm so cold. Would you mind going into my room and getting me a blanket?
Sure. Maddux shuffled off toward the back of the house. His mother's bedroom hadn't changed since he left home. She had the same furniture, the same wallpaper, the same pictures hung in a haphazard fashion. The sepia-toned photograph of her with her husband grabbed Maddox's attention more than usual.
He studied it for a moment and then shook his head.
"I wish you could have seen me, Dad," he said softly. "You would have been proud."
Maddux grabbed the blanket off the foot of her bed before he stopped. He took a deep breath.
"Father, forgive me."
He turned back toward her dresser. When he was a kid, his mother put all her keepsakes in her sock drawer, and based on her disdain of change, he bet she maintained that as her primary hiding spot. As quietly as possible, he opened the drawer. Maddux stuck his hand in the back, feeling for something through a heap of socks. He pulled the drawer out some more and stared, slack-jawed, at stacks of letters tied together with string. Maddux found one postmarked from 2 weeks prior. The handwriting was unmistakable. It was his father's. "Ed, what's taking you so long?" she called. "I'm freezing in here."
"Coming!"
Maddux shoved the envelope into his back pocket and returned the drawer to its closed position before gliding back to the kitchen. He put the blanket around her and kissed her on top of the head. "You're such a good son," she said. "I wish your father could have seen you grow up into the man you've become."
Maddux sighed. "You and me both, Mom. You and me both."
She drained the last of her whiskey and slapped the glass on the table. "I think I've reached my limit for today," she announced.
"Of your whiskey?"
"No, of being awake. I'm going to turn in now, but I do appreciate you stopping by, even though it was brief." She stood and gave Maddux a hug. He swirled the amber liquid around in his glass in between glancing at her shuffling toward her room. Whatever her reasons were for keeping Maddux's father's existence a secret, Maddux figured it was probably for the best. It was a conversation he intended to have at some point. Maddux grabbed the liquor bottle and returned to his car. He had already decided he would wait until he got home to read the letter. All during his drive back, Maddux's mind raced with the possibility of why and how and where. The postmarked location was Washington, D.C., but he knew that meant nothing. The government was involved somehow in the story, rendering meaningless something like a postmark. Maddux's father could have been on a ship in the ocean somewhere, or living in the desert, testing atomic bombs. The possibilities were endless. Maddux finally parked and bypassed the elevators for the stairs. Unwilling to wait, he raced to his floor and hurried inside, locking the door behind him. He sat in his favorite chair and opened the letter. It was difficult to read with watery eyes. When he finished, he folded up the correspondence and placed it back in the envelope. More thoughts flooded his mind. Everything he'd ever known about his father's disappearance was a lie, though he didn't know why. Then there was Rose, who was moving to Germany, and there was the offer to become a civilian asset with the CIA, a chance to serve his country, but also a chance to possibly dig deeper into the truth about his dad. There was so much more Maddux wanted to know, so much more he wanted to be. He picked up the phone and called Pritchett.
"Do you know how late it is?" Pritchett asked as he answered the phone. "I know," Maddux said. "It's past 11, but this couldn't wait." "And what exactly can't wait until the morning?" "I'm in," Maddux said. "Excuse me?" "Do I really have to spell it out for you, sir? I want to work for the CIA in Germany." The end. This has been a production of King of Queens, an Ed Maddux thriller, Book 1, written by R.J. Patterson, read for you by John Perhala. Copyright 2017 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright by Green eBooks.